Let me introduce Qin Feng, just another cog in the corporate machine, dragging himself through the daily grind. What is the worst that could happen? Suddenly some jerk body checks him, launching him straight into a lady's personal space. Bad news, she has a boyfriend and Qin Feng knows he is dead meat. A fist connects with his face, sending him reeling. He stumbles backward into traffic, and bam, gets absolutely flattened by a truck. Talk about a fatal chest plant. Game over. Not quite. Our guy snaps his eyes open, reincarnated in the mystical cultivation realm of Huanggu. The second he lands a kick on his womb mate, a holographic system alert flashes villain points acquired. Turns out his twin is the legendary Chosen One, and hanging around the main character is basically a death sentence. Qin Feng realizes he needs to level up fast or get crushed by the plot armor disaster his brother is destined to attract. Meet the mom, the stunning saintess of Mount Taibai. The clan possesses a top-secret magical elixir. It grants newborns a massive XP boost right out of the gate. A single drop costs more than a luxury penthouse. So our anti-hero is born with a silver spoon. His dad, Qin Tian, runs the clan, but honestly, who cares about him? Let's get to the good stuff. It is time for Qin Feng to flex those cheat codes. He triggers the Great Emperor ability Halo 10 times the stats and a legendary divine technique unlocked instantly. The spectators lose their minds, hailing him as Heaven's peerless pride, a once-in-a-generation prodigy. His dad is beaming with pride, but Qin Feng just wants some peace and quiet. So how does he vent his frustration? He starts pummeling his twin brother naturally. He tells the sobbing kid, it's nothing personal, just destiny. It is the chosen one versus the destined villain, strictly business. Every time he smacks the protagonist, the system prints more villain points, and he is addicted. They spend 3 whole years marinating in there, because in this hardcore world, pregnancy lasts a century to maximize potential. Qin Feng spent that entire time farming XP, leaving his poor brother completely emotionally scarred. Finally, it is go time. Mom goes into labor while the maids hype her up like a cheer squad. Dad is pacing holes in the floor until a cry pierces the air. He busts into the room screaming for his son. The maid hands over the bundle of joy, but Qin Feng takes one look at his old man's mug. Yikes, talk about a face for radio. He prays he didn't inherit those genes and slaps his dad. Ding, the system tosses him 2 villain points for wrecking the father-son bond. Wait, seriously, just 2? Apparently dissing your own dad is considered easy mode. So Qin Feng goes full berserker, but his oblivious dad just thinks the kid is full of energy. Look at that emperor-level spirit, Dad cheers. Then the midwife drops a bombshell. There is another one. She dives back in to retrieve the spare heir. But the second kid is clinging to the womb like his life depends on it. Qin Feng is livid, unwilling. Are you kidding me? He rages at the absurdity of this fantasy logic. He can't farm villain points if his punching bag refuses to spawn. The maid steps in to hold him. While Dad catches his breath, our anti-hero refuses to chill, screaming for his brother to get out here. He yells for the coward to show his face, and ding, 50 villain points awarded. Achievement unlocked, cushion of love. Wait, 50 points for that. He is floored. Apparently being cradled by a certified baddie counts as a villain achievement here. That is when it hits him. I could get used to this villain lifestyle. Cut to the garden, where he is living the dream as a toddler. It plays out like a scene from a harem anime with maids fawning over him left and right. Blindfolded, he plays tag with Sister Suyun, who is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. He snags her easily because protagonists don't do losing. Gotcha, he smirks. Boom, 200 villain points for the gentleman mission. Now he is scheming. That puts him over the top. He checks his stats, 30,000 points banked and sitting at stage 9 of Chi and Blood. The latter goes from Chi and Blood all the way to Ethereal, with 9 grueling steps per tier. Time to level up. He focuses his Chi and the air around him starts to vibrate with intensity. Enlightenment realm, here I come. Energy explodes outward as he shatters his limits. Just like that, our boy hits the commencement realm at age 3, like he's playing on easy mode. The whole room is shook by the power surge, including Qin Feng, who realizes he might have flexed a little too hard. He immediately pivots to damage control by demanding uppies from Sister Bu, because the grind for villain points stops for nobody and she instantly melts. I mean, who can reject a young master? This cute little man goes straight in for the kiss, 50 villain points secured. That unlocks the Love's Kiss achievement. The maids try to lecture him about personal boundaries, saying he can't just go around kissing girls. But they let it slide because, well, he's a toddler. Qin Feng plays dumb, acting like he has zero clue how the world works. Then he boldly asks to sleep with Sister Baiyu, because our protagonist is speedrunning the harem route, any percent glitchless. Meanwhile, over at the Great Xia dynasty, the emperor is trying to vibe with his consort when the energy suddenly shifts. He snaps out of it, demanding to know who just leveled up, and unleashes his spiritual consciousness to scan the server. And this guy is radiating pure final boss energy. He locks onto the source, the gifted son of the Qin family. Welp, our boy is officially on the hit list. The emperor decides that a 3-year-old hitting commencement realm is a bug that needs to be patched out immediately, permanently. Back at the Qin estate, The maids are relaxing in the bathhouse, looking absolutely top tier. And guess who's lurking at the door? Boom, 100 points for the gentleman's mission. He tries to claim he's innocent, but the system made him do it. Then a new quest pops up, Troll BU during bath time. He pretends to be offended, like, who do you think I am? Until he sees the reward 500 points to hop in with Zhu Yu. Suddenly, morals are out the window. Our boy yells, let's go, and starts stripping down instantly. He cannonballs right in next to Sister Bai Yu. She is totally caught off guard and splashes him in panic. Doesn't matter, still got paid 200 points secured. Then he turns his sights on Sister Zhu Yu. She hesitates, sensing the sus vibes. But the blonde maid steps in like he's just a baby and helps him get comfortable. The whole squad agrees he's harmless. I mean, what kind of devious thoughts could a toddler have? Meanwhile, our boy is living his best life, realizing the villain path is actually the meta. Qin Feng hits up the system shop. He grabs the unconstrained phantom skill because his brother's spawn timer is almost up. Time to grind. His logic, if you can't be the wolf with the fangs, you better be the sheep with the maxed out agility stats. Since his brother has that main character plot armor, Qin Feng decides to spec entirely into speed. That way when things go south, he can just nope out of there. Honestly, top tier villain strategy. Our boy starts cackling like a maniac. He's hyping himself up over his own cowardice. 3 days later, a massive heavenly sign drops. Qin Feng wonders if his OP brother is finally logging into the server. But wait, his danger senses start tingling. Suddenly, a massive blast of purple energy comes screaming right at his face. Reflex check. He dodges at max velocity and looks up to see a squad of high-level cultivators hovering ominously, and he realizes they are definitely here for him. The elders start beefing about engagement rules and the vibe gets intense. While they float there menacingly, the emperor steps up. He demands to know if this is the Qin family's eldest son. But Qin Feng is already proccing his movement skills, juking everyone out of their boots. The emperor clocks it immediately. That movement speed is way too broken for a toddler. It's already insane that a 3-year-old hit the commencement stage. But mastering advanced footwork too, the Qin elder jumps in to de-escalate the situation, claiming the kid is just shy. The emperor laughs it off, but you can tell he's still highly suspicious. Time for the performance of a lifetime. Our boy waddles up, wide-eyed, asking, "Are you really the emperor?" Qin Feng activates full fanboy mode. He starts glazing the emperor so hard, calling him wise, noble, fearless, the G-O-A-T. And the emperor eats it up. He's laughing like he's never had his ego stroked this hard in his life. But then the trap card. Our boy hits him with surely a legendary emperor wouldn't show up empty-handed, right? The emperor freezes. His face drops because he definitely came here for murder, not gift-giving. But Qin Feng doubles down. He loudly wonders if the ruler of the Great Xia really pulled up with zero drip to offer. The Qin elders are fighting for their lives, trying not to burst out laughing. The emperor got hustled by a baby, so he reluctantly pulls out a box. You can tell it pains him to give this up. He opens it to reveal the legendary loot, the vast sky, 9 swords divine weapon. Wielded by a sword god 10,000 years ago, every single blade in this collection is a certified divine artifact. Stack all 9 together, and you unlock one of the top 10 weapons in the entire universe. Qin Feng stares at the legendary loot eyes wide, already calculating how to heist the whole set. The emperor asks, "Pretty sick, right?" Clearly flexing his rare inventory. But on the inside, the guy is sweating bullets because he spent ages grinding resources to acquire these 9 swords. He figures he'll just squeeze his eyes shut and let the kid pick one, even if it breaks his heart. But before he can even finish that thought, Qin Feng literally yoinks the entire case right out of his grip. Zero hesitation. And our main character beams like an angel, thanking the emperor for gifting the entire set like that was the plan from day one. His eyes say, "You came here to troll me? So get ready to get played, old man." The emperor tries to stutter out a correction, but Qin Feng is fully committed to the innocent act. The Qin elders catch on instantly, hyping the emperor up as the most generous leader in history. They are laying it on thick, claiming it would be straight up disrespectful to discuss value. With a tycoon like him, they're basically swearing allegiance to the emperor just to lock in the scam. Qin Feng's dad understands the assignment, telling his son to bow down and show respect. Boom, the system rewards him with 1,000 villain points for daylight robbery of an emperor. The ruler is fuming internally, realizing this entire bloodline is teaming up to hustle him. But Qin Feng isn't finished yet, innocently asking if the emperor knows the custom about elders bringing gifts for juniors. The Qin elders immediately back him up, swearing on their lives that yes, that is absolutely a mandatory tradition. The emperor is losing his mind, wishing he stayed home with his wife, instead of dealing with this absolute menace. Qin Feng gasps dramatically, asking if the supreme ruler is too broke to give a junior a little souvenir. Defeated, the emperor reluctantly reaches for his belt, regretting every life choice that led him here. He hands over the Tianbao gourd, a legit heavenly artifact. Qin Feng's eyes go wide immediately. This bad boy boosts cultivation speed, stabilizes your foundation, and regenerates mana mid-fight. Solid stats. Our anti-hero thanks the Emperor, thinking, okay, maybe this old guy is actually useful. The system loves the hustle, awarding another 1,000 points for swindling the gourd. The finesse is going perfectly. Qin Feng starts scanning for more loot, and the Emperor feels a chill down his spine. Then our boy casually mentions he has a little brother, popping out any minute now. The Emperor immediately starts fake coughing, claiming he suddenly has a super urgent crisis to handle. This man engages thrusters flying away at Mach 10, just to avoid getting fleeced by a toddler again. Qin Feng waves, shouting that he'll bring the new baby over for a playdate soon. And just like that, the Emperor yeets himself into the horizon, completely cleaned out by the Qin squad. But wait, Qin Feng's own dad tries to snag the swords, claiming he'll keep them safe. Our lead immediately hits the waterworks, accusing his pops of stealing his gear. The dad freezes, looking guilty as charged because he was definitely trying to inventory theft those divine weapons. The elder steps in, roasting the dad for trying to rob his own kid. Grandpa snatches the loot back and returns it to Qin Feng, telling him to dry those eyes. Our protagonist grabs the treasure, still keeping up the sniffles. But let's be real, those tears were Oscar-worthy acting. He's playing everyone like a fiddle. Suddenly the sky turns black with lightning, and Qin Feng looks up confused. A massive fire phoenix dives from the clouds toward the estate. The dad's eyes bulge, he realizes his wife. Shiwei is literally in labor right now. He bolts, cursing himself for forgetting the most important event of the year. And Qin Feng's face drops the act. His foolish little brother is finally spawning in after a 3-year loading screen. They rush to the delivery room, and there he is, the legendary Heaven's Chosen One. Looking suspiciously chill for a newborn, the dad holds his new son with pride, while Qin Feng lurks in the corner, radiating menace. Qin Feng calls out, already scheming how to nerf his new rival. Dad introduces him to Little Wooer, and our protagonist puts on his best loving big bro mask. He asks why the kid isn't crying, feigning concern. So doing his duty, he winds up and slaps the baby's butt, hard. The kid immediately starts screaming, and the dad looks horrified at the sudden violence. He demands to know how Qin Feng could smack his infant brother like that. But Qin Feng hits him with the innocent eyes again, claiming he was just worried. The baby was defective or something. The system dings 100 villain points for spanking the Chosen One. But that's nothing compared to the 30,000 points he gets just for making the main character cry. Easy money. And dissipating that raw ancestral energy into the ether. Cut to his chambers, our anti-hero is scrolling through his stats, realizing his XP grind has hit a massive brick wall. He is stuck at stage 1 of the Enlightenment realm. He's sitting on 32,000 villain points, but that's chump change compared to the upgrade cost. But now that his goofy little brother has finally spawned into the world, the villain point drought is officially over. Infinite glitch unlocked. Time to gamble. He rips a spin on the system's gacha wheel, hoping for an S-tier drop. Boom lands right on the heaven-slaying sword technique. That name screams game-breaking mechanic. Instantly, his mind gets flooded with 4K visions of catastrophic sword arts. Strikes capable of slicing reality itself. A raw surge of adrenaline and power courses through his veins. As the download completes, our boy snaps his eyes open. He knows immediately this isn't just a skill, it's a cheat code. No time to waste. He needs to master this as soon as possible. He blows 30,000 villain points without blinking, purchasing a 1-month comprehension aura booster to speedrun the training. Fast forward a month. Grandpa pulls up looking for some wholesome bonding time. He heard the MC has been grinding swordsmanship and wants to drop some elder wisdom to guide the young Padawan. But Qin Feng is zoning out, thinking it'd be way more profitable to just go farm his little brother for points instead. Grandpa launches into a classic NPC monologue. Cultivators must stay humble, check your ego, blah blah blah. Then the old man decides to flex. He unleashes a dramatic power display, summoning massive stone pillars from the earth. Green energy swirls like a hurricane. He explains this is merely stage 1 of a heaven-level art, known as Swirl of the Falling Leaves. He brags that it took him over 10 years to master. The camera cuts to Qin Feng, wearing the deadest is that it expression ever. He lazily flicks a few leaves with his finger. Swish. They slice clean through a solid tree branch. Zero effort. Our MC is internally screaming, "Bro, you spent a decade on that." Jump cut 5 years later. The brothers are deep in cultivation mode, when suddenly the air pressure drops. Someone is leveling up, violently. The energy discharge literally blows the roof off the mansion. At just 5 years old, Qin Hao hits level 5. Meanwhile, 8-year-old Qin Feng hits the Transcension realm. The clan elders are absolutely losing their minds. Our protagonist steps out of the dust, looking way too drippy for an 8-year-old. First words, "Where's my brother?" Dad facepalms hard. These demon children wreck the estate every single year. Parenting them is a survival horror game. Suddenly, the system drops a notification. Main quest, harvest your brother's supreme bone. Our boy literally coughs up blood from the shock. "Are you bugged?" he screams internally. This is villainy on steroids, the system replies with zero chill, explaining that the supreme bone is renewable, break it, and a stronger one grows back. Like a lizard tail but grosser. Still, that feels way too hardcore. He declares he needs meditation time to process. Dad and Grandpa are left bewildered, wondering who this Jing girl is that he wants to find. Cut to the heaven's chosen one, napping peacefully in a tree like a sloth, living his best life. Of course, our protagonist tracks him down instantly. That devilish smirk, yeah, he's up to no good. Yoink. He snatches his little bro straight off the branch. Cue the internal monologue. I was supposed to be a rich playboy living the soft life. But thanks to this insignificant little brat, I'm forced to grind cultivation 24/7. He dramatically sighs about his tragic fate. Suddenly, the adorable kid interrupts. Can we sneak out and play? Chin Feng pauses. Play, the little guy nods aggressively. And just like that, the villain arc is cancelled. Bet, he says. Smash cut to downtown, where two kids are wailing over their dead father in the street. Oscar-worthy performance. The crowd gathers, murmuring about how tragic it is for such cute kids to be orphans. The sympathy donations start raining down. Little Chin Hao counts the loot, 73 coins, and immediately suggests a food run. Our protagonist smirks, offering to treat him to stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots. What the little brother doesn't realize is that bamboo shoots is code for a spanking. Chin Hao clueless cheers that it's his favorite meal, while our protagonist laughs like a maniac. Suddenly, the corpse sits up. The crowd shrieks in terror, thinking he's a zombie. The guy looks around totally dazed. Wait, when did I die? He shrugs, says he's hungry, and wanders off to beg. Perfect timing for the real father to spawn in behind them, ready to discipline Chin Hao for the fake funeral hustle. The little traitor instantly snitches on Chin Feng, screaming, it was all his idea. Ding, 200 villain points secured. Chin Hao starts begging for his life, crying, I'm still just a baby, but father isn't hearing it, declaring that true parenting requires a heavy hand. Total emotional crash out. The kid is screaming, claiming he despises his old man more than anyone else in the universe. Enter Big Brother, with the fake sympathy hitting him with the don't cry, fooling Chin Hao completely. But our MC is smirking. Because, is it really a childhood without a little tough love trauma? We cut to the brutal aftermath of that bamboo shoot discipline session. Chin Hao's backside is looking absolutely wrecked, but here comes Big Brother playing the savior role, applying the salve while muttering to himself about how his entire future happiness depends on these glutes. Little Chin Hao is practically in tears from the kindness praising his bro. Chin Feng offers a head pat, acting the part of the saint he definitely isn't. Real talk, Little Hao is a chosen one, which basically makes him a walking talking XP farm for our villain system. The kid starts venting, ranting about how his stupid dad only knows how to throw hands. Bingo. Our protagonist sees an opening and whispers a master plan for revenge. He feigns hesitation though, reminding him that he is dad after all. Chin Hao swears on his life he won't snitch on his brother. Chin Feng sighs, fake concern obviously, then dramatically clasps his hands, agreeing to spill the tea, which was the plan all along. He leans in, dad has a secret private treasury stash hidden away, and if mom were to stumble upon it, the kid's eyes go wide. He understands the assignment perfectly. Smash cut to the discovery pots, overflowing with gold coins in the woods. Mother is absolutely livid, putting father in a headlock and demanding to know how long he's been holding out on her. Dad's face drains of color as he connects the dots on who ratted him out. He starts roaring about that traitorous son, clearly, deciding the first beating was just a warm-up. Now we've got a high-speed chase through the courtyard, with father wielding a feather duster like a legendary sword. Chin Hao books it straight to his big bro for sanctuary, gasping for air. But dad closes the gap, snatching him up by the collar. You think you can run? The kid starts wailing as round 2 begins. Our protagonist just watches with a fond smile, thinking about his poor brother. Ding. The system confirms the frame-up job on the chosen one, and drops 200 villain points in his lap. Later that night, mom is looking absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, cooing for her darling husband. Meanwhile, outside the door, innocent little Chin Hao asks the million-dollar question. Why is dad pinning mom down? Our MC answers with the most deadpan poker face imaginable, that they are just training. Suddenly gears turn in Chin Hao's head. If he interrupts this training session, maybe dad will be too tired to beat him later. Chin Feng hesitates, the villain points smell delicious, but interrupting that might be lethal. Too late, the kid takes his silence as a green light, and cheerfully announces he's going in. Our protagonist's jaw drops as he realizes the magnitude of the disaster, and desperately reaches out to grab him. But it's over. Chin Hao bursts in screaming father, leaving dad looking absolutely traumatized. Even the family parrot looks confused by the vibe shift. Chin Feng can only cringe, watching the train wreck unfold. But then, the system goes ballistic. 200 points for the setup, and 500 for causing a violent beatdown. The rewards keep stacking, 500 for the butt bloom achievement, and 1,000 for soul-penetrating pain. Our MC rationalizes it. Discipline is educational right. Fast forward 2 weeks. Qin Feng is chilling, complaining about his dry spell on points, mostly because his brother's butt is still out of commission. Suddenly, something pulls his gaze skyward. A massive flying beast tears through the clouds, towing a luxury carriage. There's a blue-haired swordsman riding shotgun, while a cute green-haired girl peeks out. Our MC recognizes them instantly, the Lin family from Tianshan City. Suddenly, a system alert screams epic-level Heaven's Chosen One detected. His point drought is officially over. Let's hit the rewind button to see why they're here. 2 weeks ago, at the Lin estate in Tianshan, we meet Lin Hao, the family patriarch. He just got wind of the rumors that the Qin family somehow produced 2 geniuses. He's deep in thought, watching his daughter spar with a servant. Young Lin Shinner is going hard, striking a powerful combat pose. She throws a haymaker at a tree, shaking leaves loose, while the servant watches like a statue. She beams, asking for feedback. The servant politely tells her she's got extraordinary talent, but her father just lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh, turning his back, and Jinner catches it. She hits him with the innocent puppy eyes, asking why he's sighing like the world is ending. He immediately caps, claiming he's just in a food coma, weakest excuse ever. Then he drops the nuclear bombshell, bringing up the Qin family heir, and straight up asking if she's down to get hitched. The poor girl's operating system crashes. She's staring into space completely shell-shocked before stuttering that she's literally still a kid. But her dad just laughs it off, claiming puppy love is still love. She immediately goes dramatic, swearing she'd stay single until the end of time, claiming she'd rather go blind or lose her mind than marry some random Qin boy. But suddenly they pull up to the Qin estate. She spots Father Qin first and her brain melts, thinking he is the fiancé, and marveling at how gorgeous this Qin Feng guy is. Meanwhile, our actual MC is standing there like an NPC confused by the vibe. The girl realizes her mistake, snaps out of it, and flips the switch to arrogance mode, announcing that a pretty face doesn't qualify him to be her hubby. She stomps over to our protagonist, demanding to know if he's the real Qin Feng. She drags her servant Lin San forward and challenges Qin Feng to a duel to prove he's not trash. Her dad, Lin Hao, immediately yells at her for disrespecting the house. But our boy Qin Feng, he's ignoring her and staring daggers at the servant. Realizing this random servant gives off major Heaven's Chosen One energy, he starts calculating, thinking about how he's been suppressing his power for 5 whole years just to keep his parents chill, which only netted him a measly 240,000 villain points. But now, a fresh target with 0 family ties has been hand-delivered to his doorstep. That smile creeping across his face is pure demon time. Our protagonist spots the setup immediately. Lin Hao is mouthing an apology, but his body language says, "Go ahead, humble my daughter." Father Qin reads the room perfectly and volunteers his son to play with the guest. Our boy accepts instantly, and that grin proves he's about to commit a crime. Lin San steps up, getting into a combat stance, and politely asks for guidance, having 0 clue he's about to become a villain point XP farm. Our MC doesn't waste a second. He flares his aura, blasting Lin San backward with raw pressure. He transitions straight into the swirling falling leaves technique because, why play nice when there's loot to be farmed? Lin San eats the attack, and the impact nearly yeets him across the yard. But being a chosen one, he manages to block knees buckling under the sheer weight of an 8-year-old's power. Lin San fires back with his own move, and honestly, the animation budget just skyrocketed for this sequence. Lin Shinner is hyping up her servant's counterattack, calling it a work of art. But our protagonist notices that one swing drained a ton of stamina, and to him that's just a wide-open door. He goes for the throat with his unconstrained phantom technique, making it crystal clear he wants this dude dead. Lin San barely gets his guard up and their weapons clash in a massive spiritual explosion. The shockwave ripples through the entire courtyard, and the system notification pops up, dinging him with 200 villain points just for touching a Heaven's Chosen One. But Lin San isn't finished, throwing a desperate counterattack with everything in the tank. For the first time, our MC realizes this isn't a game, it's actually dangerous. He barely twists out of the way midair. Qin Feng lands heavy, skidding back and tearing up the earth from the momentum. Meanwhile, Lin Shinner is on the sidelines, cheering for her servant to humble the kid she's literally supposed to marry. Our protagonist smirks, thinking so this is the plot armor of a main character. But he's not folding yet. He raises a hand, summoning his blade. Father Qin clocks the move instantly, and screams "Vast Sky 9 Swords." Lin Hao loses his mind, stammering that the rumors about the Emperor getting scammed out of those legendary swords were actually true. Father Qin does a nervous laugh, looking like a guy who just got caught laundering money. Lin Hao tries to in-law him, but Father Qin snaps back, asking, "Who are you calling in-law?" Meanwhile, Qin Feng is orchestrating all 9 swords to link up. The legendary blades obey, floating in perfect formation, before merging into one gargantuan sword that literally blots out the sun. Father Qin can't help but flex, bragging that his son has Emperor-tier talent, accidentally leaking that the Emperor gave them up, voluntarily. Qin Feng stands there, looking absolutely god-tier, with the mega blade hair blowing in the wind. But Lin San refuses to quit, shouting that 9 swords won't save him. Lin San triggers his ultimate move, the vast sky sword attack, firing a massive golden beam straight at our boy. Both dads instantly panic, realizing this sparring match just turned into a death match. Father Chin explains both attacks stem from the same source, the vast sky sword god, and now they're clashing. He's terrified that even with prodigy talent, his 8-year-old son can't tank a hit from a sword god technique. He goes full dad mode, sprinting to intervene while screaming, "Daddy's coming," but our protagonist coldly orders his father to stand down, so Pops has to back off. Kinfather freezes, looking totally crushed that his precious boy just stiff-armed his assistants. Our main man squares up his blade radiating pure energy, and he unleashes a legendary counterattack. The heaven-slaying sword technique, the clash is instant boom, an explosion rips through the air rocking the whole compound. Lin Hao is losing his mind, stuttering out a, "What was that?" just as the shockwave blasts the spectators. Both dads look like they just saw a ghost. Lin San is reeling, screaming, "How does a literal child block my ult?" But watch this, it gets spicy. His sword fractures, and then shatters into a million pieces. Ding, the system drops a cool 100,000 villain points for cracking the Chosen One's precious Dao heart. Our anti-hero strolls toward his prey, casually dropping a "you're next" while running the numbers in his head. If a cracked heart is worth 100,000, then utterly crushing his soul has got to be a jackpot. He yanks Lin San up by the collar and decides to just stab the guy's spirit directly, and he starts hacking away. Cha-ching, 500 points per slash on the golden boy. The score is racking up fast. 500, another 500. He is power leveling like a maniac until Kinfather snatches him from behind. Dude is livid about having his grind interrupted. Lin Hao is sweating bullets, quickly agreeing they should call it a draw. Basically begging, "Please don't turn my best servant into paste." He asks to pull Kinfather aside for a sec, and Dad agrees. They do that awkward, "you first politeness dance as they walk off. Kinfather is internally fist-pumping, convinced this alliance is a done deal thanks to his son's absolute flex. Meanwhile, Lin Shinner slides up to tell our boy he is strong, and he hits her with the coldest reply ever. Just a flat "I know." She tries to drop her name, but he barely even glances at her. Instead, he points at Lin San like, "Can your pet come out to play again?" And she completely snaps. She is trying to propose, and he just wants to beat up her servant. She huffs and stomps away, totally triggered. She is over it. Our MC is left standing there, scratching his head, wondering what her problem is. Shinner marches into the guest room to confront her dad about this whole arranged marriage drama. Dad asks, "Wait, weren't you okay with marrying the first son initially?" That catches her off balance. She starts stammering, denying it immediately, total panic mode. He points out she is 2 years older than the second son. Wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the town? Then he chuckles, noting that older women dating younger guys is actually trending right now. Shinner argues that people will think they are just using her to leech power off the Qin family, like they had to settle for the spare heir because Qin Feng was taken. Lin Hao sees red. He screams that anyone insulting his girl gets their entire bloodline deleted. Everyone outside definitely heard that. Shinner begs him to lower the volume. He quickly apologizes, promising to keep it down. But she stands her ground. She is not marrying Qin Hao. Hard pass. Then Dad drops the bomb. "You like Qin Feng, don't you?" She immediately throws up walls. She calls the guy a narcissist, asking who would ever like a jerk like that. Dad takes that as a solid yes. He declares it a done deal, leaving Shinner totally shook. She stomps out of the room. She yells that he clearly hates her because that is the only logical explanation. Lin Hao is left standing there, totally baffled by teenage girl logic. A nearby servant looks like she wants to spill some tea, but she holds back. Meanwhile, Qin Hao is chilling in the courtyard, thinking about the whiplash shift in vibes. One second they are throwing hands, and now everyone is planning weddings without asking him. He shrugs it off though, skipping the romance drama works just fine for him. In his book, as long as he has Lin San around to farm for XP, he is good to go. And Lin San feels the chill, thinking, "Why do I feel like I am being watched?" Cut to Lin Shinner in a field doing the classic, he loves me not," routine with a poor flower. She rips off another petal, but gets annoyed when the flower gives the wrong answer. Forget the dumb plant, she decides to make a move. She spots our MC and calls out, but he is too busy asking his dad if he can go play with brother Lin San again. She has to pivot fast. She corners Lin San, pressing him on exactly where he's headed, and why he totally ghosted her. The dads lock eyes instantly, recognizing a golden setup. With suspicious hype, Lin Hao orders Lin San to escort Lin Shinner and the young master for a city tour, basically acting as their bodyguard. Qin Hao immediately realizes he's just the +1 here, in a literal buy one, get one deal. But honestly, if Lin San does the heavy lifting, he's cool with just tagging along. The squad rolls out, Lin San taking point as they hit the bustling streets of Huanggu Marketplace. Our MC is already plotting, operating on the logic that Heaven's chosen ones are human metal detectors for god-tier loot. So the plan is simple. Whatever Lin San spots, he snatches. The second Lin San's fingers twitch toward an item. Boom, our boy intercepts, slamming cash down before the shopkeeper blinks. Score, 300 villain points. For swipe blocking the chosen one's herb. It becomes a game every time Lin San makes a move, our protagonist is already there. He's vacuuming up the entire inventory, completely abandoning any attempt at being low-key about his hoarding. The system goes crazy, spamming rewards another 300 villain points for aggressively hijacking the chosen one's destiny. Lin San is visibly steaming while our MC smirks, deciding that being the freebie actually comes with some sweet perks, though Lin San is definitely starting to suspect this rich kid has a few screws loose. And honestly, he's not wrong. Lin Shinner tries to pull focus, begging the MC to check out a trinket. His response, "Move, you're in my line of sight." Brutal shutdown. She stomps her foot, whining about the neglect, but our boy has zero bandwidth for drama. But then plot twist, she flips the script, cooing that his savage attitude is exactly why she's crushing on him. They push deeper into the bazaar, our MC scanning the horizon like a radar hungry for the next score. Suddenly, an item catches an eye at a stall, and our boy's spidey senses go off the charts. Boom, Lin San and a random girl lock horns over dibs, literally radiating anime battle auras in the background. Our MC swoops in, cutting the tension to ask the price. The merchant quotes 880, 8 spirit stones. Sold, he figures, if two Heaven's chosen ones are fighting over it, this thing must be legendary. Lin San's jaw drops at the lack of haggling, but our boy just shrugs. 888 stones, that's pocket change. Ding, the system confirms he just wrecked a chosen one's lucky break, rewarding him with a sweet lottery ticket. Our boy knows it's the real deal. But staring at this rusty cauldron, he's got no clue what makes it tick. To the naked eye, it's junk. He can't read its stats, which is mildly alarming. Enter the random girl, giving him the puppy eyes. "Big brother, can I have it?" Gear turns in his head. If his villain system is glitching, maybe a chosen one can unlock it. He offers a loan, she can borrow it for a few days. If she coughs up 8 spirit stones, he'll graciously absorb the 880 cost himself. The kid nods, hook, line, and sinker. But wait, our boy flips the script instantly. Actually, make it 800. He snatches her entire coin purse, draining her life savings in one go. And this poor naive soul thanks him for being such a generous big bro. System chimes in 500 villain points. For scamming a clueless chosen one. Our MC just shakes his head. What a gullible kid. Lin San drifts toward the next stall, but our strategist is already 3 steps ahead. He clamps a hand on Lin San's shoulder, loudly declaring, "I'll take the entire stock." Lin San is getting paranoid. He feels the young master's eyes burning a hole in his back, like he's specifically flexing on him. It's bizarre. Meanwhile, our MC suppresses a grin. Too close. He almost missed that haul. The duo continues their chaotic sweep of the marketplace, scanning for gold. Naturally, our boy's gaze is glued to whatever Lin San's targeting. But before Lin San can grab it, Lin Shinner dives in, snatching the loot. Mine. She pivots to the MC, asking if he's done shopping, clearly desperate for a crumb of attention. Suddenly, Lin San gets jittery. He stammers an excuse about urgent business and bails. Lin Shinner is left blinking in the dust, totally lost on why the master and the servant are acting like weirdos. Cut to a green-haired beauty walking with Chin Hao. Hearing the lie that Lin San is sick, she jumps at the chance to take his place as the escort, but Homeboy shuts that down instantly. Rejection doesn't faze her though. She declares she's only here for Lin San. She actually admires his Sigma male rejection, cheerfully promising to return tomorrow. And Chin Hao, he's just standing there forced to take the L. Meanwhile, Lin San caught the whole conversation and is practically dying of secondhand embarrassment, replaying the cringe on a loop in total disbelief. Cut to later that night, our purple-haired servant is having a full-blown existential meltdown, crying about his shattered dreams of being a top-tier butler. He keeps stressing that he signed up for service, not whatever this sketchy setup is. Let's just say the job description took a weird turn. The next morning, the gossip mill is on fire. The official engagement between the Qin and Lin families drops, and the whole city is buzzing. Deal sealed. The families swap their goodbyes as the Lin clan packs up to bounce. And our boy is already crunching the numbers, realizing his double trouble treasure radar just got cut in half now that they're leaving. Lin San peeps from the carriage, looking like she's ready to ghost this drama for good. But hold up, green hair is back on screen. And Lin San looks like he wishes the ground would just swallow him whole. She's already secured her spot in the ride, while our MC stares her down with zero subtlety. She starts turning beet red, convinced the young master is checking her out. Spoiler alert, he definitely isn't. Back at the Qin mansion, the plot is about to thicken. Our protagonist opens his HUD daydreaming about how nice it would be to just ditch everything and run away with Lin San. But then he spots his balance, 150,000 villain points, plus a lottery ticket. Honestly, not too shabby for a few days of grinding. He is hyped to see what the RNG gods have for him. And honestly, same. The system comes in clutch, dropping a god-tier Buddhist technique called Heavenly Dragon's Might. It's a demon-slaying crit machine. Instantly, the energy hits him like a truck, blasting gold aura everywhere. A colossal golden dragon spawns overhead, and the visuals are absolutely bonkers. The dragon lets out a roar that shakes the tectonic plates, putting everyone in a 10-mile radius on high alert. Our guy tanks all that divine juice, his body glowing like a supernova. When the light show finally fades, he's slumped over, totally gassed, wheezing like he just ran a marathon. He spots a sick dragon tattoo on his shoulder, his new pass to spam god-level Buddhist moves. But the mana keeps glitching out, and he is straight up suffering right now. The energy goes nuclear, erupting in a blinding gold flash. When the dust settles, our MC is standing in the ruins of what used to be his bedroom. Wreckage everywhere. Dropping a well-deserved curse word, he realizes he needs to act cool and pretend he meant to blow up his room. He smashes the upgrade button. System says bet, and another tsunami of gold power slams into him. As he screams his lungs out, right on cue, his dad and the family ancestor kick the door down, screaming his name in panic. The ancestor is shook, gawking at the kid's terrifying talent, while dad is just staring at the structural damage to his house. The system hits him with a congrats on stage 3 notification. That little stunt cost a cool 100,000 villain points. Oh, add another 30,000 for the Transcension Realm upgrade. MC starts sweating bullets. 130,000 points. Poof, gone. He's grieving his savings harder than a breakup. Outside, there is a gaping hole in the roof, and the ancestor is screaming for the premium medkits and elixirs. He is not playing around barking orders for everyone to hustle. Cut to the next day at the Imperial Court. Officials are losing their minds over the Kin Alliance, demanding heads roll. But one advisor steps up, suggesting they chill out. Weird stuff is happening, and a civil war is too pricey right now. Another guy backs him up, dropping facts. The Yin, Yu dynasty is buffed up, and 2 chosen sons just spawned as enemies. The Emperor is doing the math, knowing he needs the big families to squad up, but that gives the Kin family's OP kids time to level up. He's salty that the royals didn't roll any chosen sons, or they wouldn't need these 4D chess games. Meanwhile, at the Kin HQ, they're decoding the Imperial moves, and someone is ready to throw hands if it goes down. They break it down. With the new alliance and the rival dynasty lurking, the royals would risk it all to attack now. The ancestor drops some wisdom. Suffering from success means you become a target, and the Emperor wants a speedrun war. Our MC is eavesdropping from the hallway, realizing the royals are grouping up hard, just to stay on top. He peeps through the crack, wondering if the server is really about to reset into full-blown war. He weighs the option to bail, just cut and run right now, but he shuts his eyes, crushing that cowardly thought. He's staying. He knows the drill. As a transmigrator, the rule was simple: catch, no feelings. Attachments are just bullseyes on your back. But the Qin clan, for 8 years they've treated him like gold. He can't just stand by and watch them get slaughtered. Then it clicks. A master plan to fix this mess. He kicks the door open, storming in to face his ancestor and father. He announces he's found the answer. His dad immediately screams at him to get out, while the ancestor barks at the old man to zip it. The Ancient One is intrigued, though. He leans in, asking to hear the boy out, ignoring the father's fuming glare. Ignoring the tension, our main character breaks it down. The entire threat hangs on one simple fact: him and Qin Hao. They've tipped the scales too far. If they vanish from the board, the pretext for war evaporates. The ancestor shakes his head. Hiding isn't enough. The royals won't stop hunting until the brothers are dead or crippled. Our boy smirks. He knows. In fact, he was banking on that exact logic. Then he drops the nuke. The solution is brutality. He's going to rip the supreme bone right out of Qin Hao's chest. Since it'll regenerate anyway, the ancestor actually considers it. But Qin Feng's dad, he goes absolutely ballistic. Hauer is 5, he argues. A toddler. You can't put a kid through that hell. But the ancestor cuts in. True power isn't just a bone. It's grit, spirit, and most importantly, destiny. Losing the bone is the test. Hauer needs to survive the trauma, hide away, and rise as a true supreme when it grows back. The script is flawless. The jealous older brother, consumed by envy personally, carves out the supreme bone and flees. Once the crime is discovered, the family head will feign rage and strip Qin Feng's name from the records. A kill order will ring out across Huanggu. While little Hao heals, Feng takes the fall. Hunted, hated, a traitor to his own blood. He'll endure the nightmare until his brother is strong enough to redeem him. The dad isn't buying it. Cruelty, no. If the Imperials want to fight, he'll give them a war. Screw the royals. He grabs his son's shoulders, swearing to shield both him and Hauer, no matter what come. Our MC stands tall. He'll take the shame. He'll act the villain, even if it costs him his life. Ding, the system loves this noble hypocrite act. Reward unlocked: a new inventory skill. The ancestor issues a final warning. Once you pull that trigger, there's no reset button. No regrets allowed. Feng spouts some poetic nonsense about sharpening swords and flowers blooming in snow. Very dramatic. But inside, he's screaming. Finally, 8 years of waiting, he just wants to dig that bone out. Give him those unrivaled eyes so he can go chase some baddies. The ancestor finally caves. The old man roars his approval, but the dad is crushed. He collapses, hitting the floor, begging, pleading for another way. Feng watches his father break down in total desperation. Mentally, our MC is annoyed. This melodrama is ruining his flow. The ancestor grips the father's shoulder. It's cold math. This way the family survives even the worst-case scenario. He's only 8, the dad sobs. Feng gently pulls his father up. No kneeling. Not today. He vows they'll both come back alive. With that promise, Qinfeng turns his back on safety. His dad screams his name, watching his boy's silhouette against the blinding light of the doorway, whispering broken apologies. Later that night, little Qin Hao sleeps like an angel, unaware of the monster creeping in. Wait, that's not a boy. That's a girl. Waking up. Doesn't matter. Qinfeng towers over her, lightning tearing up the background. It's go time. She smiles, reaching out innocent and sweet. Brother then. He strikes. Slash. A scream rips through the air. She stares up, blood bubbling from her lips, totally confused. Brother. She gasps. Feng's face is stone. I'm taking the bone, he says, ripping it from her body. Jackpot, wounding the chosen one. Putting his life on the line. That's 800,000 villain points. Power floods his veins. He clutches his face as his eyes ignite with a blinding supernatural glow. A mystical cauldron materializes next to him. He checks the goods. So these are the unrivaled eyes. He kicks the healing cauldron toward the bleeding kid. Stupid baby brother. Yeah, the girl is Qin Hao. Don't ask. He vaults out the window. The bone was just a loner. The eyes were the real prize all along. As he vanishes, the cauldron glows, wrapping the dying child in life-saving light. Mission accomplished. Under the relentless assault of a torrential downpour, a solitary figure kneels in the courtyard outside Qin Hao's quarters. It is Qin Feng, drenched in rain and stained with the crimson evidence of his deed. The crushing weight of his sins pins him to the mud. Inside, the patriarch struggles to physically restrain the mother, who is absolutely shattering under the devastating revelation. Qin Feng lifts his gaze to the parents he has betrayed, the storm raging around him, mirroring the chaos within. His father holds his sobbing wife in a vice grip, trying to keep her from falling apart. They are a portrait of broken hearts in an impossible nightmare. With blood streaking, his face mixing with the rain, Qin Feng chokes out a final announcement he is leaving. He bids a hollow farewell to the people who raised him, then vanishes, vaulting across the slick rooftops into the pitch-black, stormy night like a phantom. The mother breaks free and explodes into the courtyard, her voice shredding the silence as she screams her son's name. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated anguish. Hot tears mix with cold rain as she wails for him. She crumples to her knees, screaming her grief into the void of the empty, rain-soaked darkness. The emotional overload is too massive. Her eyes roll back and she collapses. The father rushes in, barely catching her before she hits the stones, desperately calling her back to consciousness. Beyond the heavy gates of the Qin estate, our protagonist pauses for one final look, mentally severing ties with his past life. Suddenly, the ancestor's voice echoes in his mind via telepathy. The voice warns him that by sunrise, his death warrant will be plastered across every corner of Honghu and demands to know his escape route. Qin Feng answers with zero hesitation. He declares he is heading straight for the Yingshu dynasty. The ancestor commands him to survive and return one day, and as Qin Feng turns his back on his home, the system decides to reward his two-faced villainy by doubling his inventory slots. It then cheekily asks if he has developed a severe allergy to romance, which to be fair is a valid question, seeing as he is obsessed with grinding for power. Cut to the next morning. The sun breaks over the Qin estate, oblivious to the tragedy. A cheerful maid with cute braids skips along with a wash basin chirping about how the sun is already shining, directly on the young master's backside. But her morning routine hits a brick wall when she spots something that makes her drop the basin in pure horror. She sprints through the corridors, shrieking for help at the top of her lungs, announcing that the second young master has been brutally attacked. A panicked crowd swarms around the injured Qin Hao, who looks like a mummy wrapped in bandages. The whisper network ignites. The attacker was the eldest young master. The servants go into denial mode, insisting Qin Feng is the definition of polite, refined, and brilliant. There is no way their golden boy could break bad like this. But the bloody evidence is undeniable, and the servants start exchanging nervous, fearful glances. The father has to sell the performance of a lifetime roaring in fake fury, but the physical toll of the stress is instantaneous. His body betrays him, and he starts hacking violently. He coughs up a mouthful of blood and hits the deck, gasping out his son's name. The reality of the situation crushes him. Servants scramble to catch him, yelling frantically for the family head to intervene. Someone steps up to feed the official cover story to the masses. Qin Feng was secretly consumed by jealousy and snatched his brother's supreme bone, and then bolted once he got caught red-handed. The ancestor steps into the spotlight to drop the official decree. Qin Feng is now exiled and holds a kill-on-sight status. A worried servant whispers that, without the supreme bone, And with Qin Fang gone, the family has zero leverage for the upcoming war. The ancestor shuts that down with cold pragmatism, declaring that anyone with such savage behavior is not worthy of the Qin bloodline anyway. Meanwhile, over at the Great Xia Dynasty Palace, the emperor is practically dancing with joy, celebrating that one rival prodigy is crippled and the other is a fugitive. He bursts into manic laughter, claiming the heavens are sponsoring the Great Xia Empire's success, and immediately orders a fresh batch of concubines to celebrate. The officials bow like synchronized swimmers, chanting, "Long live the emperor," but deep in the forest, our boy is vibing on the back of a donkey. He is grinning like a Cheshire cat because he finally hit the jackpot, 1 million villain points saved up. He smashes that exchange button. On his holographic interface, energy crackles around him as the system congratulates him on dropping 1 million points on a single item, the 100% Great Completion card. Instantly, his 33 Heavenly Fortune art skyrockets, hitting 100% mastery in a split second, making this entire tragic exile arc totally worth the trouble. Just like that, our anti-hero is already flexing his brand new power upgrade. But then a sound in the distance makes his ears twitch. Even the donkey gives him a side-eye that says, "You hearing this drama?" Our guy immediately shifts into action mode. He goes to investigate the commotion. And what does he stumble upon? A pack of goons surrounding someone on the main road. And naturally, the victim is a breathtaking beauty. Because of course she is. Our protagonist realizes he has been in a dry spell with zero female interaction for 8 years. And suddenly, this side quest feels very mandatory. The girl shrieks as one of the creeps invades her personal space. This is it time to trigger the hero saving the beauty trope. He launches himself from the tree branch, ready to make a superhero landing. But hold up, some random guy beats him to the punch and is already rearranging the thug's face. This mystery swordsman just completely hijacked our protagonist's main character moment. He stands like a human shield in front of the girl, lecturing the bad guys about the ethics of harassing women in daylight. And the girl is already staring at this new guy, with literal hearts in her eyes. Are you kidding me right now? The thugs start puffing their chests out, dropping the name of the mighty Tiger Gang to scare them. But one goon spots something intriguing and yells for the boss to take a look. It's a bounty poster plastered with Qin Feng's mug screaming 100,000 spiritual stones for his head. The goons grinning like he hit the jackpot, hollering about their big payday, but Lin steps up, blade bared and ready to rumble, demanding to know what's going down. He side-eyes Qin Feng, wondering if these bozos are old pals of his. Our main man hasn't got a clue who these random scrubs are, but then the whole squad pops some shady-looking pills. Instantly, they start hulking out. Lin clocks them as berserk pills, nasty stuff that doubles your combat specs. Hold up though, if they just wanted to mess with the girl, why the performance enhancers? The implications hit Lin like a truck, and he visibly shudders at the gross possibilities. Honestly, big mood, but there's no time to dwell on the cringe. He's got to drop them before the drugs fully kick in. With a single blinding flash of steel, he slices through the entire crew in one go. The guy's blade work is straight up lethal, leagues above his old level, and right on cue, the system chimes in to congratulate Qin Feng. 300 villain points just for existing nearby. Even Lin looks shook by the sheer destructive force of his own attack. Realizing he's leveled up, Qin Feng strolls over, casual as you please, greeting him like a long-lost homie. The girl drops her name Z1 and thanks the duo for the save, giving Lin the perfect chance to play the noble hero. She's eating it up while Qin Feng is standing there like, "Hello, am I invisible?" Suddenly, one survivor starts crawling away, spitting threats about the 100,000 stone bounty, ensuring their doom before launching a signal flare sky high. The Tiger Gang crest blazes overhead for all to see, and the goon cackles maniacally about his boss, who's a heavyweight at the third stage of the spiritual martial realm. Lin steps up to Z1, swearing to protect her no matter the odds. Qin Feng shoots him a thumbs up, wishes him luck, then grabs Z1 and absolutely books it. No way is he letting Lin hog the hero moment. Meanwhile, over at the Kuksue Mountain ruins, some very interested parties spot the flare. The boss grins, realizing they've finally sniffed out Qin Feng's trail. When a minion mentions the ruins, the leader doesn't even blink. He declares, they're hunting Qin Feng first because that bounty is basically guaranteed cash for their crew. Back to the chase, Lin watches Qin Feng bolt, and the absurdity of the situation sinks in. He scrambles after them, yelling for Qin Feng to pump the brakes. Z1 is totally confused, since Lin just swore to protect her, and the system pings with a reward. 500 points for wrecking Lin's cool moment. Qin Feng is hyped he can farm villain points just by stealing the protagonist's thunder. When Lin finally catches up and asks why run when Qin Feng is clearly OP, our boy launches into a passionate monologue, claiming real men don't lean on others' power. He wants to carve his path solely with his own strength. Internally, though, he's telling the system to zip it, since it's clearly roasting him. Ironically, Lin buys the act completely, saying he respects Qin Feng's ambition. Qin Feng pivots, asking why Lin isn't chilling back in Tianjin City. Lin explains, he's out here to gain experience before heading home. Ziwan pipes up that she's on a similar journey, causing Qinfeng's eyes to narrow. After devouring novels for 10 years, he knows the subtext when protagonists say experience. They claim it's self-improvement, but they're really hunting ancient ruins, epic loot, or gorgeous women. And the beauties they save, always spoiled rich girls who conveniently can't tie their own shoes, because protagonists baby them until they're totally dependent. Eyeing Ziwan's luxe outfit and clueless vibe, he decides she's a worthy investment. Later, the squad finds a nice, cozy cave for the night, roasting meat over a fire. Lin immediately activates simp mode, offering his share to Ziwan like the gentleman hero he is. She takes it with a sweet smile, looking absolutely adorable. But Qinfeng ruins the vibe, teasing that, since she's eating his food, she'll have to repay him later, causing the poor girl to nearly choke. He suggests splitting guard duty, assigning Lin the graveyard shift. While keeping watch outside, Qinfeng remembers that unused lottery draw from when he snagged that supreme bone. Naturally, he decides to spin the wheel while snacking on some chicken. Because why not? The system goes wild, announcing he's won a god-level skill, non-existent space snatch, which sounds incredibly sus. The power manifests as these glowing spatial portals that can. Turns out this guy has sticky fingers that defy the laws of physics. Qinfeng wastes zero time testing the waters, literally snatching a stone out of thin air. His expression, pure euphoria. He realizes this isn't just theft. It's practically X-ray vision straight out of those overpowered fantasy novels, capable of seeing through layers, and he marks it as S-tier loot. But then, his gaze drifts back to the cave where Shi Yuan is catching some Z's, and yikes, that look on his face screams villain arc. He lets out this low, mischievous chuckle that is giving off massive red flags. And seriously, someone call the cops on this man. He creeps back to the entrance, locks onto his target, and triggers the ability while she's snoozing away, and yoink, suddenly he's clutching her specific unmentionables. And his face, total panic, because that was not on the agenda. Shi Yuan snaps awake instantly, realizing she's feeling a little too breezy in the chest department. She crosses her arms, looking absolutely mortified, screaming for answers. Then the gears start turning in her head. 3 people in the squad. Qinfeng is outside on patrol, which leaves exactly 1 suspect, sleeping right beside her. She goes feral, chasing poor Lin around the cave, demanding he hand over the goods, while Lin is confused out of his mind. Enter Qinfeng, strolling in with maximum chill, asking, "Yo, what's the drama? What did Brother Lin steal?" Shi Yuan points a shaking finger at the accused while Lin sits there with literal question marks popping over his head. And ding, the system drops 500 villain points for flawlessly framing the hero and tanking his reputation. Mission: make the goddess loathe the protagonist. Accomplished. Shi Yuan stomps off in a rage, leaving our boy standing there, knowing he's guilty as charged. Lin asks what got into her, and Qinfeng hits him with the classic innocent shrug, claiming he's clueless. But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, freezing them both in place. Lin goes full hero mode, grabbing his blade and sprinting out. Meanwhile, Qinfeng's brain is working overtime. Wait, is this a setup? Did the hero orchestrate a damsel in distress, moment to fix his rep? Nah, screw laying low. Time to hijack the spotlight. He explodes forward, blasting past Lin with Mach speed, leaving the protagonist eating dust and wondering what kind of god-tier movement art that was. A streak of energy, tears, toward the chaos. He arrives just in time to see Shi Yuan staring down a gargantuan saber-toothed tiger, and immediately announces his arrival like a main character. He swoops in to scoop her up and folks the look she gives him. It hits. Different. He's got her in a perfect princess carry, dodging claws left and right. And let's be real, Shi Yuan is not hating this. The close-up on her blushing face tells the whole story. She is definitely catching feelings for young Master Qin right now. They stick the landing and she breathlessly thanks him for the save. But the kitty isn't done playing. The beast crashes through the timber, hungry for round 2. "Watch out," she screams. He steps in to shield her like a gentleman, but on the inside, he's freaking out because his hand definitely grazed a no-fly zone during the rescue. He prays she didn't notice. But the awkward tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Lin finally catches up, shouting that it's a 9th stage, transcending realm beast, and they need to team up. But Qinfeng, he's already cooking up a scheme, realizing if he flexes hard enough here, he might just steal the protagonist's girl permanently. Team up. For this trash, he flashes the most arrogant smirk in history, telling Ziwen to sit back and watch the show. And she actually looks worried, score 1 for Qinfeng. Then he launches himself straight at the monster, with zero hesitation. Lin is screaming at him to stop being an idiot, insisting on the power of friendship strategy. Qinfeng just yells, "You're annoying," and unsheathes his blade energy, crackling like wild electricity. He swings, putting his whole back into it, and unleashes the heaven-slaying sword technique in 4K resolution. The steel bites deep, drawing blood and a pained roar. But this cat isn't folding yet. Its eyes glow demon red as it winds up a counter. Shi Yuan screams a warning, terrified for her knight in shining armor. As the beast charges, Lin tries to jump in to help, and Qin Feng is internally screaming, "Stop trying to steal my thunder, bro." So he charges up, shouting, "Heavenly Dragon Technique." A massive golden dragon manifests from pure energy, looking absolutely devastating. It slams into the tiger with enough force to register on the Richter scale. Boom! Smoke everywhere. Qin Feng watches the fireworks as the tiger drops dead, and Ding System reward 500 points for successfully blocking the protagonist from showing off. Lin is jaw-dropped, totally speechless. Shi Yuan rushes over, eyes sparkling, gushing about his insane power level, and Qin Feng plays it cool, calling it a minor trick. But on the inside, his legs are shaking like jelly. That last move wiped him out way more than he anticipated. Suddenly, a slow clap echoed from the tree line. Head snapped toward the noise. A stranger steps out, hyping up young Master Qin's impressive technique. But that smile is ice cold. It's the Tiger Gang leader, and he's looking for answers. Regarding his slaughtered crew, Qin Feng doesn't hesitate. He points right at Lin, introducing him as Big Bro, and claims they gotta get through the boss first. Then he snatches Z1, announcing he's taking a break while leaving these losers. To his brother, Lin smirks, realizing he's been played, and the system pings with 2,000 villain points for successfully setting up the hero. The gang leader wastes 0 time splitting his forces, sending goons after Qin Feng, while he personally squares up against Lin. Now Lin is staring down a third-stage spiritual martial realm cultivator, which is basically bringing a toothpick to a gunfight. The gang leader launches himself at Lin, weapon spinning, aiming to end this in a single heartbeat. Steel clashes against steel, with an impact that lights up the whole woods. But Lin holds his ground, parrying strikes while dropping side characters, left and right. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is practically hauling Ziwan through the brush, and she has the nerve to ask if Lin is okay. Qin Feng tells her to chill. Lin is Heaven's chosen one, with massive plot armor. She looks at him like he's crazy, asking what Halo. But before she can question his sanity, a poison dart slams into her back. Z1 drops, and Qin Feng's smooth exit plan just got messy. The attacker is already cheering, thinking he bagged an easy win. But Qin Feng isn't laughing, and that goon just signed his own death certificate. One strike sends the guy flying into a tree so hard, the bark shatters. Qin Feng rushes back to check on Z1, and our boy is legitimately stressed about the protagonist's girl. He starts kicking himself for burning all his energy, flexing earlier. Right on cue, the system offers a recovery pill for just 1,000 villain points. Sounds like a steal, so he buys it instantly, only to read the fine print. It only restores 10%. Typical scammer system pulling a fast one. So now he's smashing that buy button 9 more times like a maniac. Powered up, he starts channeling energy to heal Z1. But hold on, he's got questions. Because her wound is on her back, but the technique requires touching her chest, which is incredibly sus. Ignoring all medical logic, it actually works. Qin Feng stares at his hands, shocked that he got away with that, but he's not complaining. Later, he navigates the ravine, wondering if Lin survived the ambush. Then he walks into a total disaster zone, with trees obliterated everywhere. He thinks classic main character energy, ignoring power levels like they don't exist. Suddenly, footsteps echo nearby. Sounds like a whole squad incoming. He ducks out of sight just in time to catch some tea. Lin injured the gang leader and fled to some ruins. Since Lin did the hard work, Qin Feng decides to jump out and say hello. Like a total boss, the gang members recognize him and start barking threats, which is honestly cute considering they're about to die. He smiles, confirms his identity, and asks, "Where are these ruins at?" They think he's serving himself up on a platter and try to surround him, which was a fatal error. Qin Feng doesn't even let them breathe before unleashing a massive energy slash. The whole crew gets deleted in a single hit, he tells their corpses. They should have appreciated his mercy earlier, standing in the carnage like it's just another boring Tuesday. He loots a map off a body and sees Lin is heading to the Kuiwei Mountain ruins. He wonders why but decides that's a problem for future Qin Feng and pockets the intel. He heads back to Ziwan, who is still out cold, completely clueless about the massacre. While she's napping, Qin Feng figures it's the perfect time to install that supreme bone. Since they share blood, he figures his body won't reject the transplant. He grips his sword with a look that says, "I'm about to do something incredibly reckless," and he goes for it. Our boy plunges the blade into his own chest to carve out a slot for the bone. Gravity takes the wheel instantly. Turns out carving into your own chest is agonizing. Who knew? He grinds his teeth fighting the blackout. Just gotta jam this supreme bone in, and it is smooth sailing. Click. The graft connects and he erupts like a supernova, screaming as raw power torches his nerves. The fusion rejects him. At first, he is hacking up crimson while his physique tries not to explode. Finally, the lights go out. Last thought, yeah, this is pure torture. Cut to Z1, snapping awake only to find Qin Feng slumped right on top of her. Total panic mode. She starts roasting him for being a creep because from her angle, this looks super sus. She is literally kicking the guy, convinced he is faking a nap to cop a feel. Valid assumption given his history honestly. But then she spots the red puddle, and her vibe does a 180. She drags him to cover, checking vitals, genuine terror in her eyes. Then she clocks it. His aura is weird. The energy surging through him is wild, nothing like her moon god palace arts. Brain blast. She remembers fading out from that lethal poison, only to wake up fresh as a daisy. It hits her like a truck. Young Master Chin saved her, while she was out cold. But now his internal power is critically unstable. It needs a lid on it fast, or he is toast. Z1 steals her resolve. He had her back. No way she is leaving him to rot, when she is the only cure. She pulls him into a hug and starts pumping her own cultivation to balance his flow. And not gonna lie, the visuals are peak swirling pink aura wrapping them in a cocoon. As the turbulence settles, Chin Feng blinks open. Status update: Supreme Bone Integration, 100% complete. His stats just skyrocketed. But Z1 is blushing hard, mumbling something about his eyes looking off. Chin Feng is baffled. He feels great, but then he spots a swarm of bees buzzing past, and his perception glitches. They look wrong. Instinct takes over, and he snatches one out of the air. He pinches the insect effortlessly. Z1 is shook. His hand was basically a blur to her. But for Chin Feng, that bee was moving in ultra-slow motion. Why is she impressed? Then the penny drops. The Supreme Bone did not just buff his physique, it leveled up his unrivaled double pupils to god tier. Time for a field test. He turns to Z1 with a genius idea. Slap me. Full force. Z1 gives him the bombastic side eye. She thinks he is cracked, which is totally valid. But our boy is hyped, literally begging for a face 5. She starts apologizing preemptively, convinced this is a trap. She winds up and swings, moving at what she thinks is standard velocity. To Chin Feng's upgraded vision, she is moving through molasses. He intercepts her wrist with zero effort. He freezes processing the data. His kinetic vision is officially broken. Meanwhile, Z1 is trembling, asking if she messed up. Our boy switches gears from mad scientist to ultimate Riz Lord, praising her soft hands before pivoting to their next move. He drops a hint about a secret loot spot, and she is instantly down. Surprise, surprise. Remember that map he looted off those Tiger Gang goons he dusted? It is finally go time. Right on cue, the system pings with a spicy villain mission. Objective: hijack the Chosen One's treasure. Reward: gold chest. Suddenly, it makes sense. Why Lin Sun ghosted Tianjin City. He has been treasure hunting out here. Z1 peeks into the swirling gateway, skeptical if their target is really inside. Chin Feng vouches for the intel, and they dive in. They spawn on the other side, and the vibe is heavy. Chin Feng clocks the signage immediately. The legendary mountain boundary. Z1 is still scanning for Lin, but Chin Feng is already shedding clothes like it is pool day. Standing there shirtless, he drops some lore Chin family archives, mention a spiritual hot spring here, perfect for leveling up. It sits on a dragon vein, pure energy. And the kicker: if a guy and a girl cultivate together here, time dilates. 1 day equals a full year. He figures spamming the heavenly dragon technique earlier wrecked his foundation during the bone merge. He needs a recharge before throwing hands with Lin. Then the realization smacks him. This is why his parents went MIA for 8 years. They were chilling here, bonding. Cue the flashback of kid Chin Feng, traumatizing himself with a book called 18 Styles. Suddenly, the twisted logic of this family clicks into place. But Chin Feng isn't here to psychoanalyze. He is strictly on a mission to optimize his time. Z1 rushes over, demanding to know the schedule when bam. She gets an eyeful of him from the rear and completely malfunctions. Frozen, solid. Then comes the sonic boom. She unleashes a scream loud enough to alert every living soul in the ruins. Chin Feng spins around, panic in his eyes. Instinct takes the wheel. He doesn't think, he just grabs her mid-wail, tucks her close, and launches them both off the ledge. Because in his head this was clearly the logical move. They plummet into the spiritual pool, crashing down in a spectacular explosion of water. For a split second, the glowing water swallows them whole. Shiwan breaks the surface, gasping for air, and hacking up half the pool. Dripping wet and absolutely furious, she immediately starts screaming, demanding to know what his malfunction is. But Chin Feng clamps a hand over the situation, warning her to zip it unless she wants to invite the entire Tiger Gang to their location. She freezes, realizing he didn't push her to be a jerk, but to save her life. When she asks why, he just hits her with that main character energy. Why else would I do it? Her entire vibe shifts instantly, and she scoots closer, checking him for injuries so she can apply some healing salve. Chin Feng waves it off, saying he doesn't need meds. But if she really wants to be useful, she can strip down and join him in the water. Shiwan's brain practically short circuits. She's stuttering, face burning, barely able to ask if he's serious about the whole soaking together thing. Chin Feng hits her with undeniable logic. If she keeps her gear on, how is her body supposed to absorb the spiritual energy? And if they don't skin-to-skin cultivate, the time dilation won't kick in. Shiwan does the mental gymnastics and decides, yeah, that actually tracks. She beams, agreeing that, for the sake of cultivation gains, getting naked is the only option. Cue the system notification, congratulating the host for successfully gaslighting an innocent girl from a noble family. Boom, 300 villain points in the bank. Qin Feng turns away with a smirk, muttering he didn't really trick her, then immediately admits to himself, okay, yeah, I totally played her. They settle in to cultivate, with Steam conveniently censoring all the good bits. Honestly, this scene is giving major romance anime vibes. As the dual cultivation begins, 3 days pass in the pool, which equals 3 years of training time. Qin Feng is deep in the zone when he feels it. The bottleneck he's been chipping away at finally shatters. A shockwave of pure energy blasts outward. The system confirms he just hit stage 3 of the Transcension realm. That's a cool one. 1,000 villain points richer. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, the Tiger Gang is losing their minds, wondering why the ground is shaking like an earthquake. Walls start crumbling around them. Qin Feng's power-up destabilizes the entire zone. The gang breaks through the rubble only to find Qin Feng and Shi Wan just sitting there, both clearly missing a lot of clothing. Everyone just stares in deafening silence because this is peak awkwardness for everyone involved. Shi Wan immediately starts panic-waving, screaming that it's not what it looks like, which is exactly what guilty people say when it is exactly what it looks like. One thug recognizes Qin Feng, and the boss screams to bag them both. Shi Wan asks why they're obsessing over him specifically, and our boy shrugs, claiming it's probably because his face card never declines. Shi Wan is left standing there, speechless at the sheer audacity of this man. The gang leader barks that they're surrounded, choose the easy way or the hard way. Qin Feng just laughs, asking if they are sure they have him surrounded, deciding this is the perfect warm-up for his new upgrades. The goons rush him. Having zero clue, they're running straight into a meat grinder. Qin Feng summons his arsenal, explaining that with this much trash to take out, he'll test all 9 swords individually. The blades scatter each one, locking onto a different target, before snapping back together for one devastating combo strike. The swords shred through the gang members, like wet tissue paper turning the air into a red mist. The leader watches in horror, screaming, how does an 8-year-old have this kind of monster strength? One survivor tries to flee in pure terror, but you can't outrun a flying sword. It catches him easily. Another 100 points for the kill. When the dust settles, the system tallies up 232 kills and 23,000 villain points. Qin Feng tells a stunned Shi Wan to snap out of it so they can bounce, leaving her absolutely floored by his power level. Our boy just smirks, asking if the loot from this trip wasn't worth the trouble. I mean, he's not wrong. Shi Wan asks what's next, and he whips out that map he swiped from the Tiger Gang earlier. He points to a spot labeled Bloody Body Tree, which sounds ominous as hell. But when they get to the coordinates, they find a woman tied to the trunk. She looks absolutely stunning despite being totally wrecked. A squad of Tiger Gang goons surrounds her, laughing that she's weak because she just gave birth. Qin Feng's expression goes dark. Bullying a new mother is low even for these scum. Shi Wan is fuming so hard she pinches his arm, causing him to wince and tell her to chill. He retaliates by pinching her thigh and calls it even. That little comment earns him a cheapskate label, but their banter hits a brick wall the second a chilling sound cuts through the air. It's a massacre ahead. The gang is absolutely tearing into the woman, turning her into a pincushion with spears, while blood sprays like a horror movie set. They're relentless stabbing, with zero mercy, and honestly, it's sickening to watch as they dogpile on her. She doesn't even have room to breathe, let alone defend herself. Ziwan snaps, screaming for them to freeze. Because everyone has a breaking point. She steps right up to the boss, demanding to know if ganging up on a helpless woman is the mighty Tiger Gang's idea of valor. The leader clocks Qin Feng instantly, his grin widening like he just hit the jackpot, 2 targets for the price of 1. He taunts Qin Feng, reminding him that his last survival was a fluke, thanks to Lin San's interference. But luck has run out. Confidence radiating off him, he charges in his fist, glowing with lethal energy, ready to end this. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He catches the strike one-handed and roasts the guy's overactive imagination, suggesting he switch careers to fiction writing. With a casual flick of his wrist, Qin Feng yeets the leader across the clearing like he's tossing a crumpled paper ball. Qin Feng asks if he needs another demo, while the leader picks himself up, looking completely embarrassed in front of his crew. That humiliation fuels the rage. He screams that Qin Feng is begging for death. Ziwan tells our MC to save the girl while she handles this clown. He gives the nod and splits. The gang leader decides to stop playing games, unleashing his ultimate move, a massive fire tiger roaring with pure destruction. Qin Feng sizes up the tiger descending the mountain technique and gives it a solid meh. It's mildly interesting at best. But mildly interesting doesn't cut it. Our boy decides to show him real power, flaring up his golden dragon aura. Sword drawn, he drops the coldest line of the century, smirking as he tells the guy his dragon is just bigger. The disrespect has the leader seeing red. He decides to bet it all. Pouring every ounce of his soul into the fire tiger, Qin Feng claps back with heavenly dragon's might. And golden energy detonates. The golden dragon absolutely devours the tiger, swallowing the attack whole. The leader gets folded like laundry sent ragdolling through the air, but he's got company. Because the shockwave blasts his entire army away like leaves in a hurricane, the system pings a notification, 88 kills confirmed, depositing 8,800 villain points. Qin Feng shrugs, noting that accidental genocide wasn't really on today's to-do list. He casually observes that at this rate, the mighty tiger gang is going to be an endangered species. Dust settling, they regroup with the rescued rabbit demon woman, who looks like she's been through hell and back. She drops to her knees bowing and thanking the young master for saving her life. The backstory comes out, she raided the ruins for the blood body tree, desperate to cultivate her children's souls, but got jumped while she was still weak from childbirth. She pleads that she doesn't need much, just 10 pieces would save her kids. Qin Feng puts on his saintly hero mask, graciously agreeing to provide the 10 pieces because he's just that nice. Then he drops the bomb that'll be 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones per piece. Ziwan nearly chokes on air, and the rabbit woman's hope shatters. She admits she's broke. Qin Feng pivots instantly, suggesting they can work out an alternative payment plan involving resources. He whips out a pen and paper faster than a tax auditor, ready to itemize her entire inventory. But when she reveals she has 0 assets, Qin Feng looks genuinely shook. He's never met anyone this down bad in his life. As they walk, the woman tries her luck again timidly, asking if her savior might just give them to her. Qin Feng shuts that down hard. Rule number 1, don't ask stupid questions if your wallet is empty. They take a breather, and that's when the rabbit woman unveils her secret. It's her kids' tiny fluffy rabbit demons munching on berries. We are talking lethal levels of cuteness here. Ziwan's heart instantly melts. She's petting one, cooing, totally obsessed. The mother sees an opening and offers to let her keep one, since she's so fond of them. And wouldn't you know it, one baby bunny is already clinging to Ziwan, treating her like its new mama. Suddenly, the rabbit mother springs up and sprints into the forest, leaving them in the dust. Ziwan turns to Qin Feng, confused, asking what the protocol is for accidental adoption. The system chimes in with a crucial alert that little Fluffball is actually an epic-level demonic beast. The catch: it eats natural treasures. Qin Feng's eye twitches as he realizes this thing is the same rank as his brother, and requires a daily diet of expensive resources. No wonder the mom bolted. She was going bankrupt. Ziwan notices the gears turning in his head and asks what he's thinking. Our boy decides they're keeping it. Not for the cuteness, but because you don't say no to an epic-level investment. That demonic beast is basically a walking goldmine. Ziwan is cooing over it, calling it tender and sweet, completely oblivious to the fact that he is calculating its market value. He is purely thinking about ROI. She suggests Big Eater, since the thing inhales food like a vacuum, and Qin Feng actually strokes his chin considering it. But then she flips the script, deciding that sounds gross, and pivots to Little Rabbit. Qin Feng, being stubborn, doubles down on Big Eater. They bicker back and forth like an old married couple, until Ziwan finally throws out Xiaobai, literally, Little White. Finally, something that doesn't suck. They compromise on Bai Fan Tong for the official paperwork, and Xiaobai for the streets. Ziwan hits him with a pout, complaining she never gets her way. But their moment gets shattered when a massive energy pulse rips through the sky. Word hits the grapevine that someone spotted Lin San clutching a jade box. Suddenly, every cultivator in the zip code is zooming toward the drama. Qin Feng catches wind of the chatter. People are salty that the Lin family is trying to monopoly board all the loot. He spots the Shimen crew in the mix, and Ziwan confirms she heard Lin San's name drop. That is the cue our boy decides they need to crash this party. Ziwan is down for the ride without hesitation. They pull up to a cave entrance where the tension is already thick enough to cut with a knife. Voices are raised, demanding Lin San step aside. Let me paint the picture of the standoff going down at the tunnel mouth. A mysterious figure in black is offering a jade box to the so-called sword god's successor. Our protagonist is watching this exchange from the sidelines, and his spidey senses are tingling. Based on years of reading fantasy tropes, this guy is way too nice to be genuine. Real talk, if a chosen one gets his treasure stolen and stays chill about it, yeah, absolute destruction is loading. Qin Feng decides to let Lin San enjoy his own funeral, and drags Ziwan back, because who needs a front row seat to a disaster? Meanwhile, the Shimen rep is talking major trash roasting Lin San for claiming the Sword Genius title, when he cannot even crack a basic lock. To flex his family's superiority, he decides to smash the barrier, protecting the jade box himself. Steel slams into the energy shield, showering the area in sparks. That triggers Lin San to jump into the fray. His ego will not let him be upstaged. He unleashes his full power against the barrier, desperate to prove he is worthy of the Sword God title. Naturally, once the heavy hitters start swinging, the mob mentality kicks in. Everyone wants a slice of the pie. The crowd swarms the jade box, dumping their collective energy into shattering that shield. But here is the plot twist. The spell is not cracking. It is drinking their cultivation like a smoothie, and now they are stuck like glue. Then comes the boom. The energy backfires, blasting everyone away like ragdolls. Meanwhile, our protagonist and Z1 are chilling at a safe distance watching the fireworks. And yeah, it is a total horror show down there. Qin Fang knew that black-clad guy was bad news. And would you look at that, he is batting 1,000 on his predictions. The greedy cultivators are scattered everywhere, groaning in the dirt, their energy reserves running on empty. To add insult to injury, Lin San realizes the structural integrity of the ruins is failing fast. The Xeman guy starts screeching for everyone to bail before they get buried alive. But while the mob is losing their minds, that shady guy in black is standing there cool as a cucumber holding the jade box. He played them like a fiddle. He used their greed to break the seal so he could snag the loot. Our protagonist sees this and thinks, I can monetize this chaos. Suddenly the system goes ding, villain mission complete. He bags a gold treasure chest and a cool 1 million villain points for swiping the chosen one's destiny. Rocks are falling as the cultivators scramble for the exit. The keyman guy finally clocks that the mysterious man is holding the goods. He goes ballistic, screaming theft, and orders his goons to retrieve that box or die trying. His pride is absolutely shattered, but the mysterious man just smirks, clutching his prize tight. He is not sweating a bunch of drained losers. He whips out a spatial teleportation talisman, because pros always have an exit strategy. Magic swirls around him ready to beam him out, and the guy has the absolute audacity to give them a little wave goodbye. Shiman guy lunges in a desperate rage, but his sword slices through nothing but fading sparkles. He vanished just in time. The Z-Man guy is fuming, screaming that the teleportation will not take him far. Chase him down, he roars. Our protagonist and Z-Wan watch the angry mob thunder off into the distance, leaving the place conveniently empty. Z-Wan clings to Qin Fang, whispering that she is scared. Though honestly, the danger is basically zero now. Some straggler who got left behind calls them cowards for hiding in the bushes. Rich coming from a guy too weak to keep up with the pack. Z-Wan immediately starts poking fun at Qin Fang, asking if his feelings are hurt. They watch the dust cloud from the chase fade on the horizon. Qin Fang decides it is time to shadow the group. There is still profit to be made. Z-Wan looks at him like he is totally confused. Flipping the script, they dive straight into the chaos instead of running for the hills, trailing the action from the nosebleed section, just close enough to catch the fireworks. But Qin Feng's 4D chess brain is already spinning, sizing up the massive power gap between these heavy hitters. Calculated conclusion, he needs a power spike stat. Right on cue, the system slides into his mental DMs with a notification. Congratulations on popping that gold treasure chest and scoring Sword Intent. And snap, just like that, our MC immediately downloads a mastery over Sword Intent that usually takes top-tier geniuses decades to grind out. Suddenly, she won. Shivers detecting a monstrous wave of Sword Intent. She screams a warning about incoming danger, while Qin Feng plays innocent. She's telling him to watch his back, completely oblivious that the terrifying killer aura she's sensing is radiating right off him. Our guy actually finds it adorable. Like this intent is trying to flex on him. Buddy, he's the one who just unlocked it. Time for a mic drop. He channels that fresh energy and obliterates the rock formations with pure sword force, just a casual flex. Meanwhile, our mystery runner finds a cozy hideout to finally inspect the goods. Moment of truth. He cracks open the jade box, eyes wide, ready to claim whatever god-tier loot was worth risking his neck for. And it's air. The box is totally empty. Watch his face cycle through all 5 stages of grief in 4 seconds. He crashes straight into denial, frantically searching for a false bottom or a hidden switch. Spoiler alert, there isn't one. Back to the main event, Shiwan asks if he really just grasped Sword Intent. He shrugs it off like he just picked up a penny. She drops some lore. Lin San was hailed as the once-in-a-century sword genius. Why? Because the kid unlocked Sword Intent at age 12, a literal world record. Qin Feng raises an eyebrow. That's the bar. That's what passes for genius. He's totally unimpressed, treating their legendary world record like a participation trophy. Shiwan is stunned into silence, staring at this absolute monster. Then, the system makes an offer he can't refuse, 1 million villain points, in exchange for a guaranteed great completion card. Take my money. Shiwan is clueless about what's happening. Since the system UI is invisible to NPCs, the transaction dings. Purchase successful. And Qin Feng is about to break the power scaling completely. His sword Intent maxes out to the great completion stage instantly. But wait, there's more. He's got one lucky draw left. And jackpot. He pulls the invincible sword heart. Even the name sounds broken. The invincible sword heart is the holy grail swordmaster's chase for lifetimes. The stats: a 10 times damage multiplier. Game over. Shiwan blinks. Did Qin Feng just get hotter? She starts wondering if her eyes are playing tricks on her, or if he actually leveled up his looks. She demands to know what kind of cultivation magic he's running. To cause such a glow-up, Qin Feng keeps a straight face and invents some garbage about the heart of humanity, which doesn't exist but sounds profound enough to sell it. After stacking 2 massive sword buffs, our protagonist is dying to test drive his new nukes, and just as he's scanning for a punching bag, Shi-wan spots movement on the horizon. Perfect timing. Qin Feng decides to show her a little souvenir. He whips out a bamboo scroll and asks if she recognizes the sage bamboo scroll. She goes into exposition mode. Apparently, this artifact was penned by ancient sages split into the classic trilogy, Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Here's the kicker, only the chosen ones can even read the text. Whenever this bad boy drops into the world, it triggers total anarchy and bloodbaths because understanding it is a one-way ticket to godhood. Our MC is hooked, obviously. Who wouldn't want to peek at something that legendary? He grabs the scroll, cracking it open with this eager puppy dog look, ready to download some broken secret arts. But plot twist, our boy is totally confused. It's blank. He can't see squat. He argues that with his galaxy brain, IQ, and aura, Shi-wan gently breaks it to him. It's not about smarts, honey. It's about destiny. We're talking Buddha-level fate here. Our protagonist's reaction, peak villain energy. He yeets the scroll into the dirt, declaring if he can't use it, it's trash. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, the cute bunny mascot, eyes the discarded mythical artifact and decides it looks comfy. The little furball hops right onto the ancient sage's treasure, treating it like a cheap rug. Qin Feng watches as Xiao Bai repurposes the scroll. That causes wars across the continent into a nap pad. Then, Shi-wan's brain reboots. She asks, where he even snagged this thing? And our boy enters internal panic mode, busted. Before he can drop an explanation, distant shouting cuts through the air. Someone is screaming liar and dropping the name Lin San. Qin Feng locks onto that name instantly. Lin San, the so-called #1 sword prodigy of the century. Our MC doesn't hesitate, he bolts straight for the noise because he knows the golden rule: where there's drama, there's loot. Ziyan is scrambling to keep up, yelling at her cheapskate brother to slow down as they crash a tense standoff involving Lin San's crew. They're facing down a mob of furious cultivators, while one poor guy is pleading for his life, begging them to just listen. It's that shady figure from earlier, and he is spiraling, literally screaming his lungs out, swearing the jade box he swiped was totally empty. But Lin San's squad is done talking. They suggest showing these clowns who they're messing with. Forget diplomacy. Lin San draws a blade that screams expensive, an absolute masterpiece of craftsmanship. With peak arrogance, he tells the crowd to feast their eyes. The two Zeman family members just freeze, looking completely bewildered. Then Lin San proves the hype is real, unleashing a wave of sword energy so massive, it distorts the air around them. Spectators gasp. Does a mere spiritual martial realm scrub actually think he can step up? One Shiman guy barely manages a block. He survives, but he's fuming, screaming about Lin San's ego. Lin San just maintains that punchable, smug expression, asking if NPCs ever get new dialogue lines because he's bored. We pan out to a bird's eye view, showing the battle lines drawn between Lin San and the Shimen clan. And guess who just pulled up to the party? Qin Feng scans the battlefield, but he doesn't see people. He sees walking XP bars. It's the perfect time to test drive his new upgrades. Our boy steps forward and just leaks a tiny bit of sword intent. The pressure hits them instantly. The Shiman cultivators start hyperventilating. An 8-year-old kid is flexing sword intent. That shatters the world record by 4 years. Even the genius Lin San didn't hit that milestone until 12. Ziyan watches stunned, realizing her brother leveled up again in just a few days. Lin San raises an eyebrow, noting that the stingy brat really loves the spotlight. The Shiman leader is paralyzed, trying to do the math. How does a Transcendent Realm rookie wield this kind of pressure? Then the horrifying realization hits him. That's not just intent. That's the legendary invincible sword heart. It shouldn't even exist. He starts stumbling backward. His brain breaks. Is this thing actually a child or some ancient monster wearing a kid's skin? But the younger Zeman brother, Zero, survival instincts. He mocks his elder for trembling before a toddler. Erlang steps up, thinking sword intent is no big deal, and calls Qin Feng out. He demands to know if this is the Qin family traitor, the one who stole his own brother's supreme bone. Qin Feng. He just smirks. Yup. Then he calmly asks if Erlang wants a piece of him. Erlang's face twists into a psychotic grin. That's exactly what he was hoping for. While his smarter teammate in the back is already writing their wills, our MC drops into a stance. He hits them with peak disrespect. You look a little flushed, bro. Tell you what, I'll give you 10 free moves. That snaps Erlang's patience. He screams about the insult and swears he's going to make this kid regret being born. Meanwhile, the Shimen members with actual brain cells are already sprinting away, screaming, "Run!" Someone yells about cowardice, but Erlang ignores the retreat orders. He roars that the Qin brat is going to taste steel. Qin Feng flashes that signature villain smile and curls a finger. Come get it. Erlang launches a full rant about talent and arrogance, completely triggered. He swears to take Qin Feng's head as a trophy. A whole squad of cultivators charges in at once. They figure they can swarm an 8-year-old with pure numbers. But our protagonist, he doesn't even blink. He stands frozen blade out, a terrifying blue aura swirling like a storm. Then, flash. It's an instant wipeout. Bodies drop and the system starts cheerfully pinging. Ding kill confirmed, ding kill confirmed. Villain points are stacking up like crazy. Meanwhile, back at the Chin family HQ, an elder and an official are reading a fresh intel report about their young master. He one-shot the leader of the Tiger Gang. The official is rubbing his temples, trying to process the physics of that. That gangster was third-level spiritual martial realm, he concludes. Fang must be spamming the Supreme Bone's power. The elder looks worried. If the kid gets addicted to borrowed power, it could corrupt his cultivation path forever. But the official shakes his head. The elder has mentored Feng for years. He knows the boy's ego is too big for that. He has his own pride. He won't be a slave to the bone. The official sighs. Anything else? Just when you think the drama has peaked, the scout drops another bombshell, revealing that the young master didn't just scrap with some thugs. He absolutely deleted the mighty Tiger Gang and erased the entire Shiman bloodline from existence. The official nearly chokes on air hearing this report. While the elder orders him to take a seat and breathe, he demands every gritty detail, and the messenger drops the mic with the revelation that the kid has unlocked both the Supreme Sword intent. The elder loses it, bursting into manic, ecstatic laughter, shouting that Qin Fang is basically a god in the making and the clan's golden ticket. But this tea has already spilled all the way to the Imperial Palace, where a guard bursts in screaming about a catastrophe. The Emperor of Great Sha barely glances up from his ancient scrolls, annoyed by the interruption. The guard spills everything about Qin Fang, from one-shotting a third-level cultivator to unlocking the legendary sword heart and intent. But the Emperor looks bored, wondering why everyone is panicking over some prodigy who went rogue without his family backing him. With zero hesitation, the Emperor casually orders a hit on the kid. The guard bows, glazing the Emperor's genius, and the death warrant is signed. Meanwhile, cut to the shore where Lin San is brooding. Watching Qin Fang and Zi Wan splash around in the water, his soul crushing under the reality that an 8-year-old has completely outclassed him in sword arts. Suddenly, the system slides in with the best notification ever, congratulating Qin Fang for shattering the Chosen One's ego and banking a massive 100,000 villain points. Our boy is shook by the pop-up, wondering if he really just farmed 100,000 points, literally just for breathing. Seeing a chance to farm more, Qin Fang calls out to Lin San with a devilish grin, hyping up Lin San's skills and innocently asking if the big brother could teach him some rookie moves. Lin San absolutely snaps, screaming at Qin Fang for trolling him since the kid already mastered the invincible sword heart. Yet as asking for tutorials, Qin Fang immediately activates his trap card, running to Z1 with teary eyes, whining that Lin San is bullying him when he honestly only knows how to swing a sword. Lin San is fuming at this obvious lie, but the system loves the drama, happily depositing another 100,000 villain points for the emotional damage. Then Ziwan steps in, roasting Lin San for being so harsh to the poor boy, since he's just a baby. That phrase hits Lin San harder than a blade, the words "just a child," critically wounding his pride, compounded by getting scolded by his crush. The system throws a party, dropping yet another 100,000 points, while Qin Fang hides a wicked, triumphant smirk, knowing he is absolutely playing this guy like a fiddle. Lin San tries to storm off, but Qin Fang isn't done yelling out some fake motivational speech telling him to stay strong, since he's still the genius of the century. And then he delivers the ultimate roast, claiming he only unlocked those god-tier moves by accident, while running away and ripping a fart. Maximum disrespect unlocked. Lin San is spiritually broken and walks away faster while the system dings with another 100,000 villain points for the psychological torture. But Qin Fang isn't letting this golden goose fly away screaming for Brother Lin to wait. Our main character literally starts chasing his victim, claiming they need to bond, which is genuinely horrifying. From Lin San's point of view, internally, Qin Fang is cackling because he just farmed 400,000 villain points in 2 minutes and refuses to let this walking ATM escape. We cut to a shot of Lin San, shrieking for him to stay back, while Qin Fang chases him like a predator. But suddenly, the vibe shifts, and the chase halts as everyone freezes, looking up to see an army descending from the heavens on a cloud. A terrifying commander clad in red and black armor steps forward, announcing that by the Emperor's decree, Zhang Ruihu is here to claim Qin Fang's head. The pressure radiating from this guy is so heavy, everyone on the ground feels gravity double. Lin San demands to know who this juggernaut is, and Qin Fang identifies him as the Emperor's personal Grim Reaper. Lin San runs the numbers and realizes this guy is way out of their league, and with that iron cavalry behind him, it's basically game over. Qin Fang pretends to panic, but internally his gears are turning. This is the perfect setup to make Ziwan fall in love with him. He puts on his award-winning innocent face, asking the commander who he's hunting. Zhang Ruihu isn't here to chat, booming his title across the valley and confirming he's here to delete Qin Fang. And then, Qin Fang pulls the ultimate manipulation tactic, begging the scary uncle to please spare Brother Lin and Sister Ziwan after he takes his life. Lin San and Ziwan are paralyzed with shock hearing this self-sacrifice from the usually stingy brat. Qin Feng turns to Ziwan, telling her not to tremble, promising that he'll shield her, and even if he dies, she'll be safe because he's the only target. When Ziwan tests his loyalty, asking if he's ready to bleed for her, our MC doesn't even blink. He'd lay it all on the line for Big Sis. Stepping into the line of fire with arms wide open, he basically dares the old man to strike, taunting, "Come on, I'm just an 8-year-old kid. Should be an easy frag, right?" Zhang Ruihu isn't playing games. He hoists his blade high, telling the brat to say his prayers. Ziwan loses it. She screams, absolutely refusing to let her petty little brother go down like this, emotions redlining. Boom. The heavens crack open. A massive surge of energy and lightning tears through the sky, zeroing in on their flying cloud. Qin Feng smirks. He rolled the dice and it looks like he hit the jackpot. He knows his soft life starts right now. Because dropping from the clouds is a colossal ice dragon and perched on its head, someone straight up ethereal. She's stunning. Crimson robes flowing, serving visuals that could topple empires. Touching down in the nick of time to save our protagonist's skin, looking like absolute perfection. Cut to the Qin estate. A messenger bursts in, gasping for air. Intel says the Emperor dispatched Zhang Ruihu. His mission, delete Qin Feng at the dynasty border. The Patriarch and the Ancestor. They flip out. Their golden ticket is about to get punched, and they are spiraling. The Patriarch starts screaming commands, rallying the 13 high guards. If Qin Feng drops, their entire master plan evaporates. Nobody wants that smoke. Back at the showdown, the Moon Celestial pulls up on her gigantic ice turtle beast, leaving everyone jaws on the floor. She drops her name, Moon Celestial. Top 5. Expert in the Yinwei dynasty. Translation, she's a walking apocalypse. Her eyes lock onto the pink-haired girl. Are you the Yinwei goddess? She asks. When she gets a yes, the Moon Celestial is absolutely vibing. Finding her niece out in the wild, that's lottery-winning luck. And honestly, just look at her. Dripping in elegance, red robes, cherry blossoms everywhere. It's like the artist blew the entire budget on her character design, and they nailed it. Zhang Ruihu, however, is not a fan. He tells the lady to check herself, reminding her, this is great Shia turf. She plays the innocent card, batting her eyelashes. Is it right to bully a fragile woman like me? The audacity is chef's kiss. Zhang Ruihu isn't buying the act. He charges up a lethal strike, ready to banish her, but she just casually tells him to stand down. The aura rolling off her, terrifying. One tap, that's all it takes. The Imperial Guard captain hits the dirt. His squad is screaming, panic mode activated. She just smiles. Next life, be nicer to weak girls. Absolute savagery. Emotional damage plus physical deletion. Then she blows a kiss. Like she didn't just delete the Emperor's top heavy. The soldiers rush their general. But he's flatlined, gone. The power gap leaves them paralyzed. Qin Feng spots an opening. He nudges Ziwan, we got a ghost, now. But Moon Celestial isn't done with them. She snaps her fingers, pop energy ripples out, and suddenly Qin Feng and Ziwan are suspended in midair. No consent needed. She eyes Ziwan. And where do you think you're running off to? Giving that look that says you're mine. Qin Feng is confused, wondering how he got dragged into this family drama. But Ziwan recognizes her. The lady beckons them with a velvet voice. Come here. Who says no to that? They touch down gently before her, and our boy's gears are already turning. She wants the tea. What's the situation? Ziwan drops the anti-bomb, confirming the bloodline. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's brain enters goblin mode. Maybe I should target this goddess instead. Auntie launches into a lecture, scolding Ziwan for ghosting the family and fleeing to Great Sha to hide. Ziwan pivots fast. She starts hyping Qin Feng, emphasizing he's only 8 years old. Yet, he's already unlocked Sword Intent and the Invincible Heart. That grabs the Celestial's attention. Is this the Emperor Talent Kid, she asks. The one who ripped out his brother's supreme bones. Cue the smooth moves. He looks her dead in the eye. Do you believe in love at first sight? Because this kid has zero chill. She laughs, asking if a toddler even knows what that means, accusing him of just liking pretty things. He doesn't even deny it. When I grow up, I'm marrying you. Bold claim. Ziwan is fuming, jealous that her aunt stole the spotlight. You're confident for a little guy, she teases. And his comeback. A true short king knows confidence isn't about size. It's about that audacious, shameless swagger. And our leading man is wearing the smuggest grin imaginable. The guy has zero regrets, because he meant every single cheesy pickup line. The Moon Celestial, she absolutely eats it up, playfully calling him a scoundrel while vibing with his energy. Meanwhile, Ziwan is practically third-wheeling in 4K, watching her crush hit on her own aunt, and her face is a total meme of secondhand embarrassment. But their rom-com moment gets rudely interrupted. The vibe shifts as soldiers surf in on a flying cloud, and look who crashes the party. It's Qin Feng's dad. He tries to slide into Qin Feng's DMs, telepathically whispering, just play along, I'm here to rescue you, act scared. Qin Feng rolls his eyes internally, thinking, seriously, Dad, you're interrupting my grind with this ultra-rich sugar mommy right here. So he ghosts his dad's plan and dives behind the Moon Celestial, screaming that the Chin family is here to murder him, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of terror. His dad gets a connection error notification in his brain, and the look of sheer betrayal on his face is comedy gold. The Chin elder steps up with that fake polite villain energy, gaslighting the room about Chin Fang's crimes and demanding the Moon Celestial cough him up. Suddenly, Ziwan activates main character energy, stepping forward with blazing eyes, basically saying, "You want a piece of this, let's go." She stakes her claim Chin Fang is hers. The entire gallery, Moon Celestial, the elder, even the dad, freezes in jaw-dropping silence at her audacity. Ziwan doubles down, warning them to take a hike before things get ugly. She glances at her aunt for backup, and the Moon Celestial actually nods with respect, impressed that the shy girl finally grew a spine. The Moon Celestial runs the calculations, forcing Ziwan to leave now would wreck her mental state and ruin her cultivation potential. So she faces the elder and asks, "What exactly are you going to do if I say no?" The elder flares his dark aura, threatening to forget his manners, but she just hits him with a condescending smile, telling him he's way out of his league. Radiating unbothered queen energy, the massive Turtle Beast begins marching toward a rift, tearing open the sky. The Moon Celestial drops a casual, "Catch you later," as they vanish into the portal, leaving the Chin squad in the dust. But Chin Fang's dad misses the memo and decides to try hard, charging a fireball and screaming at the Moon Celestial to check her ego. The elder immediately bonks him on the head, roasting him for being an unfilial idiot who almost blew the cover. The dad stands there buffering, rubbing his skull and wondering how he messed up the script this time. The elder explains, this is actually a massive W, because now Chin Fang infiltrates the Moon Celestial Palace. The dad whines about being disrespected, but the elder scolds him for having zero vision, saying impatience ruins the long game, and smacks him again for good measure. They need an exit strategy, since everyone is watching, so the elder cooks up a plan instantly. He yeets a massive golden energy bomb toward the closing portal. While the dad wonders if blasting his son is really Father of the Year behavior, the beam rockets toward the target, and it becomes obvious this is all theater for the audience. The attack slams into the barrier, triggering a Michael Bay-level explosion. We get a cinematic shot of the turtle's shell drifting through the portal, completely unscratched. The elder starts screaming that Chin Fang used berserk drugs to corrupt their hearts, putting on a dramatic show for the soldiers. The troops panic, realizing those drugs in the forest will turn the local beasts into raging monsters, and they are basically sitting ducks. The formation collapses as everyone sprints in random directions, ignoring protocol in absolute chaos. The dad whispers, asking if the ancestor is actually serious about the drug lie, and the elder confirms he's fully committed to the bit as they tactical retreat. Cut to the Yinwei dynasties, Moon Celestial Palace, a location that looks like straight-up CGI fantasy heaven. Inside, maidens bow to the Moon Celestial as she struts in with Chin Fang and Ziwan. Our boy suddenly realizes the perks of the job. He is surrounded exclusively by gorgeous women, and he covers his eyes trying to keep his thoughts PG-13. But gravity betrays him, and he faceplants directly into a very soft, very dangerous situation that creates a view most men only dream of. Our hero suffers a critical nosebleed while cursing the writer for this spicy torture, closing the scene perfectly. With the fan service out of the way, the boss lady gets down to business, asking Chin Fang if he's ready to sign the contract and join up. Our boy is practically drooling at the prospect, because living in a palace full of waifus is literally the dream. He hits her with that smooth logic. Technically, since she saved his life, the ancient rules say she has to marry him. The sheer audacity on this kid. The Moon Celestial just laughs, calling him a cheeky brat, which basically confirms his charisma stat is maxed out. She stamps a moon seal on his forehead, officially unlocking his god-tier status. Just like that, our boy secured the promotion to end all promotions at the Moon Celestial Palace. Chin Feng wastes zero time. He immediately shoots his shot, asking if this gig comes with co-ed living arrangements and group training sessions. The Moon Celestial drops a bomb. She'll handle his training personally. Shi Wang jumps in, eyes sparkling, begging to move in with her auntie so they can train and dine as a happy family unit, looking completely hyped about the roommate situation. But the Moon Celestial ignores the kid, zooms in on our boy with a sultry gaze, and asks if training is really what he's after. Specifically, you could cut the tension with a knife. Instead of folding, Chin Feng doubles down. Forget the training, let's just focus on the living together part. The audacity is off the charts. This man is operating on pure, unfiltered riz. Shi Wang instantly clocks the vibe and starts shrieking, calling him out for being down bad for her aunt, while the pink-haired goddess next to her looks like she just smelled something rotten. Suddenly, a hand yanks him up by his scalp. Zero mercy. Pro tip, maybe don't hit on the aunt right in front of the protective niece. Definitely a tactical error. Shi Wang lays down the law. Auntie is booked and busy, so Chin Feng is stuck rooming with her instead. The pink-haired goddess is shook like, live with you. But Chin Feng, he's unbothered internally, calculating the possibilities. He figures molding a masterpiece takes time. The man is playing the long game. Smash cut to 7 years later, and Qin Feng has evolved into an absolute unit. We catch him meditating under a waterfall, sporting a physique that looks carved out of marble. The view is immaculate. The fangirls are feasting on the view, but the real plot twist, the little rabbit mascot. This furball is literally scalping tickets for the Qin Feng peep show. 5 minutes on the clock per ticket. It's a full-blown enterprise. It's pandemonium. The girls are clawing at each other, screaming matches erupting over who was first in line. Demand is skyrocketing. We're talking nosebleeds, shoving matches, and desperate maneuvering for the optimal camera angle. The anatomy on display is actively fighting the laws of physics, by the way. Meanwhile, the rabbit, this ruthless capitalist, starts auctioning off Qin Feng's childhood boxers. 20 spiritual stones a pop. The merch game is elite. The rabbit announces the bundle deals premium viewing spots or vintage underwear. Acting like a shady auctioneer at a bathhouse, this creature has the nerve to label itself a good rabbit. Calling it thrifty while running an illegal surveillance ring, you almost have to respect the hustle. But the customers are done haggling. They form a mosh pit and lunge at the rabbit in a frenzy. Pure chaos. The rabbit gets yeeted into the stratosphere, screeching about attempted murder. Turns out, running a black market peep show has risks. The furball plummets into the water with a massive splash. Karma comes fast. It bobs back up, looking dazed, but priorities still clutching the money bag tight. Profit secured. Suddenly, Qin Feng snatches a sword out of thin air with his bare hand, looking stone-cold and unfazed. 7 years in the gym paid off. The assailant, the pink-haired goddess herself. She's all grown up and looks devastatingly gorgeous. She's impressed by his reflexes, and frankly, the audience is too. The Moon Celestial floats in to drop some praise, noting his sword intent is getting sharper every single day. Our boy smirks. If he's not OP, how can he marry the moon goddess? That's his whole motivation. The man has a vision board, but the goddess instantly boots him back into the water, sick of the auntie obsession. She is shutting that narrative down. Qin Feng rises from the depths like a cinematic masterpiece. Wet hair, glistening abs, the artist knew exactly what they were doing. The palace girls are foaming at the mouth, screaming that the wet look is a tier 1 aesthetic and trying to claim him. The thirst is dehydrated levels of bad. Then someone drops a radical idea, why not share him, and the crowd actually pauses to consider the logistics. These ladies are down catastrophic. They start drafting a custody schedule, odd days for Team A, even days for Team B. Everyone nods in agreement. They are literally turning this man into a timeshare. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is still waiting in the pond, waxing poetic about how he's crushed on the ant since he was a toddler. He asks if the goddess even appreciates the beauty standing next to her. She looks ready to choose violence and blasts him with a tidal wave. The Moon Celestial just watches the daily comedy routine from the cliffs. But then, the pink-haired goddess spots something in the water, and her face erupts into a crimson flush. She just saw something she definitely wasn't prepared for. Qin Feng stands up wearing basically nothing, and casually notes that it is pretty massive. She screams, "You perv," and honestly valid reaction. She starts hunting him down through the pond, threatening to end his bloodline while he screams for help from the Moon Celestial. Just another average day at the palace. Straight up unhinged behavior. But then the Moon Celestial drops a bombshell asking if Qin Feng is down to join the Imperial Dynasty's Deathmatch Tournament, an event that only happens once every 10 years. Hearing the word, Deathmatch, Qin Feng slams on the brakes, causing a literal traffic accident with the goddess trailing behind him. And folks, the physics of this collision are exactly what you'd expect when a shirtless dude crashes into a physically gifted deity. Whoever directed this scene deserves a raise for these camera angles. The goddess argues that Qin Feng is already a top-tier divine child, so fighting for the title of Holy Child in the Yinwei dynasty is basically a downgrade. But the Moon Celestial clarifies that this title is, essentially a fast track to the throne, putting him in line to inherit the emperor's seat. Once Ziwan ascends as the moon goddess, their combined political power would be unstoppable. The goddess isn't buying it though. She's stressing over the whole fatal accident. Part of the job description, people actually die in these things. Qin Feng catches the vibe immediately. This girl is way too comfortable around him now, ditching the stranger treatment. But our boy locks in. He declares that the grind never stops. He isn't about to let a little thing like a death tournament ruin his hustle. He signs up, realizing his villain point stash is running critically low. Plus, it's the perfect hunting ground to find the so-called chosen one. But hold up, the plot thickens. The goddess closes the distance, pressing right up against him in the water. She asks, what's so hard about the decision? While Qin Feng fights for his life to stay cool as her hand drifts lower underwater. We are rapidly approaching a danger zone that nobody prepared for. You can see about 15 different panic attacks flashing across Qin Feng's face, and he is not having a good time. Bro is navigating uncharted waters literally and figuratively. He pulls the ripcord and screams about a snake in the pool, sending the goddess into full-blown panic mode. Whether there's an actual reptile, or he just needed a tactical retreat, it works like a charm. The entire hidden audience, palace maids, and even the rabbit start shrieking about snakes scattering in absolute chaos. That's when the realization hits Qin Feng like a truck. He has had a live studio audience watching him bathe this entire time. The look of sheer betrayal on his face is meme-worthy. The moon celestial creates an entrance, and the spying girls instantly drop to the floor. Desperate to plead their case, one girl is screaming apologies, her face turning darker red than a tomato from pure cringe. Getting caught peeping by the moon celestial, that's usually a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But just as the hammer is about to drop, Qin Feng crashes the party. He swapped the towel for full battle gear, midnight blue robes on looming over the kneeling girls, like a straight-up villain. Talk about a quick switch. He goes from vulnerable bath boy to divine child mode in seconds, signaling the moon celestial to stand down. Claiming he'll handle the discipline, he grips a switch, a smile creeping across his face that is honestly nightmare fuel. The girls shivering in their skivvies look up at him totally shook. The power dynamic has completely flipped 180 degrees. And yeah, the energy is weird. He drops the ultimate command, banning them from ever peeking at his bath time again. Watching a former peeping Tom enforce strict privacy laws, that level of irony is absolute chef's kiss. Instead of crying, the girls hit the deck, thanking both the moon goddess and the divine child. Not exactly the torture session they expected. Somehow it actually works. The moon celestial calls him out for being soft, but Qin Feng just brushes it off like it's nothing. He calls it harmless fun, clearly comfortable in his new skin. But mid-sentence his radar goes off. He senses lurkers nearby. The rabbit clocks the bad vibes, too trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. It smells trouble. And let's be real, when the greedy merchant rabbit is terrified, you know it's serious business. Suddenly, a new challenger enters the chat, silver hair, confident smirk, telling everyone to just chill out. Qin Feng snatches the rabbit before it can bolt, ignoring its desperate screams for Sister Zi Yuan. We've got a situation. The moon celestial drops, the intel envoys from the Daxia dynasty are inbound. They arrive in 2 days, and she reminds Qin Feng that Xia Wang sees him as a massive problem that needs deleting. He needs to watch his back. Qin Feng just flashes a cocky thumbs up, he's got this on lock. Meanwhile, the rabbit in his grip is mentally writing its will. The contrast between swagger and sheer panic is comedy gold. But before he can even strategize, a servant bursts in. A student from the great Xia dynasty is already at the gates. He's not just visiting, he's screaming for a duel. Qin Feng's interest is piqued, this just got real. The rabbit finally breathes again. Someone wants all the smoke, and our boy is more than ready to bring the fire. So about that Daxia challenger, thirsting for a brawl, he's camped right outside the moon celestial palace. The front entrance is getting absolutely obliterated by a barrage of energy blasts. This guy is going full berserk mode, screaming at the top of his lungs for Qin Feng to quit cowering and show his face. Pulling up to the crib and demanding a brawl, you have to respect the absolute gall of this guy. He launches a massive energy blast right at the front gate because apparently, vandalism is just his love language. But the palace guards aren't having it, spears out shutting him down instantly, telling him he's way out of line. And this dude, he actually has the nerve to talk trash, shouting that Qin Feng is too scared to accept the challenge and is cowering behind his female guards. That is some wild confidence for someone held at spear point. The guard is just standing there, stunned by the sheer disrespect of this random stranger, trashing their entrance. Inside, Shiwan is already seeing red, ready to go out there and teach these Dasha envoys a lesson in manners. But Qin Feng signals her to pause. He wonders if this loudmouth is just bait a pawn in a much bigger game. He breaks it down. This isn't a personal grudge. It's a setup designed to pit the Dasha noble families against the entire Yin-Yang empire. Our boy exposes the whole plot. For the last 7 years, the great Xia dynasty has been recruiting emperor's disciples to weaken those noble houses. Now, they send these prodigies as envoys, knowing that if they get hurt, the families will be forced into a war with Yin-Ye. While Dasha's nobles and the Yin-Ye empire destroy each other, the Dasha royal family just sits back and collects the loot. It is the oldest trick in the book, but Qin Feng isn't sweating it. He steps out with that signature smirk and says, "There is only one way to test this theory." The guard immediately bows to his lord, and even the red-haired warrior joins the formation. Our boy has a whole squad now. The challenger spots Qin Feng and instantly loses his mind, screaming that he is finally showing his face. This guy has been waiting for this, like it is the most important moment of his life. Zero hesitation, he swings his blade at Qin Feng. No greeting, no monologue, just straight hands. The blade comes flying at Qin Feng's head, and he doesn't even blink. He casually sidesteps the attack like he is dodging a slow-motion turtle. The skill gap here is actually embarrassing. Then Qin Feng opens his mouth and the emotional damage begins. He says he expected a top-tier master, but instead he got some trash at the 4th level of spirit martial arts. He literally brushes dust off his shoulder while roasting him. The disrespect is off the charts. The challenger is fuming, screaming that he is an emperor's disciple at the legendary 9th level. But Qin Feng looks completely bored. just vibing in the background. The poor guy goes full chibi rage mode, asking where a 4th level scrub like Qin Feng gets the nerve to look down on a prodigy. The answer, because he's him. So Qin Feng asks how he wants to run this. One-on-one or a group beatdown? The challenger obviously picks one-on-one, falling right into the trap. Qin Feng smirks and says, "Understood," while holding up a very suspicious finger. If you know Qin Feng, you know that smile means someone is about to have a very bad day. Our boy immediately orders all the palace girls to jump the challenger at the same time. He interpreted one-on-one as one victim versus everybody. The look on the challenger's face is priceless. He is looking around like, wait, this wasn't in the contract. And he gets absolutely wrecked by the squad, while screaming that Qin Feng has no honor, which to be fair is true. The girls stand over him victoriously while he yells that he doesn't accept this loss. Honestly, getting stomped by a team of gorgeous warrior women isn't the worst way to go out. Qin Feng looks down with ice-cold eyes and says, "Accept it or not, that sounds like a you problem." The villain energy is immaculate. But here is the best part. Qin Feng pulls out an abacus and says, "Time to pay the bill." This man brought receipts. He starts itemizing every single scratch. Floor damage secondary level, door damage 3rd level, total loss on the pillar. Then he adds a fee for the girl's mental trauma. He is literally running an insurance scam in broad daylight, and the total comes to 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He even gives a thumbs up like he is doing the guy a solid. The challenger completely snaps, screaming that the damage isn't even worth a single stone. But Qin Feng's calculator doesn't care about your feelings. Qin Feng generously offers a discount, dropping the price to 999,999 Supreme Spirit Stones. The challenger breaks down, screaming that he is broke. The Emperor's disciple has 0 funds. Not a flex. And that is when Qin Feng hits him with the scariest line possible. He says, "It doesn't matter if you have no money. Payment accepted in flesh and blood." The whole atmosphere just did a 180 flip in the next frame. Qin Feng is galloping down Main Street, smashing a gong like he's hosting the wildest infomercial of the century. This guy is literally auctioning off the Emperor's own student. Listen to this pitch. Certified great Shia beefcake. Forget 998. Forget 888. Yours today for just 98. Take him home right now. He really put the royal disciple in the bargain bin. The captive is losing his absolute mind, screaming that the Zhu clan and the Emperor are going to rain hellfire on Qin Feng for this disrespect. But it's hard to look tough when you're being paraded shirtless in a wooden cage. Qin Feng hits him with the deadpan stare through the bars. Bro, worry about your own hide first. The level of violation here is off the charts. Our MC goes right back to the hustle hollering about Prime Muscle instant shipping. He is having way too much fun with this, and the crazy part, the crowd is actually buying into the hype, gossiping about how prestigious this caged specimen looks since he's from a famous family. Someone claims they're asking for a friend, but then a real buyer steps up. An old dad approaches, begging Qin Feng to consider a match for his daughter. The human trafficking arc is apparently a go. And then, the daughter steps out. Fam, she isn't just big, she is an absolute tank. The background characters are just as shook as the audience. Even Qin Feng flinches, muttering, "Okay, maybe that's a bit harsh." When the villain himself hesitates, you know it's bad. But then he tells the dad, "That'll cost extra." And the guy pays up instantly. Cash rules everything around me, and this transaction is locked in. The challenger is kicking and screaming in chains, begging for mercy, while Qin Feng showcases him like a prize pony at the county fair. We are witnessing a Hall of Fame level humiliation right now. Qin Feng actually has the nerve to scold the guy, telling him to fix his face, because he handpicked this thick queen just for him, and more cushion for the pushin' is top tier. His gaslighting skills are legendary. The victim tries to protest, but Qin Feng force feeds him a mysterious pill. Whatever that was, the challenger definitely didn't sign a waiver. Now sporting a collar, the guy panic asks what he just swallowed. The terror in his eyes says it all. Qin Feng flashes a demonic grin, just a high-grade love potion, potent enough to make livestock lose control. He says it with a sunny smile. This dude is a menace. When the crowd side-eyes him, he shrugs, "I travel a lot. Gotta carry protection." Sir, that is not protection. That is a Geneva Convention violation. Dead silence falls over the street, cue the awkward crow cawing. Nobody can process the madness they just watched. But Qin Feng doubles down. He pushes the drugged captive toward the lady. "Go on, test the merchandise." This scene has officially gone off the rails. The woman pokes his arm, and suddenly the screen explodes with shoujo bubbles and flowers. The potion hits 0 to 60 instantly. Camera zooms in on her hand, squeezing those rock-hard abs. The energy here is getting weirdly spicy, and frankly, any sane person would be calling the authorities. Then the chemicals take over completely. The challenger is staring at her with literal heart-shaped eyes. He starts dropping poetry about how one day apart feels like 3 years. My man has been fully reprogrammed into a simp. He suggests they discuss this further in private, and she is all in. The elite warrior who came to fight is now waltzing off with a stranger. The dad is bowing to Qin Feng like he's a saint. As the happy couple strolls away in the background, our boy just waves it off. Even Qin Feng looks a little creeped out by how well that worked, hearts floating everywhere as they walk into the sunset. He really just created a monster. Ding system alert. Congratulations on being the worst. Destroying dignity earns 1,000 villain points. The hustle never sleeps. Qin Feng pauses, actually surprised it counted. He's basically questioning the ethics of his own cheat code's peak meta commentary. But the comedy show ends now. A massive royal carriage rumbles down the street. The herald announces Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia dynasty clear the road. A boot slams onto the pavement with heavy authority. You can tell whoever is stepping out means serious business. Qin Feng clocks her immediately. That's the emperor's favorite daughter and the lead envoy for Great Xia. Turns out she's the puppet master behind the challenger this whole time. She doesn't waste a breath. She demands to know how he dares humiliate her people and asks what kind of sentence he's ready to accept. But Qin Feng claps back instantly, asking if Shorty really thinks she can step to the moon god's palace and its divine child on their own turf. He hits her with the, "Did Daxia conquer the Yin Yue dynasty while I was napping?" The princess calls him out of pocket and straight up orders her guard to delete Qin Feng from existence right there. The warrior is like, bet. Diplomacy has officially left the chat. The fire warrior charges up. Engulfed in flames, while Qin Feng just stands there roasting them, calling them absolute swine for trying to catch bodies in a foreign zip code. The audacity is wild, so our boy decides to match their energy, dashing in with a wicked smirk, saying he's down to play. But when Qin Feng talks about fun, he usually means trauma for the opposition. His sword slash rips through the air at Mach speed, leaving a streak of pure kinetic energy. The fire warrior barely parries, and Qin Feng has the nerve to ask, "Is that it? This dude was supposed to be the executioner, and he's already fighting for his life." Qin Feng closes his eyes like an anime protagonist and drops a casual, "Good game, you lose." The match is over before the beat even dropped. The warrior freezes, brain buffering. He can't process the disrespect. Lost already. But my guy isn't logging off that easy. He grips his blade and initiates phase 2 because apparently, this NPC has a second health bar. Boss music intensifies. Qin Feng just stands there, claiming he's a gentleman who would never use poison. "Bro, we saw the receipts from the last episode." Then he hits him with the, well, actually clarifying it's not poison, it's a high-grade aphrodisiac. Like that's an improvement. The challenger's soul practically leaves his body. The realization of what's pumping through his veins is terrifying, and the poor guy is already hallucinating a romantic future with a chubby lady while weeping. The potion is writing his love life without his consent. Desperate, the challenger crawls all the way to Princess Nanfeng's whip, begging her to save him from Qin Feng's twisted chemistry experiment. From inside the carriage, we just hear a heavy sigh. But instead of the princess, a new challenger approaches. Enter Fang Chang, introducing himself as the princess's PR manager, here to issue a formal apology. Fang Chang politely asks Qin Feng to cure their boy, so they don't start an international incident. But the system suddenly goes ding, tagging this guy as the chosen one, with an epic level rating. Qin Feng is absolutely losing it internally. 7 long years? He's been waiting for a protagonist to farm, and this guy just walks right into the kill zone. He's rubbing his hands together, like he just found an infinite money glitch. Spouting nonsense about hospitality, the greed in his eyes is blinding. So Qin Feng agrees to the cure immediately. He hops on a horse looking suspiciously cooperative, which is a massive red flag. Instead of medical aid, our boy launches himself into the stratosphere, with the grace of a tactical nuke. The challenger stands there with a confused look, totally oblivious to the incoming pain. The detox method is apparently percussive maintenance, and Qin Feng delivers a devastating kick. Target locked the family jewels. We even get a graphic visual of an egg cracking. That's not a detox. That is a forced retirement. The challenger drops to his knees, questioning every life choice. The system congratulates Qin Feng with 1,000 villain points for, and I quote, erasing the future of an entire bloodline. He just ended this man's whole family tree. And that's when Princess Nanfeng finally reveals herself. Purple eyes, top-tier drip, looking absolutely lethal, because obviously she's a 10 out of 10. She steps out and tells Qin Feng to quit griefing the low-level players. Meanwhile, the challenger is literally twitching on the ground. The princess is serving looks, and the simps in the chat are eating it up. But Qin Feng holds his ground. Instead, he flips the script, asking why such a pure princess has a secret boyfriend stashed in her ride. The tea is piping hot. Princess Nanfeng calls him trash and goes for the slap. She is done with the disrespect, but Qin Feng casually catches her wrist mid-swing with the most punchable smirk imaginable. This man fears nothing. Fang Chang sees this physical contact, and something inside him snaps. Fang Chang goes full rage mode, sword out aura blazing, screaming, "Get your hands off her." The chosen one's simp instincts just hit overdrive. But Qin Feng, he's just grinning like he won the lottery. Dropping a casual taunt, he tests the waters. That explosion of rage over a simple touch screams secret romance between Fang Chang and Her Royal Highness. Oh, he knows exactly where to strike. Qin Feng's gears are turning, concocting a plan that's equal parts genius and evil. If the so-called chosen one is catching feelings for her, flipping the script is going to be a cakewalk. The villain playbook. It's wide open, baby. He steps into her personal space way too close for comfort and drops the challenge. You dare fight me, clutching her hand like they're starring in a soap opera. But don't let the tension fool you. He wants pure chaos. The princess accepts instantly. But Qin Feng adds a tiny crucial detail, strictly one-on-one. No interference, no backup, no matter how messy it gets. Those stipulations are practically screaming trap. Fang Chang tries to jump in, sensing bad vibes, but the princess shuts him down cold. She signs the contract, totally oblivious to the nightmare she just unlocked. Princess Nanfeng vows to humble this arrogant, dirty woman-relying scumbag. She is ready to throw hands. And let's be real, her assessment of his character zero lies detected. It's a devastating read and fully accurate. They square up in the street crowd, swelling around them like it's a heavyweight title match. Trash talk flies, tension spikes, and the air crackles with static. Nanfeng doesn't hesitate, she launches. She descends like a hawk dagger gleaming, moving at a velocity that defies physics. She is not here to play games. Even Qin Feng has to give props. That speed is legit. She's not just a pretty face, she's a lethal weapon. The steel clashes close range. He almost activates his double pupil technique to counter, but then… a light bulb moment. He gets a much darker idea. He drops his guard on purpose, letting her blade slice his shoulder. Blood spills, but he doesn't care. Winning the duel, irrelevant. It's all about the villain points grind. Nanfeng lands another heavy blow, sending him stumbling back. To the naked eye, she's dominating. Exactly what he wants her to believe. She starts gloating, mocking the first genius as overhyped trash. And gotta admit, she looks majestic doing it. Purple eyes, blazing confidence radiating off her in waves. The vibe is peak heroine energy, but Qin Feng, he just smirks, eyes closed, casually flicking blood off his shoulder like it's dust. Is that right? He purrs. That tone, that is the sound of sanity leaving the building. And then, snap. The princess feels a sudden breezy draft. Her face goes nuclear red, anime-style hearts floating in the ether. She's trying to process the physics of the situation, because this absolute agent of chaos is now dangling a very private piece of silk fabric in the air. He's actually auctioning off the view to the spectators. The crowd is torn between screaming shameless and begging for an encore. Feng Chang snaps, lungs bursting as he shrieks about Qin Feng's lack of honor. I mean, he's not wrong, it's textbook scumbag behavior. But the peanut gallery starts defending the villain. They claim in the Yinwei dynasty, all tactics are valid in war. Boom, the system rewards the audacity, 10,000 villain points dropped. Reason tarnishing the chosen one's pure goddess. Qin Feng taunts her again. Still want to dance or are you done? Inside his mind palace, a chibi Qin Feng is literally drooling over the massive point hall. He plans to milk this cow until it's dry, but the Princess Shi isn't folding yet. She launches a second assault fueled by pure embarrassment and rage. Qin Feng waits standing there like he's got all day. Weapons clash, pink energy exploding outward. She's going all out now, her reputation is literally on the line. But he catches her midair, yanking her body flush against his. The combat zone just turned into a romance zone real quick. Her eyes widen, panic setting in as she realizes his endgame. Then he plants a kiss right on her lips. Center stage. In front of the mob. In front of the chosen one, who's hopelessly in love with her. The sheer audacity is off the charts. It's honestly terrifying how smooth he is. Ding, the system goes crazy, another 10,000 points in the bank. Achievement unlocked, destroying the protagonist's mental state. Qin Feng is speedrunning this villain grind on easy mode. Fang Chang is storming over with the squad, but Qin Feng's inner monologue, he's just calculating his earnings like a Wall Street broker. The grind never sleeps. Then he whispers a command to the stunned princess, open your mouth. She's baffled, but his grip and aura make her limbs feel like jelly. Resistance is futile. The vibe's immaculate for him, catastrophic for her. A close-up reveals her face is burning up, completely flushed. His finger traces her lips, and whatever strategy she had, gone. Brain. .exe has stopped working. He leans in deeper. She tries to stammer a protest, but she's blushing hard enough to fry an egg on her forehead. The background cherry blossoms are doing heavy lifting to make this look romantic. Meanwhile, the onlookers are losing their collective minds, screaming about public indecency and the fact that yes, he actually used tongue. This is way more content than they signed up for. And Fang Chang. He snaps. Veins popping, he screams that Qin Feng is a dead man walking. The chosen one has officially snapped, playing right into our villain's hands. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Fang Chang is unleashing his true power. A colossal golden Buddha manifests behind him, sword drawn and radiating power. This is the chosen one entering full boss mode. The atmospheric pressure is suffocating. Boom, the system notification drops. That is a cool 100,000 villain points secured. Our boy Qin Feng struck gold by pushing the Chosen One over the edge regarding his precious princess. Fang Chang launches a cataclysmic strike, golden Buddha energy spiraling around him as he charges with pure killing intent. The gloves are off. Yet Qin Feng just smirks, bathed in an aura of blue energy. He says this is the opponent he has been waiting for. He baited the Chosen One into a rage just to test his own limits, fearlessly staring down that titanic golden Buddha. Qin Feng decides it is the perfect time for a physique upgrade. Because why not power up right in the middle of a boss fight? He pings the system to max out his Shadow Wanderer skill. The man is literally online shopping while dodging death. And the system confirms the purchase, redeeming the third volume of Shadow Wanderer for 100,000 villain points. All those fresh points he just farmed are instantly reinvested. With the new power surging through his veins, Qin Feng rockets into the sky, his blade slicing through the fiery golden aura like butter. He channels his own blue energy, straight into the golden onslaught. The two forces collide with enough kinetic force to shake the entire region. Fang Chang roars that there is nowhere left to run, pouring his soul into the attack. The Chosen One is fueling this on pure rage and heartbreak, feeling every single strike. The golden Buddha energy detonates in a massive wave, engulfing the battlefield. This is the Chosen One going all out. But Qin Feng meets it head-on, wielding an ornate golden sword wrapped in blue flames. That Shadow Wanderer upgrade is paying off instantly. The clash triggers an explosion of gold and blue light, sending a shockwave that staggers every spectator on the sidelines. And then Qin Feng's blade shears right through the golden Buddha's absolute defense. The Chosen One's ultimate move just got completely stat-checked. Fang Chang's expression says it all. Cold sweat, wide eyes, the realization that he is hopelessly outclassed hits him like a freight train. The blue energy tears right through him, and Fang Chang is powerless to stop it. The hero who stepped up to avenge his girl is getting absolutely demolished. Fang Chang crashes down, coughing up blood. He arrived with righteous fury, and is leaving with a massive hospital bill. Qin Feng just successfully farmed the protagonist for points, and took the W. Peak villain behavior. Qin Feng stands there looking like he just finished a light warm-up, casually noting that Fang Chang is actually the first person to ever survive his heaven-destroying sword technique. The princess rushes over to check on her fallen hero. To his credit, the Chosen One tries to put on a brave face, insisting he is okay. Spoiler alert, he is definitely not okay. The princess clutches a medicine bottle, and she is completely lost for words. You can practically see the gears in her brain grinding to a halt. She hands the meds to Fang Chang and mutters, "That is good," clearly just relieved he is not a corpse. The bar for success is underground right now. Suddenly, the system drops a massive notification congratulating Qin Feng for destroying the white moonlight image. In the Chosen One's heart, awarding 100,000 anti-villain points. Hold up, anti-villain points. That is a new currency. But then the system hits him with another mission, inherit the will, of coveting someone else's wife. Qin Feng's reaction is priceless because even he is like, wait, come again. Qin Feng immediately goes into denial mode, insisting he is a gentleman who would never steal another man's partner. The system did not stutter. But then it reveals the reward, a god-level treasure chest, for successfully separating the couple. And just like that, our boy's moral compass becomes extremely flexible, deciding he will give it a shot. So Qin Feng strolls right up and asks Princess Nan Feng if she just stuck her tongue out at him, right in front of her injured boyfriend. The man has zero shame and infinite audacity, stunning the crowd into silence. You could hear a pin drop in the town square. Nobody was ready for that move. The princess absolutely loses it. Screaming that he is shameless, she is blushing so hard you would think her face caught fire. And honestly, fair point. Her reaction, priceless. But Qin Feng isn't stopping there. He hits her with the wildest question. Hey, how many teeth do I have? You should know. The disrespect is off the charts. He drops this nuke right in front of Fang Chang. He's implying that lip lock lasted so long. She had time to count every single molar. This isn't just trash talk. This man is committing emotional terrorism in broad daylight. Fang Chang is standing there looking like he went through a blender, shredded clothes bleeding out, but his aura, the sky literally turns purple behind him. The Chosen One is hanging by a thread, but Qin Feng keeps his guard up. He knows the rule, the dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites. Fang Chang definitely still has a hidden ace up his sleeve. The system pings 5% mission completion. Even Qin Feng sweats a little. The danger level here is critical. But he flips the switch, hyping himself up. High risk, high return, massive rewards. Let's get it. The princess is officially done with this clown show and declares they're bouncing. And honestly, if someone reviewed my kissing technique in front of my security detail, I'd leave too. But Qin Feng, he's not satisfied. He shouts, leaving so soon. Inside, he's screaming because the grind never stops. Then he whips out a pink outer robe like a magician. Hey, you forgot your laundry. Remember, he swiped this mid-battle last episode. He held onto it just for this specific roast. The princess spins around, totally confused. She stares at her own clothes on the dirt, and you can practically see the buffering icon above her head. Then click, the realization hits. She shrieks that Qin Feng is an absolute scumbag. We have entered full chibi rage mode. Her brain is broken. Qin Feng hits her with a smile that screams, "Who me? Oh, you don't want it, guess I'll keep it." This guy treats psychological warfare like a casual Sunday hobby. The princess snatches that fabric back faster than the speed of light. It's the "my underwear is showing" reflex. She is a cocktail of blushing fury and pure cringe. She shoots him one last death, glare over her shoulder, and stomps off. You can hear her thoughts screaming, "This isn't over." The thunder energy is distinct. The system chimes in. Misery achieved on both sides. Mission progress 10%. Dude literally doubled his stats with a wardrobe malfunction. Cut to the inn for foreign envoys late at night. Qin Feng rolls up with his bunny sidekick. The rabbit's like, "Bro, it's late." Suddenly slash. A massive sword aura rips through the air, shaking the foundation. Subtle. Never heard of her. Qin Feng mentions the word money, and the rabbit's eyes turn into dollar signs. "I'm an expert in cash flow," it claims. These two are built different. Before Qin Feng can even drop the strategy, the fluffball bolts. He yells, "Where you going?" But this little entrepreneur is already running its own hustle. Upstairs, the princess is brooding in her room alone. She's thinking about a certain toxic villain. The art team went hard on this outfit, but she can't scrub Qin Feng from her brain. Suddenly, her pity party is interrupted. A wild rabbit spawns in her room. The princess jumps because seriously, how did it get in here? Then, the rabbit opens its mouth. "Hey girl, you lonely? Need a man? This plushie just broke into a royal suite." With the most aggressive pickup line in history, the princess's mind goes straight to Fang Chang. Did he send this? She's blushing, connecting non-existent dots. Did the chosen one finally grow a spine? She asks, "Did Fang Chang send you?" And the rabbit lies through its teeth. "You bet." Narrator voice. It was absolutely lying. Its master is Qin Feng, but she's clueless. The rabbit whips out an abacus and starts crunching numbers. "My master's been waiting 7 years. Market demand is high, and the princess is buying the lie, hook, line, and sinker. She's thinking if Fang Chang hadn't played hard to get for 7 years, she wouldn't have been ambushed by that jerk Qin Feng. The rabbit is playing her like a fiddle. Then comes the bill. The rabbit demands 10,000 top-tier spiritual stones as a consulting fee. This creature just invented a romance scam in a feudal society. Capitalism really does find a way. The princess freezes. Too pricey. The rabbit starts sweating. Is that too much? The silence is loud. So the rabbit upsells. It pulls out a mysterious bottle. "This will double your happiness, and it wants cash up front." This bunny is a shark. The princess grips the bottle, eyes wide with instant regret. She's wearing the exact face of someone who just blindly clicked. Agree on the terms and conditions without reading a single word. The rabbit flashes a thumbs up, daring her to take the plunge. Facing peer pressure from this fluffy little hustler, the princess caves and actually takes a whiff. Big mistake. Her pupils dilate instantly. Whatever toxic brew is in that vial just hit her system like a high-speed collision. She starts shivering, face turning crimson, gasping for air. The contents of that bottle are definitely illegal. In every known realm, the vibes just shifted from curious to catastrophic. Right on cue, Qin Feng teleports to the window, roasting the rabbit for being lazy, but let's be real, his timing is suspicious. He definitely sent the bunny as a vanguard to lower her defenses. He snatches up the rabbit, but the little scammer is beaming, practically shouting that the transaction is complete. Tag team champion. The rabbit closed the deal and tagged the boss in for the finisher. Qin Feng plays dumb perfectly. He's looking at the rabbit with genuine confusion, asking what turn it's talking about. Even the villain is shocked. His pet went this hard in the paint. But then movement catches his eye. His gaze sharpens, switching to calculation mode. What he's witnessing just rewrote the entire playbook. Because the princess is standing there absolutely wrecked by the potion's influence, beckoning him with a voice so sultry it could short-circuit a monk's brain. We are witnessing peak fan service right now. She asks if his master is Qin Feng, still hallucinating that this whole setup was orchestrated by Fang Cheng. She is clueless that she's currently chatting with the actual mastermind. The rabbit's jaw practically unhinges, completely baffled by the chaos it caused. The princess is stuttering, and the script has officially been thrown out the window. Desperate, she tries to purge the toxins, flaring her golden spiritual aura in a last-ditch effort to regain composure. But the energy swirls uselessly. Whatever comprised that cocktail is overpowering her buffs. She's sweating bullets, head in hands, fighting a losing war against her own biology. Losing control, she reaches out, whispering Qin Feng's name. Her resistance crumbles, and the villain finds himself in a scenario not even he simulated. She presses against him, voice trembling, and Qin Feng actually looks rattled, trying to de-escalate the situation. For once, the puppet master has no strings to pull. Meanwhile, downstairs, Fang Cheng approaches with a rose, undergoing a full character arc in his head. He's convincing himself that blaming the princess was wrong, and she's innocent. But beneath the nice guy facade, his inner monologue is pitch black. He swears that in the next deathmatch tournament, he's going to mince Qin Feng into 1,000 tiny cubes. Romantic vibes mixed with premeditated murder. Classic. He flashes a winning smile and calls out to her, rose held high, looking like a protagonist, ready to confess his undying love. After 7 years of pining, if only he had X-ray vision. He glances up at the illuminated window and freezes. He spots Qin Feng in the princess's bedroom at night with the princess. That rose might as well incinerate in his hand. Qin Feng spots Fang Cheng below and mentally smirks. The chosen one really has a knack for arriving at the most humiliating moment possible. It's either fate or cosmic comedy. Right there, framed perfectly in the window, the princess is clinging to Qin Feng in a pose that would destroy any boyfriend's sanity. Fang Cheng's soul just left his body. He is losing his absolute mind. The rage contorting his face is nuclear. 7 years of dedication, deleted by one villain with a shady potion and impeccable timing. Qin Feng stares down at the simp while cradling the girl and casually asks, "Can I help you?" The disrespect is actually legendary. He is taunting the hero while holding his crush. Fang Cheng is screaming, "Impossible," over and over, summoning literal lightning bolts in his tantrum. The protagonist has officially snapped for the second time today. Then, the princess, still delirious, asks Qin Feng if he truly likes her. He confirms it without blinking, saying exactly what he needs to say to farm maximum drama. The screech that erupts from Fang Cheng is high enough to shatter crystal. Every word from upstairs is a critical hit to the hero's heart, and he's forced to spectate. Fang Cheng is a total wreck, sobbing about how a few meetings shouldn't outweigh 7 years of history. In the background, the system quietly pushes the Prime Minister's ambition quest to 50% completion and drops 200,000 villain points for emotionally devastating the chosen one. Chibi Qin Feng is going wild, hyping up the scoreboard. The grind has never been this profitable, and the mini version of our boy, he flashes that signature predator smile, the one that says, "No more Mr. Nice Guy." Once Qin Feng drops the polite act, the gloves are off, and total devastation follows. He goes straight for the jugular, forcing the princess to choose between him and Fang Cheng. Who does she actually despise? That question isn't just words, it's a tactical nuke aimed right at the chosen one's soul. And the princess, she locks her stunning gaze on Qin Feng and drops the hammer, Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng hears his name and instantly crumbles, muttering in denial. Meanwhile, the system goes absolutely ballistic, marking the Prime Minister's will quest complete. It drops a divine treasure chest and a massive 500,000 villain points, just for shattering the hero's faith in true love. Qin Feng literally speedran emotional trauma for 500,000 points. That is peak menace behavior. Fang Cheng is spiraling hard, emitting a level of demonic aura. That's off the charts. The protagonist screams in agony, his dark energy exploding like a volcano, fueled by pure heartbreak. And there he is, Fang Cheng, eyes glowing crimson, swearing to dice Qin Feng into confetti. The hero has officially crash-landed into his villain arc. But while Fang Cheng is having a mental breakdown outside, the princess is inside, begging Qin Feng for a kiss. The audience is eating this up, and the system chimes in, giving props to Qin Feng for driving the hero into a demonic state. Even our boy is stunned. Wait, that counts as demonic. And then boom, the kiss lands. Cue the romantic visuals, while Fang Cheng's soul effectively leaves the chat. But here comes the plot twist. Qin Feng switches to chibi form and has the nerve to roast her. He claims she's broke on villain points, but still trying to score with him. The princess stands there brain buffering with confusion, while Qin Feng basically calls her a freeloading weirdo. The audacity of this man is boundless. The princess looks completely wrecked, only able to stutter out a weak "you." We have reached peak entertainment, folks. Qin Feng launches into a monologue about knowing his own worth, reminding her she made the deal with the rabbit first. So technically, he's the victim here. The gaslighting is Olympic tier. The princess snaps. She screams at him to get out, which honestly, after that performance, is the only valid reaction. But as Qin Feng struts out, his mind is already on the next play. The hero's corruption just spiked tenfold. If Qin Feng doesn't level up fast, the death elimination competition will be his funeral. As he exits, the princess yells that nobody cares about him anyway. Our boy just got literally booted. But he stole a kiss, so that's still a W in the chat. Meanwhile, the rabbit is shook, asking the princess what went wrong and why she backed out. The bunny thought its sales pitch was airtight, but being a true scam artist, refunds are strictly against policy. Instead, it hands her a carrot, claiming it's for detox. Secure the bag always. Before the princess can clap back, the rabbit grabs its loot and yeets itself out the window into the darkness. Customer service is closed, leaving the princess holding a vegetable, genuinely wondering if carrots actually cure toxins. Spoiler, no, they definitely don't. Meanwhile, over at the mystical moon goddess palace spirit pond, a new challenger appears. Having watched the whole drama unfold, she immediately starts comparing her stats to the princess, pointing out her superior assets. The confidence is unmatched, and frankly, she's not wrong. She lounges under the moonlight, putting on a show that proves exactly why she deserves the spotlight. The physics on this goddess are practically non-existent. Then she snaps, ranting about Qin Feng kissing the princess instead of her furious that he snuck out midnight to chase another girl. The jealousy is radioactive. She huffs about why he'd even bother returning. Total tsundere vibes. She's mad but clearly down bad, because right on cue, Qin Feng arrives with the rabbit perched on his shoulder. The goddess swears she'll never forgive him. Narrator voice, she absolutely will. She asks what he wants, trying to play it cool, but her vibe screams she's been waiting all night. Qin Feng hits her, with that trademark smirk, thinking, wow, she's really grown up. Not bad. Our boy is plotting again. The goddess flexes that she's on a whole different level than some mere princess. Beside her chibi, Qin Feng is loving the rivalry. Then he casually tells her to cover up before she catches a cold. The unspoken riz this man possesses is actually scary, but the goddess instantly freezes, her expression going pitch black. Qin Feng asks what's up, completely oblivious to the danger. He challenges her, asking what the big deal is about her outfit. She snaps back, telling him to stay in his lane, but Qin Feng flips the script instantly. He demands to know where she's sneaking off to at this ungodly hour. The tension is electric. They're grilling each other now. Smooth as silk, he reveals the truth. He wasn't creeping. He was fetching her a midnight feast. Talk about range. This guy goes from locking lips with a princess to hand-delivering snacks to a literal goddess in under 60 minutes. Her expression shifts immediately, eyes sparkling, like a kid tearing into presents on Christmas. She asks if this is real life, her fury dissolving into pure anticipation. But the vibe shifts the second she takes a bite. She frowns, whining that the Chinese burger is completely bland. Apparently, even celestial beings have high-maintenance palates. Qin Feng doesn't even blink. He immediately burns 1,000 villain points in the system shop for a massive bouquet of purple roses. He whips out the flowers and drops a pickup line that belongs in the Hall of Fame. He tells her his love is so potent, she doesn't need salt for flavor. Certified Riz God status achieved. The goddess freezes mid-chew, staring at him like her operating system just crashed, her pupils vibrating. A saltless burger and a bouquet just completely rewired her brain chemistry. She is malfunctioning spiral eyes beat red face logic offline. The goddess has officially been conquered. Defeated by bland food and elite charm. Absolute villain peak performance. She snatches the roses, screaming that she can't stand him, before sprinting off. Textbook tsundere move. Notice how she's gripping those flowers like they're the crown jewels as she flees. Even the rabbit watching her dust cloud settle turns to Qin Feng with a nod, signaling that this romance is basically a done deal. Later, Qin Feng checks his stash. He's sitting on over 1,000,000 villain points. Shopping spree time. He drops a cool million on the Grand State of Perfection Harmony card. The second he activates it, a golden dragon avatar explodes from his aura. The Great Vajra Dragon technique has just hit its maximum evolutionary cap. My man just achieved endgame stats at 3 in the morning. The rabbit wakes up to find a literal, mythical beast manifesting in the bedroom and barely reacts. That poor bunny is just trying to catch some Z's. The dragon is colossal, flooding the suite with blinding golden flames. The rabbit decides that ignoring this reality is the only valid survival strategy. But Qin Feng is on a roll. He still has that divine-level treasure chest, earned from crushing Feng Chang's soul, and he is ready to pop the lid. He issues the command to unlock the divine chest, radiating the confidence of a gamer who knows the drop rates are rigged in his favor. Boom, sword intent upgrade card secured. The chest shatters in a burst of light, revealing the glowing sigil. RNG is definitely on his side tonight. Qin Feng inspects the item, verifying it boosts his sword intent straight to tier 2. He double-checks with the system about the damage multipliers, and the system confirms the buffs are nasty. With the green light flashing, Qin Feng crushes the card instantly. No hesitation. A shockwave of razor-sharp energy detonates outwards as the upgrade integrates, pushing his sword intent to the second realm. His character sheet is looking absolutely broken right now. Yet after becoming a demigod, he sits there casually wondering if level 2 is actually that impressive. He just unlocked god-tier power, and he's acting unsure. Suddenly something catches his eye. A small insect creeping on his neck. In a cultivation world, a bug is never just a bug. He vaporizes it with a flick of energy, and the pest combusts into blue sparks. Someone was spying, and they just got fried. He glances at the scorch mark and shrugs, noting his new power feels decent. Decent. He could probably delete a mountain range, but the shopping spree continues. He has a lottery ticket burning a hole in his pocket, and he decides to go all in. He pulls the lever and hits the mother lode, a divine-level physique, the heavenly tyrant body. According to the lore, this body scales infinitely with combat. At max level, he'll be mowing down saints and immortals. That's not a build. That is a literal cheat code. Chibi Qin Feng is freaking out, stars in his eyes. hollering about the rarity of this special physique. The hype is real because this pull is legendary. Raw power begins flooding his veins, and Qin Feng realizes this isn't just a stat boost. It's a complete overhaul. The floorboards are shaking. But then, the integration process rips his mind out of his body and into a swirling energy vortex. He's screaming as he gets dragged through a dimensional tear. In a blink, he lands in a war zone, gripping a blade, facing down an entire legion. The heavenly tyrant body skips the tutorial and drops you into the deep end. Qin Feng stares at the heavy steel in his grip. Total confusion. Even with a system hack, this is completely out of left field, but there is zero time to process it. A steel-clad titan is already airborne, crashing down until their weapons collide. Boom, sending shockwaves rippling out like a nuke went off. Then, poof, the warrior vaporizes. One hit, and the enemy is deleted from existence. The heavenly tyrant body is absolutely broken. Qin Feng stares at his own palms, thinking, is this seriously my power level now? Short answer, yes. And the scary part, he is just getting started. Confirmation received. He launches back into the fray, cranking the heavenly body output to max. Our anti-hero just went from OP to straight up unfair. Azure sword arcs slice through the legion like hot butter, sending soldiers ragdolling. Qin Feng is speedrunning this trial on beginner difficulty. When the smoke clears, he is the last man standing, blade aura still whipping around him. With the grand perfection unlocked, level 2 sword intent plus, that tyrant body, the death elimination competition is officially cooked. Cut to the moon goddess palace. The sun is up. It is judgment day. The rabbit is rolling on the floor, cracking up. You just know some tomfoolery went down. Qin Feng has been meditating all night, and the bunny apparently turned his face into a scratching post. The portal is opening, and our hero looks like he wrestled a lawnmower. The furball latches onto him, desperate to wake him up. Because sleeping through your own deathmatch, big yikes. Then the rabbit drops the ultimate bait. Rumor has it all, the palace sisters are rocking black stockings for the main event. Suddenly, our boy is wide awake. Priorities, people. He is genuinely contemplating the tactical advantages of that outfit choice. The fact that this is what woke him up says it all. But reality checks in when he rubs his cheek and winces. Where's a mirror? He asks, totally clueless about the masterpiece inked on his face. The rabbit instantly goes into damage control mode. Oh, that's just cultivation fatigue. You push too hard, bro. Rest up. Classic gaslight. Then it pivots back to the tournament. Shouldn't you get ready? Qin Feng shrugs it off casually. Why stress about a little mortal combat? The rabbit practically melts with relief. Glad the art project remains a secret. Close one. Meanwhile, the stream is live. We are talking a full stadium setup, snacks included. Apparently a deathmatch is prime entertainment here. They have even got a commentary booth, an elderly grandmaster, and a purple-haired bombshell. It is giving total ESPN energy, except the losing team literally dies. The chat is already flaming our boy. Rank 30,000. I thought he was a prodigy. So the host brings in Master Ma Dagwo to explain why Qin Feng is flopping so hard. They literally hired a guy just to trash talk him in 4K resolution. Ma Dagwo, founder of the Primal Chi technique, looks like he has been waiting his whole life to drop this hot take. His pro-analysis, Qin Feng is a jack of all trades, master of none, claims he is spread too thin, which, spoiler alert, is hilarious. Because our MC has secretly maxed out literally every stat. He keeps yapping quantity isn't quality. Why else did it take him 7 years to hit level 9? This dude is betting his whole career on a bad take, and the crowd is drinking the Kool-Aid. Now they are gossiping that Qin Feng has been too busy flirting with the palace maids to train. The slander is real, the host asks. Could he be a dark horse? And Ma shuts it down cold. Impossible. Real masters focus on one path like me. He is practically screaming that Qin Feng is washed. He is really poking the bear here, and the sheep in the audience are nodding along like, yes, very wise. They are all about to look so dumb. Ma Dagwo sits there with the most punchable smug grin in history. He thinks he just dropped knowledge bombs. The copium intake later is going to be legendary. Back to reality, Qin Feng sneezes. Someone is definitely trash-talking him. The rabbit pleads, don't bring that weak energy into the bracket. Suddenly, a golden warp circle detonates under their feet. Just like that, they get isekai'd straight into the war zone. Qin Feng snaps his head around. Who's trash-talking me? Because even across dimensional barriers, he can sense the shade being thrown. Qin Feng scans the map, Bunny chilling on his shoulder, wondering if this life-and-death battlefield really lives up to the hype. And yeah, the devs really went all out. The arena is colossal, featuring floating islands, cascading waterfalls, and infinite green horizons. This isn't just a ring, it's an entire ecosystem. But don't let the scenery fool you. The water is murky, choked with half-buried skulls and rib cages. This place has a serious body count, and it's flaunting it. Qin Feng surveys the grim aesthetic and nods approvingly. Now, this is what I call a vibe. Our boy is literally raiding the graveyard ambience. Peak demon energy. Suddenly, movement flickers in the distance. The lobby is already populated, and in a battle royale that means violence is imminent. But instead of rushing in, our protagonist has a different play. With tens of thousands of sweats, and monsters roaming, aggroing early is a rookie mistake. The strats: camp, lay low, preserve the HP bar, let the other players wear each other down. Then when everyone is gassed, he'll third-party the survivors and sweep the loot. Our villain treats this like 4D chess, and honestly, it's genius. Meanwhile, back on the livestream, the commentators are roasting him. Qin Fang's rank has free-fallen from 30,000 down to 50,000. 0 points. They think he's choking on the big stage. Little do they know, he hasn't even pressed start yet. The chat goes wild, speculating who clapped him, hyping up Yi Jian from Sword Villa, an 18-year-old prodigy in the Dao realm, rocking 3rd-level sword intent and a heavenly sword body. Sounds OP, until you remember Qin Fang's kit. They're writing our boy off, calling him a flop who couldn't handle the pressure. These people are setting themselves up for the most legendary face slap in server history, and they're completely oblivious. Over in the Yin Moon Dynasty's Royal Hall, even the Emperor is glued to the screen, staring at that 0-point ranking. The whole kingdom is watching the leaderboard. And guess who's loving every second? Princess Nanfang is thriving on Qin Fang's bad performance. She's radiating pure, unfiltered pettiness. But the Moon Goddess, she's watching with her crew, and the vibe is tense. She's confused why her troublesome little brother is away from keyboard instead of fighting. And what is he actually doing? He's fishing. Our MC is literally touching grass by the river with a rod, while the entire world watches his stock crash. The rabbit is begging him to make a move, but Qin Fang is unbothered. He stretches and smirks. Trust the timing. While the rest of the lobby is slaughtering each other, our villain is mastering the art of procrastination. The rabbit hands him his blade, and Qin Fang starts spitting philosophy about how a true gentleman is not a tool. The rabbit looks confused, and honestly, same. He clarifies that a high-class individual doesn't need to dirty his hands with weapons to win. The rabbit stares at him like he needs a psych eval. Valid reaction. The bunny senses a disturbance in the force but can't pinpoint the source. And knowing Qin Fang's history of chaos, the rabbit should be terrified. Because here comes the actual play. After grinding battles all day, everyone gets thirsty. So, Qin Fang decides to poison the entire water supply. Man went from peaceful fisherman to biological terrorist in 30 seconds flat. And subtlety is not on the menu. He straps on a mask and hauls out a massive sack of suspicious powder. The rabbit questions the dosage, which is a very reasonable concern. Then our boy starts dissecting a toxic toad he caught. Whatever juice he's extracting is definitely illegal in most realms, and the energy is getting manic. He argues that without potent ingredients, you don't get spectacular results. The rabbit stands there questioning every choice that led to being his accomplice. But humans aren't the only ones thirsty. 2 hulking rhino monsters start chugging from the stream, while Qin Fang watches from above, like a chaotic puppet master. The cocktail hits immediately. The monsters go full berserk mode. Eyes glowing red, mouths foaming, charging into the wild. The rabbit cheerfully announces, "It's working. This is calculated anarchy." The drugged-up beasts steamroll straight toward a group of cultivators. They barely scream a warning before the monsters are in their face. The fighters try to engage, but these things are juiced to the gills on Qin Fang's special brew. Their aggression is off the charts. And these poor guys are not ready. The beast plows through their formation, sending warriors ragdolling through the air. Whatever cocktail Qin Fang served, these beasts transformed them into absolute units on steroids. Meanwhile, our MC is chilling in the canopy, like he is live streaming a reality show, narrating the carnage below. The rabbit confirms, the trap is sprung perfectly. Right on schedule, the squad barely scrapes by taking down the monsters. And high-fiving over the XP boost. They think their rankings are about to skyrocket. They have zero clue. Qin Fang orchestrated this entire beatdown. Drenched in gore and running on fumes, they desperately need hydration. One poor soul volunteers for the water run, and you can already guess exactly which stream he is heading for. They hit the river and start scrubbing down, splashing that toxic brew right onto their faces. This is the part where I am yelling at the monitor. Do not drink the Kool-Aid, but it is too late. The effects are instant. The bald guy starts overheating, and that swirly pink aura signals his brain chemistry is going completely haywire. It is happening. Suddenly the bros are looking at each other with way too much affection. We are talking floating hearts and compliments on glutes. The vibe just got incredibly sus. Qin Fang, you are absolutely diabolical. Then snap, the spell flickers, and they recoil from each other in pure terror as their frontal lobes reboot, and they realize what just went down. The cringe is terminal. They start hollering that it must be a hallucination, gaslighting themselves to erase the last 30 seconds. Hate to break it to you fellas, but that was real life, courtesy of Qin Fang. But wait, new challengers approaching. Two ladies stroll up to the river, hyping each other up on their combat stats. They are totally oblivious to the pharmaceutical nightmare in the water supply. That is when the drugged-up squad locks onto them. Their eyes start glowing, and they literally roar, woman like mindless zombies because the drug has fried every last ounce of their impulse control. The girls immediately sense the danger blades drawn, demanding these weirdos back off. The mood just shifted from awkward comedy to straight-up thriller, and these guys have zero chill left. One mumbles about wanting friendship, while the other makes a demand that sounds absolutely illegal. The vibes are predatory, and someone needs to call the cops. It escalates, one guy has stripped down, and is hunting the women while they scream for space. We are witnessing a felony, in the middle of a death tournament. This degenerate actually says their resistance is turning him on. The potion brought out their inner monsters, and Qin Feng directed this entire nightmare scene. And action. Our villain drops from the sky, playing the White Knight and ordering the creep to stand down. He caused the problem and is now fixing it, just to farm clout. The audacity is off the charts. The girls look up, starstruck by their savior. It is Qin Feng, the architect of this chaos, playing the hero in a crisis he manufactured. Peak villain manipulation, and the girls are buying it wholesale. The drugged fighter tries to scream at Qin Feng to get lost, but he is writing checks his body cannot cash. Qin Feng does not hesitate. He blasts the guy with an energy wave that blinds the whole clearing. Boom system notification. Congratulations on defeating Young Ji. Plus 1,000 villain points. He is literally farming these guys like mobs in an RPG. The efficiency is ruthless. The victim is writhing on the ground while Qin Feng watches with popcorn-eating energy. Suddenly, backup arrives. The bald guy demands answers, clueless that he is talking to the puppet master, who put them in this state. Qin Feng does not explain. He throws hands. The bald fighter gets sliced and diced before he can even blink. The villain points are cascading in like a Vegas jackpot. 2 more notifications, cha-ching, 2,000 points richer. This man turned a deathmatch into a point farming simulator. Bodies are dropping and the rabbit is mid-air stripping pockets like a loot goblin. Another cool 1,000 points in the bank. The bunny is weighed down with stolen gear, eyes sparkling, screaming that they are rich. Talk about a pivot from mascot to war profiteer. Qin Feng pivots to the ladies, delivering an Oscar-worthy speech about mercy and safety. The girls are absolutely melting. Hook, line, and sinker. He broke it, he fixed it, and now he is getting fan mail for it. Even the drugged guy stammers a thank you. This man says, "If the young hero hadn't stepped in, I might have done something awful." My guy, the young hero, is the reason you lost your mind. Qin Feng just looks at him with pure disgust and tells him to get lost. The guy even asks same time next week like they just became besties. The sheer audacity of this exchange is off the charts. The losers are limping away, dragging their battered carcasses just to stay upright. Qin Feng just wiped the floor with the whole squad, and nobody even realized they were playing his game. Back at the Yin Moon Dynasty HQ, the crowd is glued to the screens. One guy calls Qin Feng a genius, while another literally facepalms screaming, "We did not teach him that." The moon goddess looks ready to die of cringe. She never imagined he'd pull a stunt this dirty to get the win. Man, nobody saw this coming. It's off-script crazy. Now she goes full chibi rage, shrieking that even if he's shameless, could he maybe not trash the palace's rep? But Qin Feng zero forks given. He strikes a pose by the river, dropping his manifesto. Break eggs, and smash more eggs. Meanwhile, the bunnies chanting the remix, get paid, and get paid. They share exactly one brain cell, and it only processes hard cash. Anyone unlucky enough to cross him just calls him a monster as he struts off. The wrecked fighters stare at him, like he's a walking apocalypse. But hold up, here comes the villain arc. The other contestants notice. Something's funky with the water sources. Panic sets, in thirst is real. Right on cue, a voice booms out, offering hydration to the highest bidder. And boom, there's Qin Feng hosting a live auction in the middle of a battle royale, selling clean water starting at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. He poisoned the well and is charging for the antidote. That is ruthless monopoly capitalism. Baldy snaps. He punches the dirt, screaming about Qin Feng's lack of honor, trying to form a raid party to take him out. Valid point, but also, maybe don't chug mystery river water, genius. The mob mentality kicks in. Fighters stumble up, eyes blazing with murder, ready to gank Qin Feng instantly. The circle tightens, weapons drawn, bloodlust maxed out. Qin Feng's reaction. He sighs. Being this handsome really puts a target on my back. He's about to get mauled, and he's worried about his looks. Classic. But instead of throwing hands, he yeets something sky high. The rabbit ducks for cover on his head while the mob stands there clueless about the incoming disaster. Then he scrams. He yells, "Enjoy the party, boys. You've got a long road ahead." And he's grinning like he just robbed a bank. Which, let's be real, he basically did. His little present activates fighters, start gagging, covering their noses, screaming to take cover. Dude literally used chemical warfare to escape a beatdown. But suddenly, a challenger approaches. And this guy hits different. Handsome, piercing blue eyes, wondering who's turning the battlefield into a circus. Like the answer isn't obvious. The campers recognize him instantly. Whispers ripple through the bushes, it's the envoy. From the great Ji dynasty Fang Chang. And the way they say his name, this dude is bad news. Then comes the lore drop. Apparently Qin Fang messed with Fang Chang's girl, driving the guy absolutely bonkers. Does this make them mortal enemies? Spoiler alert, yes, 100%. Right then, shirtless Baldy clocks Qin Fang in the distance and starts the pursuit. Fang Chang catches the movement, wondering if that sprinter is really the guy who ruined his life. Baldy watches with a nasty smirk, proclaiming that evil brings its own destruction. Acting like karma is finally cashing in on Qin Fang. Honestly, karma's been trying to reach this man for 24 episodes. Fang Chang launches forward, screaming at him to stop running if he's got a spine. Our boy is just booking it, rabbit bouncing on his backpack. Spine, please. This man runs on tactical cowardice. Even mid-sprint, Qin Fang is monologuing about Chosen One timing. Catching cheaters grinding XP, he's treating a death chase like it's just content creation. Then he starts trolling. He shouts back, "Come get me if you're brave enough, let's play tag." The disrespect is unreal, baiting his nemesis into a trap like it's a recess game, and Fang Chang bites. He explodes with fire, aura roaring that he fears nothing. But here's the problem with chasing Qin Fang. Across this map, the water. He drank the Kool-Aid, didn't he? Suddenly Fang Chang's system crashes. He's lagging, mid-sprint, stumbling as his body starts to glitch out and reject his commands. Totally clueless that Qin Fang's toxic cocktail is already rewriting his biology. Then boom, recognition hits. It's the exact same hallucination-grade poison used on the princess. Which means she wasn't a traitor, she was a victim. Just like that, years of venomous grudge evaporate. The love of his life didn't play him, she was played. Talk about irony. Qin Fang accidentally handed his nemesis the ultimate therapy session. And this clarity, it sparks a spiritual nuclear explosion. Ancient texts on form and void start materializing out of thin air. Turns out, healing a broken heart is the cheat code for god-tier power in this realm. He drops instantly into the zone. We're talking full-scale Heart Sutra invocation. Golden runes swirl around him like a sacred firewall installing itself. My guy speedran the path from Berserker to Buddha in 30 seconds flat. But someone terrifying is watching the stream. A crowned entity watches from the shadows, realizing Fang Chang is hacking the system, blending divinity and demonic nature. One thought holy, the next hellish. This isn't standard cultivation, it's a dangerous anomaly. And that is a capital offense. The entity decides, right then and there, if this ascension finishes, it's game over for everyone. The order is absolute: terminate the target immediately. Massive death flags are popping up everywhere. Smash cut to the throne room, the woman's instincts go haywire. She feels the shift in the atmosphere. She screams a warning, sensing that lethal intent from miles away. She pings the elder. Fang Chang is in the kill zone. The elder tries to chill her out, claiming he's already deployed a shadow guard to watch the boy's back. But let's be real, against the monster we just saw, a standard bodyguard is barely a speed bump. The princess isn't bluffing. She vows that if a hair on his head is harmed, she'll unleash her father's apocalypse. She's ready to shatter the ancestral summon token and burn the world down for her man. Meanwhile, back at Ground Zero, Qin Fang skids to a halt, looking genuinely baffled. Why did the hunter suddenly stop the chase? The vibe is off, but then ding, the system slides into his DMs with a juicy new objective. Quest alert: sabotage the Chosen One's enlightenment. The prize: a legendary sword intent upgrade card. He just walked into free XP, and that smirk says he knows he's about to rob the bank. Fang Chang's spiritual moment is about to get wrecked. The villain is cooking, and the kitchen is on fire. Our hero is locked in, floating under a massive glowing avatar like a deity in training. It's a holy spectacle. Enter Qin Fang, strolling in like he owns the joint, looking impossibly fresh. With the bunny on his shoulder and aura flaring, he radiates pure main character arrogance. He has the audacity to wave high like a neighbor, ignoring the fact he's here to delete this man's future. Fang Chang snaps out of the trance, livid. He roars, Qin Fang's name veins popping. Why are you here? A fair question considering the chaos that's about to unfold. Princess Nanfang jumps up, panic setting in. She knows interruption means spiritual suicide. If he breaks focus now, he implodes. She's practically fighting the elder to get to the battlefield. Struggling against his grip, she's desperate, but the old man commands her to hold the line. Hard to stay calm when your boyfriend is getting griefed. But the elder insists the Buddha relics are active. He claims that even a multi-armed demon couldn't scratch that shield. That is some dangerous optimism. To be fair, those relics are S-tier loot. We're talking ancient holy grade protection. Forged from divinity, they're supposedly hack-proof and immune to all malicious code. Sounds unbreakable, right? Qin Fang stares at the golden dome, analyzing the specs. Naturally, he's already looking for the exploit. The system barks an order, and he pauses. Why am I the bad guy here? The system replies with some twisted logic about sharpening steel. Sir, that metaphor doesn't apply to sabotage. Qin Feng reads the prompt, eyebrow raised. Wait, I'm supposed to say that. The AI literally cheers him on. Even his cheat code is gaslighting him. But then the idea clicks. Fine, can't let the enemy level up. Power surges and that signature wicked grin returns. He whips out a book, claiming he'll handle this with finesse. Yongse peeks at the cover confused. What kind of forbidden technique is that? Oh sweetie, that is definitely not a combat manual. Yongse immediately gets the ick. Her gut is sounding the alarm, and honestly, it's right on the money. Because our chaotic king is loudly narrating passages from what has to be the spiciest NSFW scroll in cultivation history. We're talking 4K resolution details about wild nights, intoxicating bliss, and energy flowing to some very specific places. The man really brought a bodice ripper to a sacred meditation circle. And the worst part, it's actually working. Feng Chang's spiritual avatar is literally glitching out, his focus shattering in real time, as he grinds out that Qin Feng is absolute trash, which is the understatement of the century. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Yang Ji turns to the crew like, did you guys teach him this filth? The finger pointing starts immediately. Princess Nanfang goes into full-blown panic mode, screaming denial like her life depends on it. She's yelling that she's innocent and to cut the cap, but the lady doth protest way too much. She is absolutely losing it. Years of crafting a perfect holy image, deleted in seconds by this one menace. Welcome to the Qin Feng show. Princess, your PR is dead on arrival. And Qin Feng has the absolute audacity to look at the camera and claim he thought she was a wholesome queen. Turns out she's just down bad. This dude is weaponizing thirst traps and calling her the simp. The gaslighting is top tier. He keeps reading, describing a soft, delicate hand reaching out in slow motion. With a smooth, whispery delivery, he's turned Feng Chang's holy enlightenment session into a steamy ASMR experience that literally no one subscribed to. But here's the kicker, even Qin Feng is starting to blush at his own script. His heart is pounding from his own weapon of mass distraction. You played yourself, my guy. The plot is hitting different though, because even our villain is sweating over this spicy material. Back in the VIP box, Princess Nanfeng is practically on her knees begging the elder to fix this mess. Before Feng Chang completely snaps, she knows if this keeps up, his brain is going to fry from pure rage. But before anyone can hit pause, a purple energy nuke screams out of nowhere, aiming straight for Qin Feng's head. While he's still mid-sentence reading smut, someone wants him gone. Qin Feng clocks the threat instantly. A cheap shot. Our boy might have zero morals, but his reflexes are god tier, and this attack is massive. A colossal purple energy sword rips through the scenery with enough force to cleave the planet in two. It obliterates a tree instead of Qin Feng, because he's already sidestepped it. He comments on the power level like he's judging a talent show, acting like a food critic while dodging death. Meanwhile, the attacker, a young archer, is screaming curses, because somehow Qin Feng ghosted his arrow. A new challenger has entered the lobby and he is pressed. But he's not done. He immediately unloads a clip, sending a rain of purple energy arrows pouring down from the canopy. The whole forest lights up like a rave projectiles, shredding everything in their path. Qin Feng is dancing for his life, complaining about the harassment, while the rabbit on his shoulder is screaming, begging not to get turned into a shish kebab. These two share exactly one brain cell, and right now it's set to panic. Turns out this sniper is by air, not an NPC. He's a prodigy who hit the Dao realm early, and he's sitting at rank 153 in the tournament. That is a legitimate boss-level threat. The crowd is already calling the match, convinced Bai has this in the bag. On paper, they're right, but these casuals clearly haven't been watching the show, and Qin Feng is done running. He claps back, asking if he stole their girl or became their stepdad because the obsession is getting weird. Then he drops the line, "You think I'm a kitten because I haven't roared? Oh, the gloves are off." But instead of rushing in, he ducks behind cover with the bunny and starts plotting. That wicked smirk means Bai is about to have a terrible time. The archer draws back, locked on, ready to sniper shot the finale. But Qin Feng explodes from cover, closing the gap instantly. You want to play ranged? Too bad. He unleashes a sword art, sending a massive arc of blue energy slicing through the air like he's trying to split the sky. Bai is shook. His brain can't compute how a level 9 cultivator is outputting this kind of DPS. Qin Feng just flashes a grin and says, "One more step." That's not a warning, that's a receipt. Suddenly, a random chicken gets yeeted by the blast wave, hands down the funniest collateral damage we've seen yet. The system notification pops up. Congratulations on hitting 1000 villain points. For disrupting the peace, he is farming bad karma like it's double XP weekend. Bai crashes hard, screaming as he slams into the dirt. Rank 153 just got absolutely folded. Qin Feng flashes a thumbs up to the camera, claiming he's doing the Lord's work right now. Dude just stomped a ranked pro into the pavement and calls it community service. The gaslighting is honestly impressive. He crashes right next to Feng Chang's Zen Zone, pockets a cool 1000 villain points, and decides he's just getting started. He's treating the Chosen One's holy ascension like an XP farm in a grindy MMO. He whips the book back out and resumes narration. He starts reading aloud, a scene about late-night texting and losing track of time. Pure cringe romance. He's reading this steamy fluff like a bedtime story for a monk, but suddenly the plot goes 0 to 100. It gets so explicit that the actual comic has to cut the feed. The censorship rabbit literally hijacks the screen to tell us this is NSFW. The story just censored itself in real time. We smash cut to the broadcast studio to save our monetization. The host is absolutely roasting Master Ma, the so-called expert who previously called Qin Feng a jack-of-all-trades nobody. She wants to know how a level 9 scrub just one-shotted a Dao Realm legend. Explain that, genius. Master Ma is sweating bullets. His entire career is flashing before his eyes because he just got exposed on live TV. The host isn't letting up grilling him on whether Qin Feng is hiding a special constitution or some secret buff. She's got him cornered. Master Ma goes into full damage control, screaming that it's impossible. Just yelling impossible over and over. Yeah, great analysis, buddy. You're really earning that paycheck. He starts making stuff up, claiming Qin Feng must be juicing on some temporary strength elixir, because admitting you're a fraud is apparently way harder than lying to millions of viewers. Then he doubles down with some bogus logic since Qin Feng's sword intent just leveled up. His supreme bone and heavy pupil must be weak. He predicts Qin Feng caps out at the top 100. Clip that prediction, folks, because it's going to age like milk left in the sun. The other hosts just nod along blindly. Sound logic, Master Ma. The amount of copium in this studio could suffocate a dinosaur. The censorship rabbit pops back up. The Chosen One has absorbed the forbidden knowledge, so we're back live. This cartoon bunny is literally managing Fang Chang's tolerance for smut. You can't make this up. Qin Feng sees the Enlightenment accelerating, so he decides to skip to the really filthy chapters. It's psychological warfare at its finest. The giant golden Buddha protecting Fang Chang starts showing stress fractures, that supposedly unbreakable divine shield. It's getting shattered by a paperback romance novel. The ancient monks definitely didn't patch their holy defense against this kind of attack vector. Qin Feng yells, "Done," looking wiped out like he just ran a marathon instead of reading erotica. Even trolling takes stamina. The divine barrier finally gives up and detonates in a massive shockwave. But Qin Feng is annoyed. He complains he just got to the good part, but Fang Chang absorbed it too fast. He's criticizing the victim's reading speed. Meanwhile, Fang Chang looks like he got hit by a truck. The guy is hacking up blood, his mental state, fried spiritual backlash tearing his insides to shreds, defeated by adult fiction. The system chimes in with a cheerful congratulations. Reward 1, Sword Intent Upgrade Card. He literally got paid to read smut aloud. Then the jackpot hits 500,000 villain points for critically injuring the Chosen One. 500,000 points for one storytime session. The ROI on this is absolutely illegal. Is our boy satisfied? Hell no. He stares at the notification like, is that it? He wanted a prize draw. He just ruined a man's life, and he's whining about the RNG drop rates. Since the system stiffed him, Qin Feng decides to manual loot. He starts draining Fang Chang's energy directly. He's not just beating the hero, he's emptying his pockets. He rips out a glowing golden orb. It's the Buddha's relic. He snatched the Holy Grail from the guy he just mind-broke with a romance book. Absolute menace behavior. The system loves it and finally tosses him that prize draw opportunity. He complained and the universe literally said, "My bad, here's more free stuff." Feng Chang is clawing at the dirt, begging for his relic back while Qin Feng just stands there cackling. "That's better," Qin Feng says. The Chosen One is reduced to a beggar at the villain's feet. Talk about a negative character arc. And when the begging gets annoying, Qin Feng just kicks him in the face. The level of disrespect here has officially gone off the charts. He strolls out with a smirk, dropping the mic by saying that relic is never coming back in this lifetime. Feng Chang is left just losing his mind in the background. Just another Tuesday, another main character item swiped. He bolts with the bunny, and the confused fluffball asks why they're fleeing. Valid question when you just dominated the entire map. Qin Feng hits the rabbit with some classic wisdom. The mantis hunts the cicada, completely ignoring the bird, stalking it from behind. Translation, there is always a bigger fish, lurking in the shadows. The rabbit's eyes pop as it realizes they're being hunted. Qin Feng's survival instincts are screaming, and when this guy gets a bad vibe, you listen. Right on cue. The path gets blocked. A dark figure roasts Qin Feng, telling him he's got a big mouth, which is fair criticism, but you're about to see why he's survived 25 episodes of non-stop yapping. The challenger steps into the light, and this guy is a whole aesthetic. White hair, black drip, massive sword. He says he needs Qin Feng's help to sharpen his blade. That is hands down the most menacing intro we've seen yet. Qin Feng asks for a name, wondering why he should care. Meanwhile, the system flags this guy as not the Chosen One, meaning 0 villain points for the win. Qin Feng is literally calculating the ROI mid-confrontation. The swordsman reveals he wields the blade of the famous sword villa, pulling twin swords with the swagger of a guy who remains undefeated. Then he just says, "Here I come." No monologue, no drama, just pure hands. A quiet fighter is infinitely more terrifying than a loud one. He politely asks to learn from Qin Feng and launches a blitz attack. The manners honestly make it creepier. Qin Feng is shook. He barely registers the movement before the strike lands. He thinks, okay, this guy is fast. Their blades crash, and Qin Feng realizes the stats he's up against. First level Dao cultivation, third level sword intent, and the heavenly sword's body. He admits this is the raid boss of this tournament. That is not a compliment he throws around lightly. Yijian presses the attack with a slash so sharp, it literally warps the air. He is giving Qin Feng absolutely zero room to breathe. But even Yijian has to give props, noting Qin Feng's movement is unnaturally agile. Game recognizes game, making this way more hype than the usual one-sided beatdowns. Yijian calls his shot from across the field, asking how Qin Feng likes the next move. He's treating this deathmatch like a friendly sparring session, and the tension is electric. He drops a spinning sword technique with so much torque that the battlefield distorts around him. The raw DPS output here is on a completely different tier from the scrubs Qin Feng fought earlier, but Qin Feng reads the room. This guy wants to settle who is the apex predator. No running away this time. He draws his blade with intent, locking in for the 1v1. He charges with a heavy slash. But even mid-swing, his brain is complaining that since this guy isn't a protagonist, winning feels like a waste of time. Only Qin Feng would be disappointed about a victory, because the loot table is empty. Swords collide in a massive shockwave, blue and silver energy ripping up the terrain. Two elite duelists sweating it out, and neither one is giving an inch. The livestream chat is losing it. Yijian is ranked 53rd, way above Qin Feng, yet they are dead even. People are screaming rigged, because the math isn't mathing. For the spectators, they cut to Master Ma for expert analysis. And this man looks like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. His top 100 prediction just aged like milk, and the cameras are rolling. Better luck next time, Master Ma. Ma panic drops a bombshell, claiming Qin Feng is the Yin Yue Emperor's godson, then shuts up to save his own skin, and the crowd buys it hook, line, and sinker. One guy yells, "I knew it, that's the only way." A playboy jumps 30,000 ranks overnight. Everyone nods along like NPCs trusting the expert. But the interviewer isn't letting him slide, asking if his conscience is okay. Master Ma starts coughing, like he's allergic to the truth. Meanwhile, back in the fight, Yijian realizes with horror that Qin Feng has hit the first level Dao realm. The power scaling makes no sense to him, and his confidence cracks. And while Yijian is glitching out over that fact, the rabbit goes full aggro, launching at his face with glowing red eyes. This pocket-sized fluffball just woke up and chose violence. The rabbit speed blitzes Yijian, slapping him across the jaw while declaring itself fast, lethal, and precise. We are watching a ranked swordsman from the prestigious famous sword villa get humbled by a bunny. On a 4K livestream, Yijian staggers back, totally shook, while Qin Feng chills on the sidelines, with the rabbit hopping back onto his shoulder. The levels of pettiness here are off the charts, fam. The rabbit looks for validation, and Qin Feng hypes it up, reminding the chat to never forget who owns this beast. Our main man is really out here claiming full custody of his pet's assault charges. Yijian clutches his face, trying to do damage control, calling the slap a cheap parlor trick. But we saw that flinch in high definition. My guy, the replay catches everything. And this is where the plot thickens, because Yijian's vision is starting to swim. That paw strike wasn't just physical, it scrambled his optic nerves. The little furball was stacking debuffs on him the entire time. But Yijian isn't folding yet. He white-knuckles his hilt, dumping his entire mana pool into the blade. He unleashes a tsunami of golden sword aura that absolutely shreds the terrain. We are talking map-altering destruction here. Qin Feng is stuck dead center of that golden vortex, watching the world get deleted around him by the sheer pressure. Even Qin Feng realizes he might have cooked too hard. He guards his face, muttering a curse which, coming from our unbothered villain king, means the threat level just hit code red. So he plays the trump card. His eyes flash with that ancient double pupil hacks, and suddenly reality shifts into bullet time. Time to see what this S-tier ability can actually do. Just like that, those lightspeed slashes start looking like they are moving through molasses. With the double pupil active, he is reading every vector, every angle, turning a fatal situation into a rhythm game. Qin Feng dances through the chaos, while the rabbit screams about how bad this swordsman's anger issues are. The bunny is terrified of catching a stray, which is honestly fair. Up in the VIP box, a high-tier elder is already calling the match against Qin Feng. He claims the technique is flashy, but if Qin Feng can't one-shot the enemy, he is a sitting duck. Classic boomer analysis. But then we have this stunner in the red silk, and she is actually stressing over Qin Feng, claiming that pitting a rookie against a Dao Realm cultivator is overkill. She is way too invested in our boy's survival. Back in the arena, Yijian clocks something is off, and demands to know if Qin Feng will pop the supreme bone or the double pupil. He is basically begging for the smoke, and Qin Feng just smirks and drops the coldest line in the series. You ain't him. The sheer audacity to tell a top 50 ranker he isn't even worth the cooldowns. Instead of god-tier skills, Qin Feng whips out bottles labeled, "Mother Pigs Can Go Crazy," and informs Ye Jian. This matches his vibe way better. He brought gag items to a death match. The mental warfare is unmatched. Ye Jian is foaming at the mouth, screaming that this childishness needs to end. You can tell. He is fighting for his life to keep his cool against a guy who fights like a troll and roasts like a comedian. Qin Feng claps back instantly, reminding him that villains don't need morals. Then he yeets every single one of those potion bottles at Ye Jian. Pure chaos energy. He follows it up with a barrage of ice shards, driving them forward with killing intent. The bottles were just the setup. This is the punchline. Ye Jian walls up with golden energy, but the fatigue is showing. He is burning crucial stamina, just to survive Qin Feng's meme strats. And while Ye Jian is busy turtling, Qin Feng slips behind a tree and orders the system to pop the Sword Intent upgraded card. This man is opening the menu to level up mid-boss fight. The system pings back. Sword Intent is now level 3, perfectly matching Ye Jian's stats. The scales just balanced in the most pay-to-win way possible, because Qin Feng literally downloaded a patch. During the brawl, he dives back in with the heaven-cutting sword, and suddenly the pressure hits different. Ye Jian scoffs, calling him an amateur for spamming the same move twice. He thinks he has the download on this attack, but he played right into Qin Feng's hand. Their blades crash, and the server basically crashes with them. Gold meets blue in a collision that sends shockwaves rippling through the forest. And that is the moment Ye Jian realizes he messed up. The Sword Intent isn't the same flavor anymore. Qin Feng grins, revealing that baiting Ye Jian into overconfidence was the long con. The trap was set, and the jaws just snapped shut. A massive blue wave wipes the battlefield, hitting hard enough to crack the Earth's crust. The dust cloud hangs heavy, and when it finally clears, both fighters are still on their feet, but they are running on fumes. That aftermath screams just how insane that power exchange really was. After that final impact, the entire livestream chat would be frozen. Everyone watching is glued to their screens, desperate to know who actually walked away with the W. And the answer isn't the clean sweep anyone wanted. Qin Feng hacks up a lungful of blood. He definitely took some critical damage from that last hit. And there is zero poker face here. Princess Nanfang is practically vibrating with glee, sprinting over to give Fang Chang the headline news that Qin Feng just got clapped. She has been manifesting this downfall like it is her birthday, Christmas, and the Super Bowl all wrapped into one. Meanwhile, Fang Chang is absolutely crashing out. He is screaming that Qin Feng ruined his purity, declaring them sworn enemies for life. The guy is shirtless, surrounded by raging fire energy, and totally traumatized. The PTSD from those romance novels clearly hit harder than any physical attack. But hold up, plot twist. Ye Jian starts coughing up blood too. The ace from famous Sword Villa. He did not walk away unscathed. This was a textbook double KO. Princess Nanfang's victory dance comes to a screeching halt. Her face is a portrait of pure shock. Even the Emperor analyzes the scene and has to admit this kid is built different. When the heavy hitters of the realm start dropping compliments, you know you have broken the power scaling. The Yin Yo Empress just flashes a knowing smirk and drops a bomb. That was just his warm-up. She knows exactly what Qin Feng has in the tank, and she is completely unbothered. She looks devastatingly gorgeous, and is clearly enjoying the drama a little too much. But then, the vibe shifts instantly. She is actually salty that Qin Feng unlocked level 3 Sword Intent without telling her. She raised him from a pup. She catered to his every need, and he is still gatekeeping his power level. The maternal betrayal is real right now. Meanwhile, her attendants are fuming with jealousy, literally morphing into angry chibi forms. Having the Empress personally simp for your potential is the kind of privilege that makes everyone else sick with envy. The Emperor spots a crucial detail. Qin Feng ate a direct hit from that sword energy, but the wound is already stitching itself back together. This kid's biology is running on hacks. Qin Feng senses a shift in the momentum. That look of confusion, the gears are turning. Behind those calculating eyes, he sees Ye Jian bleeding out. But the ego of a top-tier swordsman, it won't let him fold. He can barely speak, but suddenly, Ye Jian explodes with golden aura, screaming that he is not finished yet. This man is emptying the tank for one last Hail Mary play. You almost have to respect the sheer dedication to the grind. Qin Feng looks totally over it. He asks if this arc is ever going to end. He is fighting a dude with 0 villain point loot drops. The return on investment here is trash. So Qin Feng decides to wrap this up and starts charging his own ult. He tells Ye Jian to try tanking this one. Time to close out this profitless transaction. The Emperor's eyes go wide. He finally recognizes the heavenly tyrant body. He is realizing just how many aces Qin Feng has been holding up his sleeve this whole tournament. Yi Jian has gone full feral mode, screaming for a run back. His eyes are manic. His swordsman pride has completely overridden his survival instinct. They clash again. The explosion is so massive you can only see silhouettes drowning in a sea of golden fire. The entire forest gets deleted because of this grudge match. The shockwave flattens everything in the zip code. Trees, rocks the ground, nothing survives the blast radius. When the smoke clears, Yi Jian is the one left standing in the crater, but he is clutching his chest, barely hanging on. Qin Feng watches from the rim, and the skill gap is looking painfully wide. And here is the truly broken mechanic. Qin Feng's heavenly tyrant body doesn't just tank damage, it scales up the longer the fight drags on. He isn't getting tired, he is leveling up. That is straight up unfair game design. Qin Feng hits him with a smirk and says it looks like he doesn't even need to dirty his hands anymore. The rabbit is chilling on the sidelines with that exact same energy. The audacity of these two to spectate their own boss fight. The bunny announces it can finally munch on carrots in peace, while Qin Feng looks like he has already checked out mentally. One is calculating strategy, the other is on a snack break. But the downtime gets cut short. The rabbit's ears perk up, someone is incoming. Qin Feng asks for the ID. The rabbit points out the intruder. Qin Feng draws his blade and says it doesn't matter who it is, because he only needs one thing, and that smirk. It tells you exactly what kind of scheme he is cooking up. Yi Jian, battered and broken, watches Qin Feng's silhouette fade into the distance. He calls out brother, vowing they will cross paths again. He went from trying to unalive Qin Feng to calling him fam in a single match. Swordsmen are just built different. But suddenly Qin Feng pulls a U-turn and storms right back. He gets right in his face, demanding to know who gave Yi Jian permission to start a fight, and then just dip whenever he feels like it. Talk about an ego trip. This guy is genuinely offended that his victim tried to quit the game. Yi Jian's face drains of color, looking like he just saw a ghost. Bro thought he was getting a handshake and a respectful send-off. Instead, he catches a ruthless sucker punch. Clearly no one read the fine print. Qin Feng has a strict, no refund, no surrender policy. Yi Jian gets folded like a lawn chair, his soul depicted as a little poultry ghost, floating up to the pearly gates alongside a busted egg. Consider the famous sword Villa's ace officially scrambled. But the villain arc is just heating up. He pivots to the peanut gallery on the sidelines, and basically marks every single one of them for death. Looming over Yi Jian's fallen form, bathed in a blood-red aura that screams final boss energy, the crowd suddenly has a massive realization. They picked the absolute worst day to be spectators. Pure chaos erupts as the mob scatters like roaches when the lights come on, shrieking about demons and tripping over each other to escape. In a heartbeat, these tournament hopefuls switch from audience members to literal prey. Qin Feng flicks his wrist, and the sky instantly fills with a lethal arsenal of hovering blades. Spoiler alert, running is futile. His brain goes into calculator mode over 100 targets. At 1,000 villain points a pop equals a massive 100,000 point harvest. He unleashes the 9 sword strike, turning this high-stakes battle into his personal XP farm. The UI goes crazy, notifications stacking up faster than a glitched Tetris game. 104 eliminations, 104,000 points secured. The sheer volume of loot dropping from this one-sided beatdown is mind-blowing. Cut to our MC in adorable chibi mode perched atop a mountain of bodies, thanking the bros and flexing his 726,000 villain points and a fresh lottery ticket. Dude is literally farming this tournament like a Black Friday sale. And for the chef's kiss, the system dumps 300,000 points into his lap just for mentally and physically wrecking the chosen one, plus a bonus gacha roll for inflicting permanent trauma on Fang Chang. Who knew reading spicy romance novels aloud would pay such high dividends? Surveying the destruction, Qin Feng drops a rhetorical, overwhelming. The smoking crater around him answers that for him. The rabbit pipes up, confused why Fang Chang is still mobile. After they literally deleted his future bloodline, Qin Feng pauses, blinking. Oh, right. The fact he forgot he neutered a guy is wildly disturbing. He immediately pivots to a monologue about his saintly virtue, claiming he smashed those eggs, solely to help the guy focus on his training. The rabbit cuts the BS, pointing out the sunset way more practical info. Qin Feng jets into the sky, realizing he needs a hideout before the angry mob of victims he just farmed comes hunting for payback. The rabbit drops a snarky comment about his boundless merits. Seriously, give this bunny a Netflix special. They locate a designated rest cave, a safe zone with strict rules, no live streams, no PvP allowed. Finally, a spot where Qin Feng can plot his next villainous move off camera. The rabbit instantly flops down outside, declaring it can finally crash in peace. Poor Fluffball has survived the longest day in history, but no nap time for Qin Feng. He opens up his interface. Check out that dashboard, it is absolutely gorgeous. We are talking over 1 million villain points stacked up, and 2 lottery tickets just burning a hole in his pocket. Qin Feng decides it is time to quit playing around. He reaches out and smashes that gotcha draw button with the confidence of a whale with 1,000,000 points in the bank. 2 chances to spin the wheel of destiny. The potential buffs here could completely break the meta. The needle flies past the supreme bone, skips the true dragon art, ignores the heavenly tyrant body, and slams the brakes right on the divine level Great River Sword technique. When your RNG luck is this cracked, you really have to wonder if the devs rigged the system just for you. Qin Feng immediately takes his new toy for a test drive, and the graphics are absolutely insane. A massive tidal wave of hydro energy explodes outward, stretching across the horizon like a biblical flood. The water twists into a gargantuan vortex that just shreds reality. We are looking at divine-level destruction, wrapped up in the highest definition 4K shade of blue you have ever witnessed. Dozens of hydro swords spawn in the air above him, every single one radiating enough lethal vibe to flatten a city block. This technique is the perfect marriage of sword mastery and elemental dominance, and the visual effects alone are nightmare fuel. His eyes go wide as the sheer scale of this power trip hits him. Even Qin Feng is shook by the S-tier skill he just unlocked. Back in the safety of the cave, he is geeking out over the Great River Sword technique. But being Qin Feng, his brain instantly shifts to min-maxing, and boom, the upsell appears. The system asks if he wants to drop 1,000,000 villain points. 1,000,000, literally the entire bag he secured today, blown on a single microtransaction. The yes button is pulsing, and Qin Feng does not even blink. His logic is flawless. The heaven-cutting sword is his only DPS move right now, and if he cannot burst down an enemy instantly, he is vulnerable, adding the 300,000 that Fang Chang donated makes exactly enough for a max-level compatibility card. Fang Chang literally funded his own bully's upgrade. The irony is absolute perfection. The system confirms the Great River Sword technique has been elevated to a state of total mastery. He went from noob learning the basics to Grandmaster in 5 minutes flat. This is a speedrun record in the making. The perfected ability manifests as a towering water dragon looming over him, flanked by a floating armory of liquid blades. This is not just a sword skill anymore. It is a natural disaster with an aimbot. He weaves through the swords and water, like a conductor of chaos, controlling every single blade with surgical precision. The download is complete, and the installation is instant. Qin Feng stands in the middle of the receding tides, drops a casual, not bad, and despawns the ultimate move like he just finished light cardio. That was 1,000,000 points well spent. He heads back deeper into the cave and decides to treat himself to one last gotcha pull, because apparently mastering a divine-level nuke in 5 minutes was not enough dopamine for one night. And the second spin delivers something totally different, but equally broken. The Unyielding Will, a divine-level passive that grants total immunity to any mental attack in the server. No illusions, no soul hacks, nothing gets past his firewall. Qin Feng starts hyping it up, calling it a legitimately top-tier drop. His excitement is actually valid this time, because mental immunity in a cultivation world is basically a cheat code on top of a cheat code. He breaks down the meta. Mental attacks, which attack the soul directly, are the sneakiest way to get deleted in combat. They are invisible, unblockable, and game-ending if you are squishy. And hold up, who is this stunning blonde avatar standing next to him? The system's tutorial UI just got a massive aesthetic upgrade. Qin Feng declares that with the Unyielding Will, he never has to stress about those cheap mental shots again. Between a maxed-out divine sword kit and total psychic invincibility, our boy just walked into a cave and leveled up into a raid boss. The mobs fighting him tomorrow are already cooked. Qin Feng is pulling an all-nighter in the cave, already plotting his next scheme. He announces that the Buddhist relic is next on the grinding list. He starts connecting the lore dots, realizing the great mighty celestial dragon is actually Buddhist tech, and he is theory crafting the synergy it might have with the relic. So he sits down to cultivate. Golden flames start spiraling around him in massive rings. This man has zero chill. He just rotates between different types of power leveling. But then, a glitch in the matrix. The energy detonates violently, and Qin Feng screams as the backlash rips through him. Turns out, combining ancient, Buddhist artifacts with your biology is not a plug-and-play process. The rabbit mascot rushes to the entrance, panic asking if the boss is okay, and immediately spots that Qin Feng's internal energy is going critical. The rabbit gets legitimately scared, asking if Qin Feng is about to turn to the dark side, like Fang Cheng did, which is a valid worry when your master is currently on fire with unstable, demonic-looking aura. The rabbit grabs a tiny fan and starts waving it, hoping to cool down the situation. It is a cute gesture, but fanning a guy who is literally combusting from the inside is medically useless. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a squad of cultivators is debating whether to gank Qin Feng while he is down. One dude spots the ranking number 51st with the lowest power level and decides Qin Feng looks like an easy loot drop. Meanwhile, his partner is sweating bullets, having traumatic flashbacks of what Qin Feng is actually capable of. Clueless guy wraps an arm around his buddy, preaching about eternal brotherhood and how they're undefeated. It's genuinely inspiring confidence for two guys walking straight into a meat grinder. Then Qin Feng materializes and delivers a crisp slap across the face, telling them to beat it. So much for the power of friendship. That bond lasted about 4 seconds before reality hit them in the face. Back in the cave, the rabbit is nervously checking on its master. But Qin Feng isn't just recovering, he's having a massive epiphany. He starts juggling fire and water energy simultaneously, breaking down the ancient laws of mutual generation and restraint. The man just unlocked elemental synergy in real time. He raises 2 fingers, channeling golden energy into a laser-focused technique. Mystical runes blaze across the air as the power takes shape, sending a shockwave exploding in every direction. Qin Feng sits there looking like a deity who just woke up from a nap, but the raw pressure radiating off him is literally shaking the cave foundations. The damage from the Yi Jian fight vanishes. We're talking visible healing, wounds knitting together with glowing sparks of energy. It's like his self-regeneration is a broken passive skill. Qin Feng decides it's time to stop playing around and finally break through to the spiritual martial realm. A massive fire dragon manifests from his aura as he smashes through the realm barrier. He went in for a nap and is coming out a god-tier cultivator. The overnight grind is absolutely unmatched. The rabbit lets out a massive sigh, cautiously asking if the fireworks show is finally over. Poor Bunny has dealt with more stress tonight than most people do in a lifetime. But suddenly, its ears perk up. Relief cancelled. Someone is approaching the cave, and Qin Feng is still in cooldown mode from his breakthrough. The rabbit glances back at Qin Feng, who is still cocooned in that golden energy. Master is offline. That's when this tiny fluffball makes the most heroic decision of the entire tournament. Realizing it's on its own, the rabbit squares up, standing guard against the approaching shadows. It boldly tells the intruders that its master is inside, negotiating a business deal, and they need to vacate the premises. The bluffing energy is immaculate, but the cultivators? Yeah, they aren't buying a word of it. They point out that given Qin Feng's reputation, any business partner would have been obliterated in seconds. Still, they hesitate, suggesting maybe they should bounce. At least they have some survival instinct. But as the crowd grows, someone asks the million-dollar question. Can we trust this rabbit? Obviously no. But the little guy is putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. Then a red-haired cultivator connects the dots, shouting that Qin Feng is probably inside licking his wounds. That's dangerously close to the truth. Feeling brave, Red Hair makes the brilliant decision to grab the bunny, and immediately catches a savage bite to the gut for his trouble, face planting straight into the dirt. 1 rabbit versus 1 cultivator, and the human lost. We seriously need a separate ranking category for overpowered pets. The crowd is stunned. They realize the rabbit has spatial powers. It can literally teleport its attacks. You can't predict where the next hit is coming from. The rabbit strikes a menacing power pose. Flames erupt around its tiny body as it demands to know who's with it and who's against it. This bunny is running a dictatorship right here. Spoiler, nobody voted for it. But a silver-haired cultivator isn't buying the act. He points out the silence. If Qin Feng was really dealing inside, we'd hear it. He calls the rabbit out for stalling. The rabbit gasps dramatically, asking why there's zero trust between humans and bunnies these days. Then it instantly drops the act, admitting these guys aren't idiots and realizing it needs to go full throttle. Going all out apparently means launching itself like a missile and drawing blood. Another cultivator drops screaming while the bunny shows absolutely zero mercy. The crowd can't believe how shameless this creature is. Someone mutters that the pet is just as shameless as the master. Then, a bald monk in red robes steps into the ring. He scoffs, calling the spatial power a cheap parlor trick. The rabbit immediately launches itself at the monk. Zero hesitation. Size clearly means absolutely nothing to this furball. But the monk is built different. He snatches the rabbit out of midair like it's a toy. He completely overwhelms the little guardian. No mercy here, blood sprays as the rabbit takes a devastating hit. For the first time, there's genuine pain on that little face. The vibe just shifted from comedy to tragedy real quick. The monk tosses the broken rabbit aside like trash, declares Qin Feng is next, and starts marching toward the cave. It's the kind of swagger that usually ends in a faceplant, but this bunny, he bounces right back. Battered, bloody, and barely vertical, he tells the monk, as long as I'm breathing, this cave is on lockdown. The loyalty here? Absolutely tear-jerking. 2 stunning ladies are watching from the sidelines, noting that while Little White is usually a chaotic mess, he locks in when it counts. They call out his name with genuine panic. Meanwhile, the monk is cracking up, asking, if a fluffball seriously thinks it can guard Qin Feng solo, the disrespect is palpable, and the rabbit responds by screaming, "Sword, come forth!" At max volume. We are entering unhinged territory. A massive blade manifests, and the bunny catches it midair. Golden energy blazes as he channels Qin Feng's own moves. This bunny learned from the best, and class is in session. The monk's grin vanishes as he clocks the technique. 9 swords of the vast sky. That's the master's ultimate move, and the monk knows he's in trouble. The rabbit launches the strike, sending the monk flying and shouting that he wasn't born just to look cute. Qin Xiaobai just secured his spot in the Hall of Fame for dramatic pets. He keeps pushing, screaming about the way of the sword lasting forever, like an endless night. He is dropping a full supervillain monologue while looking like a plush toy. And somehow, it hits hard. The Empress observes that the rabbit didn't just inherit Qin Feng's shamelessness and wit, but his absolute insanity too. Like owner, like pet is an understatement. Little White launches every blade skyward and brings them raining down with a single command. That's Qin Feng's signature nuke, executed by something weighing 3 pounds. The cultivators are shrieking as the sword barrage shreds their formation, yeeting bodies off the cliff edge. The rabbit just became a one-bunny airstrike. Even the monk is sprinting. Golden explosions pop off behind him as he books it through the forest. The guy who called it a fake power is now running for his life from it. Bodies are ragdolling everywhere as the group scatters. The siege just turned into a frantic evacuation. A massive golden blast seals the deal. Caves closed. Folks, the rabbit made his point loud and clear. But then, a new challenger drops in. It's Qianjun, leader of 1,000 troops, sitting at the first level of the Dao realm. The mob cheers, like the cavalry just arrived. The rabbit's eyes bulge. First level Dao realm? That is a massive stat check, compared to the fodder he just fought. And the bunny knows he's outclassed. He admits he was running on fumes before the boss showed up. He's scratched, bruised, and fueled purely by stubbornness now. But inside, magic happens. Qin Feng's heavenly tyrant body hits a new tier. Blue energy spirals around him as his physical stats get another buff. The surge peaks, and Qin Feng's eyes snap open. He senses the chaos outside, and his body is finally primed to clap back. Outside, the mob sees the blue aura erupting, and debates rushing in with their Dao realm carry backing them up. They want a sneak attack. Before Qin Feng wakes up, Qianjun hypes the mob, telling them to gamble it all and end the scoundrel tonight. The crowd chants, "Kill him," but Qianjun pauses. The vibe shifts. Qianjun walks to the cave solo, and the hype train leaves the station. They think Qin Feng is toast. One guy swears he'll tie Qin Feng up and end his entire bloodline. The revenge fantasies are getting weirdly specific. But inside, the rabbit is confused, demanding to know why. Qianjun is interrupting the master's grind and threatening him. Then the tears start flowing, and the bunny begs, "If I die, just make sure the first batch of merch sells at a high price." Even at death's door, this bunny is worried about profit margins. Respect the hustle. Then Qianjun pulls the ultimate pivot. He drops to his knees. The bunny is so shook it almost tips over. Qianjun introduces himself and declares his admiration for Qin Feng flows like an endless river. His ultimatum? If Qin Feng doesn't accept me, I'll kneel here until I die. The plot twist nobody saw coming. The monk and the mob are just standing there, jaws on the floor, their champion just defected. Bro went in for a boss fight and ended up bending the knee. That betrayal arc? Speedrun complete. Then, heavy footsteps boom from the cave. You don't just hear them, you feel the pressure drop in the room. Before anyone spots a silhouette, Qin Feng emerges, bathed in a terrifying crimson aura, dropping a calm inquiry. "Who messed with my rabbit while I was out?" Sounds polite, but the crowd instantly freezes, panic mode engaged. The same mob screaming "kill him" 30 seconds ago is now realizing they messed up big time. Let's rewind 15 minutes to see the setup. Qianjun was scouting the forest brawl when he spotted the massive commotion erupting, right at Qin Feng's doorstep. He dives into the fray to check the situation, sticking a superhero landing that commands absolute silence. He immediately starts throwing hands, launching cultivators into orbit. This guy earned the title Leader of 1,000 Troops by being an absolute unit. But when he gets to the cave, just a fluffy bunny on guard duty. Total confusion. The mob tries to gaslight him, hyping up his Dao Realm stats, claiming he should rush in and stomp the place. But Qianjun isn't an NPC. He's got a brain. He mentally scans Qin Feng's accolades. Supreme Bone, double pupils, sky-cutting sword art, top 50 rank, record smasher. He realizes Qin Feng is likely inside, leveling up to god-tier status. Right this second. Time for some quick math. Qianjun knows he can't solo this tournament, so he needs a carry. Qin Feng, with ties to the Yin Moon Empire and the Qian clan, is the ultimate blue-chip stock. Plus, he spots the mob trying to use him as cannon fodder. Back to now. The monk and his pal are screaming for everyone to scatter. All that tough talk vanished. The second Qin Feng showed his face. The boss asks if they thought they could bully his pet and just walk away scatangent-free. Swords materialize in the air. The price of admission just skyrocketed. The system goes crazy as bodies hit the floor. 1,000 villain points per kill, notifications scrolling like a receipt at a Black Friday sale. Jun watches the massacre, trembling, whispering about how menacing Qin Feng is. Thank God he picked the winning team. The guy who almost attacked is now counting his blessings. Qin Feng accepts his allegiance, and Jun is stunned. But it's not just the mercy that shakes him. It's a sound, a voice so familiar he freezes. Then, she floats down from the heavens, silver hair, white robes, glowing butterflies swirling around her like she's the protagonist of her own fantasy movie. She just mogged every other character on screen. Jun spots Princess Yulan instantly, and the crimson flush on his face says he's down bad. The livestream chat goes nuclear. Viewers are losing it over her visuals. The lore masters explain. She's the Blue Demon's daughter, ranking as an ancient beauty right next to the moon goddess. Her pedigree is basically S-tier royalty. Qin Feng flashes that signature smirk. Who's this? She's so stunning, even the tournament's biggest villain appreciates the character design. Suddenly, the system drops a nuke. Epic-level chosen woman detected. Qin Feng's eyes glow, like he just pulled a 5-star unit in a gacha game. Chosen woman equals villain points. She's a walking loot box. His brain switches to grind set mode, immediately asking if her husband is around so he can farm points. As soon as possible. This man's priorities are completely broken. A goddess appears, and he's calculating ROI. Then he pauses, hit by a sudden wave of self-awareness, wondering why his first instinct upon seeing a beauty is to check for a spouse. The introspection is short but gold. He starts mentally defending his honor, swearing he doesn't target wives, and never reads trashy novels. His browser history is strictly mechanics and philosophy, purely for research. Of course, the denial is maximum sus. Meanwhile, Princess Yulan stands there, fuming that Qin Feng is totally ignoring her. She demands to know why she's being overlooked. And honestly, she's right to be mad this woman is lethal up close. She snaps, "Are you Qin Feng?" Then she hits him with the "my bad, wrong guy" routine. So there's Qin Feng, Jun, and the battle bunny chilling at the cave mouth, while Her Highness decides they ain't even worth a second glance. Oh, but the shade goes both ways. Qin Feng flashes that signature smirk and checks her immediately. He ain't just a rookie. He's the rookie who schools the pros. Princess Yulan just tried to ghost the deadliest player on the server. And spoiler alert, she's gonna regret that big time. The crowd is still buffering, trying to decode Qin Feng's little "student becomes the master" flex, which honestly sounds wild even to them. But Yulan isn't here for riddles. She steps up, aura blazing, dropping the "we don't need to kill or humiliate" speech. A drop-dead gorgeous moral compass? Let's see how our boy handles that lethal combination. Qin Feng doesn't even blink. He hits her with a casual, "So, should I just unalive them all instead?" That grin? Straight up psycho. The survivors hear that, and their fight or flight response jams hard on flight. These dudes look like they just pre-ordered their own coffins. Yulan stares him down and asks point blank, "Are you strong?" And Qin Feng, absolute troll that he is, folds his arms and fires back. In which way? Exactly. Cue the mental math. My man is running a full audit of his assets. 36 bunnies, snowy peaks, massive ranges. He is mentally scrolling through his entire inventory right in front of her. Then he starts theory crafting a 1v1, visualizing combos like Dragon to the Sea against her. He's literally running combat simulations in his brain, while she's standing right there. Then, he starts cackling like he just pulled a legendary loot box. Yulan's watching this dude giggle at the air and thinks, okay, the rumors were right, he's trash. She immediately concludes, he's despicable. But honestly, she's only seeing the tip of the iceberg of what this man can do. The crazy goes way deeper. Suddenly, the bunny pops up, looking like it went 10 rounds with a truck. Little guy practically died guarding the cave, but the second it sees Qin Feng, pure euphoria. Then it instantly switches to hustle mode, complaining that these scrubs almost ruined its chance to sell to the boss. Even at 1 HP, this rabbit's grind never stops. Qin Feng scoops him up and whispers, "Go to sleep, you did good." For a split second, the edgy villain persona drops, and you realize he actually gives a damn about the fluffball. Jun steps up, cradling the napping rabbit, and drops a bomb. "Boss, I'm Jun, and from now on, I'm yours." A whole Dao Realm cultivator simping for a guy holding a bunny? The system loves it. Boom. Immortal Slave Seal unlocked. It grants the minion 50% of the host's power, but if they snake him, instant incineration by hellfire. It's basically a corporate contract written by Satan. Qin Feng crunches the stats. Huge buff for the follower just for bending the knee, plus a lethal non-compete clause? Yeah, he's buying what they're selling. He decides to roll the dice. With the odds stacked in his favor, he double-checks. "You really down for this?" And Jun, still on the floor, shouts, "Yes," without hesitation. The loyalty is impressive, mostly because it's bordering on terrifying. Qin Feng says good, and raises a finger sparking with blue voltage. Whatever comes next, The immortal slave seal burns itself directly onto Qianjun's forehead. A glowing sigil brands him, and the deal is sealed. No takebacks. Blue energy surges from Qinfeng into Qianjun, flooding his system. Just like that, the ancient genius turned a high-tier cultivator into a super soldier with a single tap. Yulan watches, absolutely shook. She clocks the technique immediately. This is ancient genius level stuff. She realizes just placing that seal quintupled Qianjun's combat power, meaning she's now fighting in a completely lower weight class. The spectators are losing their minds. A senior bowing to a junior? That's not just rare. It's practically illegal in the history books, and they're watching it in 4K. Qianjun stares at his hands, watching the blue lightning crackle under his skin, and asks, "What just happened?" He feels it. He's way stronger than he was 30 seconds ago. He drops to his knees, thanking the boss. But Qinfeng just waves him off like he didn't just rewrite the guy's DNA. The casual flex is unreal, but the wheels are already turning again. Qinfeng's already plotting to slap an immortal slave seal on the lucky lady too. He locks eyes with Yulan in the distance. And just like that, a psychological warfare begins. Would you trust this guy with your Wi-Fi password? Be real. Yulan catches him staring, and she's trying to figure out why his eyes are glued to her. Meanwhile, the system quietly dings him with a favorability up, plus a cool 100 villain points. My man hasn't even opened his mouth yet, and he's already away from keyboard farming affection. This guy generates attraction stats just by respawning. Qinfeng sees the notification and immediately flags her as a textbook tsundere. The fact that he's profiling a royal princess using dating sim vocabulary tells you exactly where his head is at. So he toggles on maximum charisma, hyping up Princess Yulan's god-tier visuals, her pure heart, and her drive to shield the weak, with that immortal magic. The glaze is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and every syllable is optimized to grind more points. Yulan calls Cap immediately. She unsheathes her blade and tells him to cut the act. If he wants to zero out those cultivators, he's got to go through her first. This girl is ready to throw hands over total strangers she's never even met. The main character energy is blinding, and the system goes feral. Plus 3 favorability, 300 villain points. Qinfeng snatches her blade mid-swing and does a mental victory lap. Every time she gets triggered, his scoreboard climbs. He is literally monetizing her moral compass. Then he drops a curveball nobody saw coming. He suggests a fistfight instead, claiming swords might clip the innocent bystanders. If she takes the W, he lets them go. If she loses, well, he leaves that outcome blank. This is gaslighting 101 dressed up as chivalry, and Yulan takes the bait instantly. She says, "Deal," without a second thought. The trap is armed, and she just walked right into the kill zone with full confidence. She tosses her weapon and declares, "It's game on." I need to point out that she is simultaneously combat ready, and looking absolutely lethal right now. The character artists were definitely cooking with this design. But before the duel can start, blasts erupt on the horizon. Someone nearby is locked in a massive boss battle, and Qinfeng's radar goes off. He wonders aloud who's crazy enough to be soloing the little dragon. Nearby, a squad of cultivators picks up on the noise. Instantly, they start plotting on the kill steal, yapping about dragon pearls and the XP they could farm by taking down the little dragon. The loot goblin instinct is overpowering in this lobby, and just like that, they're sprinting toward the chaos, screaming about getting there before the drop disappears. These guys are treating a dragon encounter like a Black Friday flash sale. Yulan watches everyone rush past her toward the beast and asks if they're seriously just dipping. The 1v1 that was about to go down has been totally scrapped because everyone smelled gold. And then she decides she's tagging along too. The chibi art style confirms she's less interested in the dragon raid, and more worried about being left on read. The FOMO in this princess is actually adorable, but before she can launch, a hand clamps onto her wrist, and that single grab is about to flip the script entirely. Qinfeng hits her with the most calculated guilt trip I've ever seen. He says a top-tier player like her definitely wouldn't vibe with scrubs, who bully noobs and enslave small animals. Then privately notes, he isn't letting this SSR character slip through his fingers. This is professional-grade manipulation, and it hits. She agrees she's not going to grind with those losers. Yulan just got socially engineered by a villain holding her hand, and she's totally oblivious. Then the bunny wakes up, crying about the pain, and dramatically begging for a quick game over, claiming it's just a worthless mob in everyone's eyes. Give this creature an Oscar right now, because it knows exactly how to exploit her empathy. Yulan immediately scans it with healing buffs, and confirms Little White is critically low on HP, and might not make it without a medic. The rabbit went from merchant mode to victim mode in record time, and it just secured a personal healer. Qinfeng invites Yulan to join their party, and the rabbit sells the drama, insisting its life is trash tier, and she shouldn't carry the burden. This duo of master and pet is running the most effective scam in cultivation history, and she falls for it hook, line, and sinker. She agrees to roll with them, looking absolutely stunning, while blindly walking into a villain's setup. You guys have front row seats to a masterclass in finesse. Qin Feng thanks her like a gentleman, and then turns away to flash a secret thumbs up. The mission is a dub. He just recruited the Blue Demon's daughter into his squad using nothing but a hurt bunny and some well-placed glaze. This might be the most efficient recruitment drive in Manhwa history. They set up camp in a cave for the night. Qin Feng, Kanjun, and Yulan chill by the fire, and Qin Feng asks the princess to look after Little White. The villain has assembled his dream team, and the cozy campfire vibe almost makes you forget. None of this is organic. Yulan cradles the rabbit and says helping the weak is just the cultivator meta. She's so genuine it actually makes you feel guilty for the 4D chess Qin Feng is playing. This girl deserves better than being a villain's pawn. The ultimate point generator, Qin Feng, orders Qian Jun to babysit Yulan and Little White, while he handles some business. No questions asked. The guy snaps to attention with a yes boss, proving the pecking order is crystal clear. Qin Feng crashes the cultivator party like a raid boss spawning in the starter zone, and you can see the recognition hit them instantly. He sticks the superhero landing. Sword first, zero talk, all business. One guy still has the nerve to ask what he wants. Asking that while staring down a blade? That is a special kind of brave, or maybe just straight up suicidal. Qin Feng flashes a chilling grin, reminding them he already gave them a pass. Spoiler alert, mercy does not strike twice. They burn their luck ticket just by breathing his air. Desperate, they try to haggle, promising to hunt him down a better prize later. They offer a high-tier beast once the dragon falls. Big mistake. They have no clue that Little White is not just some pet. That ignorance is a death sentence. Qin Feng's face goes ice cold as he drops the truth on them. Little White is not your average critter. The tone shift? That is the signal. Talk is cheap, and we are done buying. It is straight to violence. He lays it out. That is his rabbit. Qin Feng's property. Mess with the bunny, you get the blade. Once you are an enemy, payback is not a maybe, it is a guarantee. It is the ultimate protective dad speech. And he backs it up. Then, the system starts spamming those sweet notifications. 121 legs snapped. 121,000 villain points secured in one go. He flipped a John Wick moment into a massive loot drop. Respect the hustle. The grind truly never sleeps. Standing over a field of broken bodies, Qin Feng stretches out. He calls it a day, saying he finally feels relaxed. Dude is cooling down like he just hit the gym, not a massacre. Zero empathy, all sociopath vibes. Cut to the dragon pool. The stakes just skyrocketed. A colossal dragon has officially entered the chat. Cultivators swarm the beast. Remember that big event everyone was sprinting towards? This is the main event. They are unloading their entire kits on this dragon, spamming every ultimate move they have. The scale here is insane compared to the earlier brawls. Suddenly, a massive blast rips the battlefield apart. Panic sets in. Everyone is screaming to take cover. That was not the dragon. A third party just crashed the party. Enter Fang Chang. He steps out draped in purple demonic aura, eyes glowing crimson, delivering a one-liner. Perfect timing, he says. If this guy slipped your mind, the series just grabbed you by the throat to remind you. And not in a good way. He is broken. He unleashes a forbidden technique known as the Buddha's demonic sound. A shockwave of purple energy obliterates the silence. This is not just martial arts anymore. It is weaponized corruption. The survivors instantly clock it as the dirtiest, vilest spiritual attack in existence. We are talking about the whole cultivation world. Get hit, and your sanity is deleted. The order goes out. Run. Now. The terror is real. A voice cries out, realizing a top-tier prodigy of the great Xia Empire has fallen. From Golden Boy to using these wretched tactics, the contrast between his potential and his reality is straight-up disturbing. Fang Chang snatches a guy up, eyes shadowed, a twisted grin plastering his face, hand crushing the guy's collar. The polite gentleman mask? Shattered. This is what total descent into darkness looks like. He starts siphoning the guy's life force. The close-up is brutal. Fang Chang stopped fighting minutes ago. Now, he is feeding. His villain origin story is officially complete. Purple power surges as he makes a declaration. His full strength is returning. Each victim is an XP boost, and he is standing in an all-you-can-eat buffet. Watching the livestream horror show is Princess Nan Fang, hands clasped tight, whispering his name. Her face is a tragedy. Even as he morphs into a monster, she still cannot let go of the man he was. Next morning, Qin Feng marches his new squad toward a jagged rock formation. 3 bodies, walking into the wildest scheme in the series' history. Qianjun finally asks the obvious, why are we here? Then he drops the real question. Boss, you are not actually planning to slay a dragon, right? The look on his and Yulan's faces says they already know the answer, and they absolutely hate it. Qin Feng hits them with a side eye and a smirk. What do you think? That is not a no. That is a yes with extra swagger. He is really doing it. He is taking on a dragon. Yulan and Qianjun immediately start listing why this is a suicide mission. No one has ever beaten the little dragon in the tournament, and that was just a sea dragon. Qin Feng is hunting the real deal. Is he a genius or totally delusional? The jury is out. And then, the system slaps him with a -1. The affection alert pops up, and Qin Feng goes into full panic mode. He starts spiraling, wondering if he's been grinding too hard on his career, and ghosting her feelings. Dude just got hit with a relationship debuff right in the middle of a quest, and his priorities are crashing hard. So, he immediately pivots, telling Yulan that if he claps the big dragon, she gets first dibs on all the loot drops. He is literally trying to bribe her with raid gear to farm affection points. The dating sim mechanics of his villain system are actually hilarious. But Yulan? She is absolutely losing it because his hand grazed hers during that exchange. She is screaming on the inside about the sheer ick factor, and the affection meter just took another critical hit. This princess has a personal space bubble, measured in miles. The -1 notifications start spamming 3 in a row. Qin Feng is staring at his HU, in total confusion. Everything he does to boost his stats is backfiring. He has somehow glitched his charm stat into a repulsion field, and in the most Qin Feng response possible, he declares that women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, and marches off to solo the boss anyway. When the Riz is non-existent, choose violence. Huge mood. He scales that cliff face like gravity is optional, while Qianjun screams for him to please not die. The loyal henchman energy here is genuinely wholesome, even if his boss is sprinting headfirst into a suicide mission. Meanwhile, Yulan is having a private crisis of faith. She remembers he saved her rabbit and offered her treasure, and wonders if the rumors about him being heartless were just cap. She's actually considering going easy on him. The accidental gaslighting is working better than Qin Feng even realizes. And right on cue, ping, +5 favorability and 500 villain points. Qin Feng pauses, asking the system if it's trolling him. First he tanks, now he's stonking? Even the protagonist can't read his own romance stat sheet anymore. Back at the Yinyue Imperial Palace, the tea has spilled. An official asks, completely shook, did he actually say he wants to slay a real dragon? The fact that this gossip reached the throne room proves how insane it sounds. Princess Nanfang hesitates, clearly unable to process the audacity. Between Fang Chang going full dark side and Qin Feng declaring war on mythical beasts, everyone she knows is making terrifying life choices. The court official is spiraling. He points out that historically, dragons jump humans, never the other way around. A human voluntarily picking a fight with a real dragon is historically unprecedented stupidity. Nanfang drops the bomb that he's only at the first level of spiritual martial cultivation. The room goes dead silent. Even for Qin Feng, this level of overconfidence is breaking the laws of physics. Someone in the court wonders if Qin Feng is hiding an ace up his sleeve. The Empress admits she has no clue, and the tension hangs over the palace like a storm cloud. Then boom, the entire palace shakes. The official flinches. What is happening? The broadcast feed must be showing something nobody predicted, because somewhere in the tournament realm, a real dragon is getting absolutely deleted. Blood, fire, scales flying everywhere. Someone just did the unthinkable. And the question is, who? The answer is Fang Chang. He stands over the carnage, declaring that art is an explosion. This man went from refined scholar to full-blown demonic psycho with a flair for drama. The villain arc is complete. He screams for everyone to witness this art, as a sacrifice. His eyes are wild, the grin is unhinged, and the red lightning confirms that Fang Chang's humanity has left the chat. Back at the palace, someone shouts that, as long as it's not Qin Feng doing this, they're good. But the Empress watches Fang Chang on the screen and whispers, this one is a savage too. The Empire now has 2 monsters on the board. Princess Nanfang turns to her elder and asks if all of Fang Chang's class, kindness, and good vibes were just a performance. The elder tells her that falling into darkness just unleashes what was hiding in the heart, and the princess already knows the truth. With tears threatening to spill, Nanfang asks the question that's been brewing this whole time. Fang Chang, have you been lying to me all along? That is a cliffhanger that demands you smash the subscribe button because the answer might destroy her. Deep inside the dragon's lair, the beast is curled up in purple energy, totally clueless about the intruder at the front door. And Qin Feng is already there, grinning like a guy who just found the final boss and brought 0 backup. The dragon senses a disturbance and cracks one eye open. Remember that reaction, because it's about to go downhill fast. For this overgrown lizard, Qin Feng doesn't even let it wake up before he starts carving. Blood everywhere. This dragon is absolutely losing it right now. We're talking full-blown tantrum, thrashing around while blinding purple energy erupts from every scale, trying to shake Qin Feng off like a persistent gnat. Suddenly, our boy realizes the cave's structural integrity is checking out. Who knew unleashing chaos inside a dragon's living room would collapse the ceiling? But does Qin Feng run? Nope. He doubles down, landing one last catastrophic sword strike, while the roof literally caves in. This man's survival instinct is practically non-existent. He barely threads the needle, parkouring his way out of the crumbling mountain. At the buzzer, Qian Jun spots his boss rocketing out of the debris and shreds his vocal cords, calling for him. That is some ride or die loyalty right there. Suddenly, the entire mountain goes nuclear behind them. The dragon explodes from the rubble in a blind rage, sending the squad sprinting for their lives. Just standard operating procedure for the crew. Qian Jun is clutching his ears, complaining about the decibels, while Yu Lan stands there, looking totally unbothered by the literal apocalypse unfolding in the background. Then, a small blur spins through the air, heading straight for the beast with zero hesitation. The size difference is straight-up comedy. Qin Feng face-checks the dragon and yells at it to call him daddy. That has to be the wildest disrespect ever thrown at a mythical beast. The dragon gets ragdolled through the mountain peaks, engulfed in flames, tumbling like a glitch in a physics engine. The glow-up Qin Feng has had since level 1 is actually insane. His eyes flare with that signature purple haze, and he mutters that it's go time. Whatever combo he is about to drop, the dragon needs to be very afraid. He triggers the yin and yang dual vital energies, and suddenly, the dragon is trapped in a cage of glowing ocular formations. It's a total lockdown, and the monster has zero exit strategy. Qin Feng is literally surfing on the dragon's back while blasting it with energy. The cinematography here tells you, this match is already over. He summons the heaven-defying sword, and a colossal, golden arc slashes across the dragon's hide. These attack names are getting more extra by the minute, and I am living for it. The dragon lets out a gut-wrenching scream, and you can see the regret. This ancient lizard just realized it messed with the main character. The beast spirals down, trailing golden fire, while Qian Jun watches from the ground, whispering the boss's name like a total fanboy. He's witnessing legend status in 4K resolution. Meanwhile, a mystery girl is spectating the whole thing, sighing about how reckless our hero is. Who is she, though? And why is she stalking Qin Feng? Put a pin in that. Qin Feng realizes the sea dragon was already farmed by another player, meaning the news is going viral. He needs to wrap this up before griefers show up. He shreds the remains of his shirt, classic move ignites golden flames on his fists, and bets it all on this play. Do or die, one final ult. He starts chanting the great Vajra heavenly dragon mantra, manifesting a gigantic fire serpent, while the real dragon roars back. It's kaiju battle time. But hold up, cut to the dragon's lair where a completely different green dragon pops up. Qin Feng stares this thing down, like it's just another grocery list item. He starts siphoning the green dragon's energy, purple lightning arcing between his hands, claiming all that XP for himself. He isn't just fighting dragons, he's grinding them for loot. Suddenly, Fang Chang shows up clutching a dragon orb with the most punchable face in history, asking if Qin Feng thinks he can actually compete. Is this guy for real with the trash talk? We get some lore that a disciple of the great Xia Emperor is dominating everyone from the Yin Yu dynasty, and the royal court is paying attention. The leaderboards are updated, and Qin Feng is currently sitting at number 13. The big question is whether he can snatch the crown. Spoiler, the competition isn't ready for this heat. Back to the aerial fight, Qian Jun is losing his absolute mind, hyping up his boss's skills. The fan club is expanding, and Qin Feng just smirks, shirtless and covered in battle scars, looking like the cover of an edgy fantasy novel. His sword makes contact with something solid, and the shockwave lights up the entire map. The mechanics he's pulling off right now are simply broken. The dragon screams as light bursts from its chest. The boss bar is flashing red, and it knows it's over, but it's not going down without a fight. It nosedives straight at the party, and Qian Jun screams for everyone to scatter. Qin Feng tanks the hit directly, getting launched through a wall of purple energy. Even a god-tier slayer can't dodge forever. The impact is so violent, it practically rearranges the mountain's geography. To the locals, it looks like the apocalypse just dropped. To Qin Feng, it's just another chaotic Tuesday at the office. The squad finds him literally embedded in a crystal cliff. Qin Jun and Yu Lan are absolutely losing it, sprinting over while screaming their lungs out. The panic in their eyes is 100% real. Meanwhile, our guy is dripping blood everywhere, insisting he's totally chill. His shirt is basically confetti at this point. Fine is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence because he looks wrecked. Above them, the beast is still prowling the clouds, charging up a breath attack that screams game over. But Qin Feng isn't even sweating the lizard anymore. He knows the second the server finds out the boss dragon got clapped, news is going to go viral. Every kill stealer on the map will be swarming their location. They need to bounce. Now. He orders the crew to grab on. The whole squad huddles up Yu Lan, Chin Jun, the sassy rabbit, and our beat-up MC executing a tactical dip. This party comp manages to be cute and terrifying at the same time. Boom. They vanish in a flash of gold, ghosting the battlefield before the competition can even lock onto their signal. Now things are getting spicy. Over at the dragon's lair, Fang Chang is flexing over a slain green dragon, clutching the loot orb and screaming that the MVP title belongs to him. He's on a full ego trip, rambling about being the apex genius, and the unhinged energy coming off this guy is officially off the charts. He is losing the plot. His dark side has totally eaten whatever sanity he had left. But then, the reality check hits. A sound that kills his victory lap instantly. Wait, who soloed the main boss? Because it definitely wasn't him. He pulls up the leaderboard and freezes. Sitting pretty at rank 1, Qin Feng, the self-proclaimed genius, just got absolutely owned before the match even finished. Cue the epic mental breakdown. He's howling, impossible, at the sky, popping blood vessels like he's trying to set a world record for high blood pressure. Watching a villain crumble like this? Chef's kiss. But then the rage subsides and the scheming starts. Even if Qin Feng bagged the kill, his HP has to be in the red, and a wounded enemy is just free XP waiting to be claimed. He vows to hunt Qin Feng down, claiming both the dragon loot and Qin Feng's life. With bodies littered around him, this psycho is already plotting his next hit. Would you trust this guy? Or has he crossed the line into total irredeemable monster territory? Meanwhile, the system blesses Qin Feng with 50,000 villain points, just for blocking the chosen one from flexing. Apparently, winning the game counts as villain behavior now. Then, another 100,000 points drop for absolutely shattering Feng Chang's mental state. But Qin Feng pauses. Why is the system only farming points from Feng Chang and ignoring Yulan? Suddenly, Yulan lets out a quiet gasp. Qin Feng zones out, deep in the tank. You can see the wheels spinning. And when this guy starts thinking, someone is about to get played. He lands on possibly the wildest romantic strategy in the history of cultivation. His play, be the unattainable guy. Playing hard to get is now the official policy. Yulan breaks the silence, saying she's gonna go forage for snacks, and Qin Jun tells her to stay frosty. Memorize this scene, folks, because things are about to go south. For the princess, fast. She waves it off, claiming she's untouchable. Major mistake. In this genre, saying, "I'll be fine," is basically begging the universe to humble you. Back in the cave, Qin Feng boots up the villain shop. He's stacking nearly 300,000 points and drops 30,000 on a 100-fold enlightenment halo. But the system immediately upsells him with the good stuff, a 10,000-fold halo. We're talking a 10,000 times XP boost for 12 hours. Price tag, 100,000 points. Qin Feng doesn't even blink. He smashes the buy button. Golden energy erupts around him, and he murmurs about the insane power rushing through his veins. It's literal hacks for cultivation speed, and he just toggled God mode. He instantly drops into a meditative state, speed-running the yin-yang dual energy divine art with that massive multiplier. He's crushing years of training into a few short hours. Meanwhile, in the woods, Yulan is picking fruit, while the rabbit is whining that it only eats premium carrots and high-tier spirit treasures. This bunny has a more expensive palate than a Michelin star critic. Suddenly, an arrow zips out of the shadows, locked onto her back. Remember that death flag we talked about? It just triggered. The projectile hits with savage force, ripping through the air. That wasn't a warning shot, that was a kill shot. Yulan tanks the hit and gets ragdolled, blood gushing instantly. She went from a peaceful grocery run to full survival mode in 2 seconds flat. And hiding in the brush? Someone wearing the creepiest smirk you've ever seen. This wasn't random violence. It was a calculated hit job, and whoever the guy is, he has one specific target. Her. The assassin breaks cover an elite archer ghosting through the canopy with terrifying precision, his quiver stacked for the kill. We're not dealing with some run-of-the-mill thug here. He touches down at the crash site, fruit splattered, blood pooling on the dirt, but the body? Gone. Yulan pulled a vanishing act. While the hunter scans the perimeter, our girl is crouched deep in the brush, fighting to stay hidden. That shaft is still jutting out of her shoulder, and the veins turning black confirm the worst. Lethal poison. The rabbit is pleading with her to stay awake, promising backup is en route, but we just jumped from bad to catastrophic. Then, boom, Qin Feng crashes the scene. He spots Yulan crumpled on the forest floor. He screams her name, and the raw terror in his voice paints a clear picture. She's fading fast. Qin Feng checks the injury and instantly starts roasting. The Chosen One's luck girl steps outside for 5 minutes and immediately catches an arrow. Suddenly, the system drops a selective mission, and you know the drill, these prompts are always absolutely unhinged. The menu offers 3 flavors of chaos. Option 1, ditch her for a divine staff. Option 2, finish the job yourself for a dragon-slaying sword. Or Option 3, save her life and unlock poison immunity. He calls the system shady, which is putting it mildly. But then the gears start turning. He recalls Yulan's lineage. Her mom is the Blue Demon, basically an OG celebrity among the 4 legendary beauties. Saving the daughter now means major brownie points with the mom later. This man isn't just being a hero, he's playing the long game on the stock market of relationships. With a girl literally bleeding out, he rips the arrow free and announces that since she might be calling him daddy soon, he'll do her a solid and clear the toxins. The absolute audacity to turn emergency trauma care into a leverage play is borderline criminal. Yulan is out cold, bandaged up, and for a split second, the comedy track cuts out. That was a legit near-death experience. Yet, beneath the scheming, he goes to work with acupuncture needles, purging the venom with a steady hand. The technique is flawless. He actually knows his stuff, which makes his trash personality even more infuriating. Ding! The system hits him, with 100,000 villain points for exploiting the main character. He casually mentions she should switch up her greeting to wishing him safe travels, because apparently, saving a life is just another business transaction. He snags the poison immunity perk, checks his balance, and immediately asks for a refill. The greed stat on this guy is fully maxed out, and he's trying to break the level cap. Suddenly, Yulan wakes up. Those sapphire eyes catch the light, and let's be real, the art team was flexing hard with this close-up shot. Stunning. She blinks awake and instantly realizes the vibe is completely off. We switch to chibi mode, which is the universal sign that things are about to get stupid. Yulan screams her lungs out, shielding her face, while Qin Feng frantically claims he misclicked. We went from intense medical drama to a trashy rom-com disaster in 3 seconds. She starts throwing hands, and he's facepalming, questioning the IQ of the so-called chosen one. The mutual shade between these two is operating at God tier. He tells her she better be grateful he's such a noble gentleman, or she would have been deleted from the server ages ago. The word noble is doing more heavy lifting than a gym bro on steroid day. He starts lecturing her about prioritizing. Big picture moves over panic, and surprisingly, Yulan is actually buying it. Her gaze locks onto him, and her expression softens. Then, Qin Feng instantly kills the vibe by complaining he's drained, and demanding a full shoulder and leg massage. Dude flipped from wise sage to entitled diva in 0.3 seconds, and Yulan, blushing like crazy, tells him to lie down so she can take care of him. Are we seriously doing this? The princess who treated him like a virus 2 scenes ago is now volunteering for spa duty. She starts working on his shoulders while he groans about how good it feels, and the tension in the cave shifts so hard you could cut it with a knife. She leans in, whispering she can take him to the next level. We just went from ER drama to something needing an NSFW tag. Qin Feng's eyes literally sparkle. He thinks he just unlocked a secret dating sim route. His brain goes completely offline. Then crack, she snaps his spine like a glow stick. That wasn't a massage. That was a chiropractic assassination attempt by someone, with the grip strength of a silverback gorilla. He is literally plastered into the rock wall, and she stands over him, claiming she barely touched him. The bait and switch from steamy romance to spinal homicide is absolute comedy gold. Qin Feng immediately starts gaslighting her into oblivion. He drops the ultimate guilt bomb, claiming he was already battered from slaying a literal dragon, then burned his last reserves, purging her poison. And this is the thanks he gets? The man isn't just using the manipulation playbook. He wrote the sequel. He slumps against her, whispering he might not see tomorrow's sunrise, sending Yulan into a full-blown panic spiral. Begging him to stay with her, she pivots from assassin to nurturer in record time. Talk about emotional whiplash. Then he hits her with the puppy eyes. Do you believe in love at first sight? This guy is speedrunning the entire romance route. He went from total stranger to tragic hero, and Yulan is buying every second of it, holding him like he's made of glass. She's frantically checking for wounds, desperate to heal him. But remember the setup from the last episode. When he dropped that love line? Yeah, he's doubling down hard. He tells her to stop wasting her energy, insisting he's a goner with only one dying wish left. Give this man an Academy Award immediately. He asks for a kiss, and Yulan's brain basically short-circuits, stammering in total disbelief. Weaponizing his fake injuries for affection? That might actually be the most shameless move in cultivation history. He goes full Shakespeare, claiming love at first sight was a myth, until she walked in. Now his heart beats only for her, and dying by her hand would be an honor. The delivery? Flawless. The actual sincerity? Zero. He asks if she feels the same, and she's actually thinking about granting this dying wish. His manipulation stats are maxed out because she actually leans in. Yulan plants a kiss right on his forehead, and even Qin Feng looks shook. He played the game, and somehow scored a jackpot he didn't see coming. She pulls away, face glowing redder than a stop sign, totally tongue-tied. The girl who tried to snap his spine 5 minutes ago just volunteered a kiss. This character arc is absolute chaos. Right on cue, the system chimes in, congratulating him for successfully exploiting the chosen one. Boom, another 100,000 villain points deposited. While Yulan stammers, Qin Feng is literally cashing checks with his charisma. Then he smoothly switches gears, pointing out her outfit change and the suspiciously different color. Is he onto something? Watch closely. Yulan lunges to snatch back whatever item he swiped, and the system instantly drops another 100,000 villain points. He turned a simple wardrobe check into a high-yield farming session. She tackles him, pinning him down, and he has the audacity to ask what she's planning to do with him. Talk about an Uno reverse card, the vibe in here just got incredibly sus. He smirks, claiming he knows he's irresistible, and promises he won't fight back. Another 100,000 points hit the account. The system is basically an infinite money glitch. Every time he speaks, the meter goes up. Yulan is losing it, screaming about how shameless he is, threatening to rip his mouth off. But that massive blush? It tells a different story. Suddenly, Qian-jun walks in, finding them rolling on the floor like toddlers. Poor guy just freezes, brain buffering as he tries to process the scene. Then two new guys crash the party, screaming they finally found Boss Qin. They look exhausted and completely hyped. Qin Feng instantly flips the switch to gentleman mode, shoving Yulan off, lecturing her that true love can't be rushed. He actually tells her to stop forcing herself on him. He spun the narrative so fast, I need a neck brace. Wanma immediately pulls his blade and rushes Yulan, screaming about the wicked woman corrupting his boss. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is just chilling on the floor, noting that his subordinate has absolutely no chill. The chaos is peak. Qin Feng grabs Wanma, telling him to cool it, desperately trying to stop the new guy from starting an international war with a literal princess. Wanma drops to his knees, pledging ride-or-die loyalty. If Qin Feng says jump, he asks how high. He is literally begging for a roster spot. The stand behavior is aggressive. Qin Feng just stands there, looking totally bewildered, wondering why this random bearded dude is swearing a blood oath to him. It's full samurai drama. Wanma keeps pleading, and the desperation in his sudden chibi eyes is honestly kinda cute for a grown man with a lumberjack beard. Back in the cave, Qin Feng tells Wanma that with a mug like that, he really needs to stop the uwu act. The roast is casual but lethal. Wanma persists though, asking if there's no chance, and Qin Feng finally cracks. Fine, you're in, but there's one condition, put a bag over that face. Apparently, the dress code for this guild is hidden face. Then, Qin Feng flicks his forehead, but this isn't a playful tap, it's loaded with power. Wanma's entire body instantly ignites with blue energy. Bro is absolutely flabbergasted, trying to reboot his brain after that soul stamp. Qin Feng just seared a permanent mark of ownership right onto his spirit. The system drops a notification. The Celestial Slave Seal has maxed out its capacity. To unlock more roster spots, the host needs to grind those cultivation levels. So, there is a hard cap on his slave collection. Honestly, probably for the best that this broken build has at least one nerf. Qin Feng stands between his two new acquisitions, noting the restriction. But look at the bright side. These two aren't just NPCs, they're elites. The squad is stacking up, and the vibes are immaculate. Wanma is grinning like a Cheshire cat. Dude is genuinely hyped to be a servant. The glazing in his eyes is borderline obsessive, but Qin Feng isn't one to turn down free loyalty. Cut to the elders somewhere else, dropping heavy lore. Turns out Wanma is actually Qin Wan, the direct heir of the Qin family's 13 guardians. They suspect the big boss himself sent the kid. Now the question is the clan in deep water and needing backup? Or is the patriarch just being a helicopter parent? Either way, the plot thickens. Qin Feng's nepotism runs deeper than we thought. Suddenly, Wanma bursts in, screaming that Fang Zong is hot on their trail. Qin Feng, unbothered, moisturized. He casually deduces that the Qin family must be chilling, if they have the manpower to send a search party. Perspective is key. But let's be real, the family drama isn't the issue here. The issue is what Fang Zhang is going to do when he pulls up. And considering the humiliation Qin Feng just put him through, he's definitely choosing violence. Qin Feng pulls up his status window. The 10,000-fold enlightenment aura just unlocked the fourth heaven of the 33 days creation technique, completely reset his health bar, and gifted him mastery over the supreme bone, double pupil, and the sky-cutting sword art. The patch notes on this character are actually illegal. Then, his mind drifts to his rival. He jokes that Fang Zong has impeccable comedic timing. Then he starts cracking up, claiming that if Yulan won't call him dad, he'll force Fang Zong to say it instead. The toxicity is off the charts. His two minions watch him cackle like a supervillain from outside the cave, whispering to each other, "Is the boss okay?" Spoiler: no. Nobody understands this man's mind. And right on cue, Fang Zong descends from the heavens, draped in purple aura with a whole army beneath him. The Chosen One is back for round 2. Don't blink, because this scrap is about to go from 0 to 100, real quick. Qin Fang strolls out of the cave and hits him with small talk, complaining about the chill in the air, asking if Fang Zhang brought a jacket. He's chatting about the weather with a man who wants to decapitate him, and Fang Zhang snaps. He screams Qin Fang's name with enough rage to shatter glass. You can feel the heat coming off that glare. This isn't a sparring match, this is a blood feud. Fang Zhang closes the gap in a single frame. Even Qin Fang has to admit, the speed is cracked. The protagonist came strapped. The impact happens instantly. Shockwaves ripple out in every direction. The sheer kinetic energy is tearing the earth apart beneath their feet. Fang Zhang is rocking level 7 spiritual martial arts, plus a dragon pearl buff. Yet somehow, Qin Fang, sitting at level 1, is parrying every single hit. The math isn't mathing, and Fang Zhang looks confused. Qin Fang catches him lacking, planting a devastating kick that sends him flying, calling him trash mid-air. Imagine being 6 levels higher and getting diffed like this. Is this the most disrespectful beatdown in cultivation history? I'm saying yes. The boot print is practically stamped on Fang Zhang's face. This was not in the script for the hero's triumphant return. Another clean hit connects, you can feel the base boost on that impact. Fang Zhang is getting dismantled, piece by piece. Qin Fang blasts him across the map with a surge of purple energy. At this point, the hero is just ragdoll physics. But Fang Zhang breaks mid-air, grinning through a bloody mouth, shouting that common courage is useless. Bro is quoting philosophy while getting stomped. The delusion is top tier. Qin Fang decides to flex. Shadow clones pop into existence, surrounding the enemy, basically asking, "You like that?" The villain's toolkit is bottomless. Fang Zhang fires back with his ultimate, swearing he decides who lives and dies today. The explosion of pink and purple energy is terrifying, but it reeks of desperation. Qin Fang watches the nuke incoming and doesn't even flinch. This man has stared down dragons. A tantrum from the Chosen One is mid. Qin Fang unsheathes his blade, blue energy crackling around him. You want to play hard? Let's see who breaks first. The confidence is surgical. Blue and pink energy collide, and the landscape just gets deleted. Boulders shatter, the ground splits open, and 2 titans refuse to back down. Then, the blue sword glare swallows everything, slicing through the landscape like it's hot butter. That is exactly what goes down when a guy stacking 7 ultimate techniques clashes with someone running on raw main character plot armor. Meanwhile, Wanma and his sidekick are straight up noping out of there in full chibi mode, screaming their heads off about how this intensity is way above their pay grade. The collateral damage is off the charts. The mob is going feral, chanting for Fang Zhang to stomp Qin Feng into the dirt. Little do they know, their golden boy is getting absolutely schooled up there. Fang Zhang lets out a frustrated roar at the heavens. His sky-cutting sword art is tapped out, leaving him wide open. Now he is desperate, calling for the finisher. But suddenly, Wanma and his partner dive into the line of fire, dropping the classic line that nobody touches the young master without going through them first. That slave seal loyalty really hits different, doesn't it? The scene explodes into a chaotic brawl, with bodies and energy blasts shredding the air. What began as an honorable one-on-one duel has morphed into a full-blown raid boss encounter. Qin Feng just stands back, watching the mayhem unfold. He is casually tossing out compliments like he is conducting a mid-battle performance review while the world burns around them. Then, he drops the bombshell. He is not just a one-trick pony with the sky-cutting art. He summons a completely distinct power set. A swirling vortex of azure sword energy manifests around him like a personal hurricane. The drip on this power reveal is absolutely god-tier. He unleashes everything in a single burst, a literal tsunami of concentrated blade energy crashing down on Fang Zhang. We are talking map-altering force here. Fang Zhang's jaw hits the floor as he spots the incoming river of destruction. He barely processes the threat before the wave swallows him whole. Next thing you know, Fang Zhang is literally drowning in the energy stream, rendered in helpless chibi style. He is sputtering, realizing Qin Feng has not even been trying until now. The supposed Chosen One is dog-paddling for his life in a sea of swords. Absolute cinema. Back in the viewing hall, the spectators are frozen in shock. They admit they did not even know this move existed. Qin Feng just pulled a wild card that nobody had on their bingo card. The elders immediately start grilling each other, trying to figure out who actually knows anything about this kid's background. Judging by those clueless expressions, the answer is 0. Now, every single elder is desperate to draft Qin Feng as their personal disciple. One claims his style is Buddhist, another swears it is the legendary Supreme Bone technique. Then you have got this random elder trying to force a family connection to the double pupil via some great aunt's second cousin twice removed. The genealogy reach is pathetic, but they do not care. They are already arguing over who gets custody of him post-tournament. Buddhist arts, bone mastery, swordsmanship. Everyone thinks their major is the one he needs. Qin Feng unintentionally sparked a faculty civil war. Meanwhile, the moon goddess, his actual teacher for the past 7 years, just sits there smiling. She claims it is not her fault she was hands-off. She had one student for 7 years and apparently learned zero about him. She watches the live stream, finally admitting that her little guy is actually a total monster. That look is a mix of pride and pure regret. She really slept on a generational talent right under her nose. Now the vultures are circling to poach him. Back on the field, Fang Zhang is face down in the dirt. His sword is abandoned, and he is gasping for air. The Chosen One is having a full-blown existential crisis in the mud. The system chimes in, congratulating Qin Feng for inflicting permanent psychological trauma. That is, another 100,000 villain points in the bank. Qin Feng's reaction? Only 100 grand? The man is literally offended by a 6-figure payout. His greed knows no bounds. He decides to ramp it up and activates the double pupil. Massive pink eyes manifest across the sky as he declares Fang Zhang is not leaving until he has farmed at least 1 million points. He is not fighting for victory anymore. He is fighting for ROI. A colossal eye formation locks onto the target. Fang Zhang stares up in sheer horror at the orbital strike charging above him. The eye unleashes a concentrated beam of absolute ruin, straight down. The scale is apocalyptic, and Fang Zhang is standing at ground zero. The system notifications start stacking up like crazy, deepening that psychological scar. Another 100,000, and another. It is like a slot machine hitting jackpot on repeat. Qin Feng has turned this duel into an industrial-scale point factory. Fang Zhang is barely vertical, drenched in blood, gear trashed. He screams that Qin Feng left him no choice. Even if he has to sell his soul to the devil, he is taking the win. Now, that is a massive red flag you should worry about. And he actually pulls the trigger. Corrupted red demonic energy erupts, spiraling around him in a sinister vortex. The Chosen One just went to the dark side in real time. Be honest, would you make that trade to salvage a losing game? The blast tears the earth asunder in a massive crimson explosion. Debris goes flying, and the shockwave ripples out for miles. Yet, Qin Feng just stands there with that signature smirk, noting that things might have gotten a little out of hand. He forgot main characters do not go down easy. The artists really gave him the most punchable, yet charismatic face right here. Then he starts screaming for a manager like a total Karen, demanding to report Fang Zhang for account sharing and hiring a booster. Dude just witnessed a man sign a contract with a literal demon, and his gut reaction is to file a formal grievance with HR. The sheer audacity of this main character is off the charts. The moon goddess facepalms, sighing that he's still the same chaotic troll he's always been. And can we hit pause to appreciate the visuals? She looks absolutely fire, even when she's completely fed up with him. The illustrators really went all out simping for her, but snap back to reality. Fang Zhang's eyes have flipped to full crimson mode. Smoke is billowing off his frame, black veins popping everywhere. The passenger seat is empty because that demon is fully driving the bus now. The Chosen One has left the chat. Qin Fang tries to cool the room, claiming a friendly spar keeps things spicy, but warns that going all out is bad for your health, hinting they should wrap it up. Too bad the thing stalking toward him isn't Fang Zhang anymore, and it's definitely not looking to sign a peace treaty. Suddenly, a beam of energy slices the heavens in two from out of nowhere. Qin Fang calls it the cavalry is here. A heavy hitter just crashed this party uninvited. Zoom in on that glowing red eye, the entity inside. Fang Zhang is shook that the kid from the Yinyue dynasty is still breathing. There's deep beef here, and that recognition spells trouble. Boom! 2 god-tier legends slam onto the battlefield. Enter the Six Paths Emperor. He casually notes this deathmatch is for the rookies. A dusty old elder stepping in to smurf in a low-level lobby isn't cool, is it? The demon puppeteering Fang Zhang's corpse smirks through the gore, daring him. What you gonna do if I keep playing? The shade thrown at a superior boss is either gutsy or suicidal. The Emperor powers up, stating flatly that he's taking that personally. The aura exploding off this guy makes the previous battle look like toddlers playing tag in tutorial mode. We're in a whole new weight class now. The dark entity just cackles, taunting that it'll take more than that to delete him. Whatever ancient nightmare is inside, Fang Zhang has zero fear of the Emperor. Is he bluffing, or is he actually built different? The Six Paths Emperor unleashes a world-ending nuke of an attack. Royal purple energy slams into the crimson aura, tearing the sky apart like 2 hurricanes crashing head-on. Qin Fang calls game over, no exit strategy for the demon now. For once, our boy isn't the one dropping the hammer. But that smirk? He is absolutely loving the chaos. A massive energy beam drills straight into the stratosphere. You can see the shockwaves from miles away. This combat creates a crater in the power scaling system compared to everything else today. A bystander and his partner start connecting the dots on the sideline. The Six Paths Emperor just addressed the dark energy as Elder, and the implications are massive. He calls the Six Paths Emperor a rookie? Nah, these two have beef going back centuries. And, get this, Fang Zhang actually did outsource his dirty work. The allegations were true. Now their powers smash together one last time. in a tactical nuke of an explosion above the battlefield. It's a chaotic light show of purple and red ripping the sky apart. The dark entity bails, screaming curses at the Six Paths Emperor for deleting 1,000 years of his grind. A whole millennium, gone in a second. That is the kind of damage that starts eternal wars. Feng Zhang turns tail and runs, shrieking the classic "I'll be back" villain line. Suddenly, the system goes ballistic. 300,000 villain points, just for wrecking the Chosen One, plus a gotcha roll for tanking his luck. Qin Feng just turned a street brawl into the highest ROI afternoon of his life. Watching him vanish, Qin Feng thinks this Chosen One is totally irrational. But then a juicier thought hits him. Is Feng Zhang gonna go whale mode and buy even stronger hacks next time? Qin Feng shrinks into angry chibi mode, demanding to know why the Emperor let that shadow creep escape. Just like that, the Six Paths Emperor hits him with the silent stare treatment. The chemistry here is pure sitcom material. Qin Feng starts spiraling. He claims letting Feng Zhang walk away is a failure of duty, and if the guy buys cheats for the rematch, that's on the Emperor. He is literally filing a verbal grievance against a god-tier entity, like he's dealing with bad Wi-Fi support. Then this dude whips out a scroll and starts drafting a legit lawsuit for compensation. The Emperor stole his kill, ruining his point farming. Now he wants 10 million top-grade spirit stones in emotional damages. He just tried to bill an Emperor for interrupting his grind. Catch you in the next episode. Back at the cave, the shockwaves are finally dying down, and the hostages Qin Feng saved are realizing they aren't dead yet. Relief washes over the survivors, practically high-fiving the heavens for keeping them breathing. And considering the mortality rate here, they should be grateful. But suddenly, someone slams a fist on the table, and that is definitely not the vibe of a happy survivor. The sidekick just stands there, totally lost. Honestly, mood. We cut to Manhwa and that fluffy white rabbit, manning a makeshift registration desk. Keep your eyes on this bunny, because the filth about to come out of its mouth is completely out of pocket. The rabbit starts this wildly arrogant hype speech about Qin Feng, dubbing him the handsome, unrivaled flower lord. Then it demands protection money from the guys, but says ladies should pay with their bodies. Married women to the front of the line. This rabbit is running a criminal empire. Even Qin Feng wonders if this is bordering on tyranny. When the actual villain thinks you're being too extreme, you might need a PR strategy meeting. But then, something grabs his focus, and you can see the schemes forming in his brain. Wanma unsheathes his sword, asking if anyone has feedback. It's diplomacy via death threat. The rabbit crosses its tiny arms with the smugness of a god, declaring this is standard operating procedure. Zero accountability, maximum ego. Qin Feng sighs deeply. He built this monster. Now he has to parent it. The crazy part? The crowd is actually queuing up. Turns out, the mix of safety and sword point coercion is a winning business model. Now we've got ladies asking the bunny if they have a shot at being Qin Feng's main squeeze. The bachelor auditions are open. The rabbit instantly rejects one, roasting her for lacking assets. Next, this animal is enforcing strict physical requirements, and absolutely no one is canceling him. Naturally, the next candidate steps up with way more personality. And the artists made sure to zoom in. The creators know their demographic, but the rabbit rejects her too, claims she's too big and will cause traffic jams. This furball is running the most toxic HR department in the entire cultivation world. Cue the entrance of the moon goddess, dropping from the sky, looking equal parts homicidal and breathtaking. She's raging about him stealing her first kiss while holding public concubine auditions. The jealousy arc is officially live. It is absolute cinema. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is ignoring the drama for a glowing blue system card, wondering what loot he's gonna pull. This man collects female rage and gotcha boxes like they're Pokemon. Then the system notifications spam the screen. Chosen One's female favor. -1, -2, -3. Turns out, every girl the rabbit rejected was a designated love interest for Feng Zhang, and Qin Feng just intercepted them. He is dismantling the protagonist's harem on accident. Qin Feng looks genuinely baffled. He was literally just standing there, and somehow the Chosen One's destiny just imploded. He's still trying to compute the math on that one. The puzzle pieces still aren't locking into place. Honestly, sometimes the system does all the grunt work while our villain just sits back and collects the loot. Suddenly, a massive wave of ladies steps up, chanting for Master Qin. And can we talk about the art? The illustrators are serving a full 5-course meal right now. These character designs aren't accidental. The devs knew exactly what they were doing. Meanwhile, the bunny bounces over to Qin Feng. It asks if the current situation meets his standards. This little furball seriously thinks it's due for a quarterly performance review. Then it clicks for Qin Feng. His favorability rating is tanking hard, and it's all thanks to this rabbit's chaotic antics. And the guy is actually thrilled. He is high-fiving his pet for inadvertently wrecking the Chosen One's romance arc. What a time to be alive. But then snap, he flips into total denial, claiming he has never seen this creature before in his life. He forbids the bunny from dropping the master title. Bro wants the perks without the baggage. But the rabbit isn't having it, clapping back with, "You love cash and ladies, so why the sudden holier-than-thou act?" Qin Feng literally shrieks at it to quit spilling facts in front of an audience. Their chemistry? Absolute comedic gold. Time for massive damage control. He has to scrub his reputation clean before these girls figure out he's walking red flag material. He launches into this slick, Oscar-worthy monologue, spinning his greed as high-level ambition. And ogling women? That's just appreciating art. The man rebranded thirst and avarice into a philosophy lecture in under 30 seconds. Would you buy that? Because he pivots to the crowd, apologizing for his unruly pet, calling it free-spirited, and begging for their grace. And the ladies? They are devouring every single word. Hook, line, and sinker. Now he's pulling this blonde beauty close, whispering that their encounter was written in the stars. He promises to be her shield on the battlefield but drops the bomb he's got someone else in his heart, so she needs to forget him later. It is the most calculated rejection in the history of dating sims, because it just makes her want him bad. Then, the system chimes in. Congratulations for reasonably exploiting the maiden. Boom, 200 villain points. Meanwhile, she's convinced he's a living saint. The disconnect between truth and vibes has never been bigger. She leans in, eyes locking on his with that undeniable look, while Qin Feng has the expression of a gamer who just discovered an infinite money glitch. She plants a kiss on him as a thank you. The system goes nuclear. 500 villain points for emotional manipulation. He literally didn't even have to try. The points just walked up and handed themselves over. Then another girl throws herself at him, cha-ching, another 200 points added to the pile. His face is covered in lipstick stamps now, and the villain counter is skyrocketing. Boom, another 500. He has successfully turned fake romance and broken hearts into a scalable business model. This is genuinely the most broken farming meta he's found yet. The system notifications are spamming the UI so fast, you can't even read them. 200 here, 500 there. Qin Feng essentially opened a kissing booth that pays out in villain currency, and the queue wraps around the block. Watching from the shadows, the moon goddess. She's peeking from behind a tree, wondering if she misjudged him again. Honey, no. You did not misunderstand a thing. Your gut was right the first time. But hold up, here's the plot twist. The heroine's favorability toward Qin Feng is actually increasing. +3, +5. His noble rejection act convinced her he's secretly a tragic hero. He is farming villain points and heroine romance stats at the exact same time. That should be illegal. With his pockets full and reputation shiny, Qin Feng drops the mic. 2 hours left in the elimination round. Anyone looking to survive the purge can huddle under his umbrella. Don't like the terms? There's the door. The crowd instantly bows, praising Master Qin. Dude just set up a mafia protection racket inside a death game, and they're thanking him for the privilege. Chibi-style Qin Feng is glowing, plastered in lipstick from forehead to chin, vibing because he can manipulate ladies, stack cash, and grind villain XP simultaneously. He calls it talent. Most jurisdictions would call it a felony. Still covered in the lipstick evidence of his scams, he casually tells the system he's ready for a prize draw. Business before cleanup, I guess. He spins the system gotcha wheel, and no way he actually pulls an SSR item. The Celestial card. The system announces it like a legendary drop, and considering the stats, the hype is real. This card lets him hack into Celestial secrets for a one-time info dump. But there's a catch. The system suggests targeting the chosen one for maximum ROI. It's basically a single-use cheat code. To peek at the protagonist's walkthrough guide, Qin Feng starts weighing his options on who gets hit with this ultra-rare ability. The weight of the choice turns this into a high-stakes strategy moment. Who would you target? Meanwhile, back at the palace, the elders are absolutely roasting the moon goddess. They are grilling her, demanding to know how she warped a prodigy. To them, this concubine selection looks less like romance and more like straight-up hard labor. The moon goddess claps back, swearing she didn't hold out on him. The tension in this room? It is giving high-stakes boardroom drama. Then the emperor cuts through the noise. He drops the gavel. It is time Qin Feng gets his own turf. When the big boss moves like that, the whole vibe shifts. He officially crowns Qin Fang the holy son of the Yinwei dynasty, handing him the keys to a top-tier spiritual peak, complete with rights to build a fortress and draft his own squad. Our villain literally went from homeless to royalty in one sentence. Now the elders are tripping over themselves, fighting for the right to be his master. That custody war from the last episode? It didn't end. It just got an upgrade to a fancier arena. But the emperor shuts it down cold. He says he already picked a mentor. Then he drops the absolute nuke. He is dispatching envoys to the Qin clan to push for a truce. Don't forget, these are the same people who kicked Qin Fang to the curb. We are entering major political territory. The lady in red looks shook. She definitely didn't see a peace treaty coming, and judging by that face, nobody had this on their bingo card. But then, she starts peeling back the layers. It is pure genius. If they flip the Qin family using Qin Fang, the great Xia dynasty loses control of a massive territory. And if it flops, the attempt alone plants a seed of doubt in the Xia emperor's head about the Qin family's loyalty. It is a geopolitical checkmate. This woman's brain is actually terrifying. She goes full chibi mode, pouting, and calling the emperor an old fox. Even she has to respect the hustle. Meanwhile, Qin Fang is scrolling through his hit list for the celestial card. Second brother, immediate swipe left guy is barely a threat. Speed running the roster, he lands on Lin San. They are cool. Plus the kid is naive. A couple of lies will wrap him around Qin Fang's finger. Why burn a legendary item on someone you can gaslight for free? Then there is Yulan. He says her resistance turns him on. Peeking at the answers now would kill the thrill of the chase. That is a massive red flag, and y'all need to clock that. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the prize. It has to be Fang Chang. He is dropping the celestial card right on the chosen one's head. It is the meta play, and Qin Fang knows it. He snaps the card and invokes Fang Chang's name. Boom, golden light explodes, tearing open the fabric of fate. The aura goes critical as the card activates. Whatever he is about to witness, it is going to rewrite the entire playbook on how he handles his rivalry with the chosen one. Then, the first vision hits. He sees the Kunlun Secret Realm, a legendary dungeon that only spawns once every 1,000 years. Since this is tied to Fang Chang's fate, you know the chosen one is about to score some god-tier loot. Next, he spots a figure meditating at the Spring of Purity, chugging insane amounts of golden energy, like it is Gatorade. Qin Fang is floored. The fact that Fang Chang found this spot? The chosen one's cheat codes are out of control. The figure in the vision roars as the energy swallows him whole, triggering a massive breakthrough. Then comes the kicker. Fang Chang cultivated the Tao Heart Demon. Qin Fang absolutely loses it, screaming about justice. The chosen one is stacking buffs like a player abusing a game-breaking glitch. Qin Fang claws at the vision, desperate for more intel, trying to gauge just how huge the power gap is about to get. Suddenly, a shadowy figure grabs Fang Chang, raving about some 6 emperors play destiny. The voice claims they can hack fate itself and snatch the title of Great Emperor if they team up. Fang Chang has investors we didn't even know existed. Qin Fang clutches his face, screaming about 6 emperors, his brain frying from the reveal. His rival isn't just leveling up, he is on a direct path to becoming a literal god. He slumps back, processing the intel. He thought Bairi was just an NPC, but it turns out, the dude has been quietly stacking wins in the background. Everyone in Fang Chang's orbit is getting buffed, while Qin Fang is out here grinding for scraps. The frustration hits hard. Fang Chang is straight up cheating. Why is the skill gap this wide? He just ripped off a Buddha's heart, and next month he is cultivating a Tao heart? Qin Fang feels like the universe just turned him into an XP farm for the main character. And honestly, he is not wrong. So he drops a declaration. 1 month from now, Kunlun's Secret Realm, that Spring of Purity is his. Come hell or high water, nothing is stopping him. The villain's training arc has officially begun, and this is the hungriest we have ever seen him. But then, reality smacks him in the face. His Spirit Martial first stage stats? Nowhere near ready. The Kunlun Secret Realm is going to be crawling with elites. For Yulan, the clock isn't just ticking, it's a time bomb. He needs to hit the Tao Initiation Realm in 30 days. And looking at the power scaling, we're talking a gap wide enough to park a spaceship in. He's at level 0, target is level 9. Even if he goes full tryhard mode, no sleep, no food, just pure grind set, he's barely scraping 2 levels. The math ain't mathing. And there's a massive glitch in the plan. Speedrunning cultivation this hard usually ends with your body exploding like a cheap firework. Rushing equals self-deletion. He needs a miracle. And luckily, our shady system has the ultimate pay-to-win item locked and loaded. The Spirit Martial Foundation Pill. It stabilizes the user instantly. The price tag? A cool 500,000 villain points per pop. This isn't a shop, it's a robbery. EA Games would be jealous of this microtransaction hell. Qin Fang is fuming. $500,000 for a generic pill with 0 FDA approval and no warranty? He asks the system if it has any shame at all. Bro is literally trying to negotiate with the laws of the universe. The system's reply? Conscience not found. Ruthless. When the literal bad guy calls you heartless, you know you've messed up. He crunches the numbers. To max out, he needs 9 pills, which totals 4.5 million points. His wallet? Sitting at 597,000. From sitting on a fortune to absolute poverty in 2 seconds flat. The struggle is real. So he pulls a classic gamer move. Buy the starter pack now, worry about the DLC later. Click. Purchase. 500,000 points vanish into the digital void instantly. He's staring at this glowing little orb that costs more than a mansion, and his bank account is officially on life support. This thing better be liquid gold. Down the hatch. No water chaser, no prayer to the ancestors, just straight chaotic energy. Suddenly, a golden aura explodes around him like he just went Super Saiyan. The pill surges through his veins, rewriting his genetic code and hardening his foundation with a velocity that makes traditional meditation look like a joke. Qin Fang is practically vibrating, wondering if this is what hacking feels like. Is this what being a whale in a gacha game feels like? 500,000 points for 7 years of progress. The system might be a scammer, but the merchandise is legit. Fire. Results delivered. Bong. A massive golden bell echoes across the map. That's the wrap-up signal. The life and death battlefield is closed. Qin Fang throws a fist up. Mission accomplished. He survived the battle royale, flirted with danger, and secured the illegal loot. Back at spawn, the survivors are traumatized. People are hugging the dirt, just glad to be breathing. But the death rate didn't just spike, it went vertical. 80% wiped out. Everyone's pointing fingers at Fang Chang for turning the server into a graveyard. Meanwhile, Qin Fang strolls through the chaos with his bunny sidekick like he owns the place. No big deal, his face says. Walked in a target, walked out a tycoon. That's main character energy. But wait, someone screeches his name with pure venom. That is not a friendly shout-out. That is the voice of a man who wants to catch a body. Qin Fang and the rabbit hit the synchronized who, me, pose. Whoever this guy is, he's dragging a massive grudge into the next episode. Welcome back to the drama. Remember that cliffhanger scream? Yeah, here's the guy, and his vibe check is failing hard. He looks ready to throw hands, but Qin Fang ignores the murder eyes and hits him with the, "Yo, sword bestie? Long time no see." The guy immediately shoves him away. Back off, creep. Honestly, fair reaction to Qin Fang's aggressive friendliness. But our boy is persistent. Chill, bro. The event is over. No need for PvP anymore. Why fight when we can network? He's pitching friendship like a desperate MLM agent. And then comes the bribe. He promises a top-tier secret as a peace offering, but it's strictly confidential. Watch the play here. This is a masterclass in gaslighting. He leans in, making sure the whole lobby is eavesdropping. I know a cheat code to reach Great Emperor rank instantly. The crowd goes silent. He has everyone hooked. The big reveal? The future is long. That's it. That's the tweet. He hyped up a fortune cookie quote like it was divine scripture, but the crowd's brain rot kicks in. Someone screams, "Wait, isn't that Fang Chang's motto?" The connection is made. Rumors start flying faster than bullets. How is he connected to the devil, Fang Chang? The white-haired dude's face goes purple. He snaps. I have zero connection to that psycho Fang Chang. Stop linking us. But the damage is done. That roast was so scorched earth you could see the smoke from orbit, and the crowd is realizing they just watched a live execution by words. Disguised as helpful tips, Qin Fang hits him with the ultimate backhanded compliment. If he hadn't bragged so loud, nobody would have noticed how weak he actually is. That is top-tier gaslighting, folks, and you have to respect the artistry. The guy tries to speak, but his brain is literally blue screening from the disrespect. Qin Feng is speedrunning the most hated achievement, and he is sleeping like a baby about it. But before fists can fly, the sky darkens as 4 titans drop from the clouds, radiating sit-down and shut-up energy. The real bosses are here, and they aren't playing around. The entire plaza turns into a statue garden. When gods tell you to zip it, you don't ask questions, the official declares. The deathmatch is a wrap, and the top 1,000 survivors just punched their tickets to Tianhong Academy. Everyone else gets a participation trophy and a boot out the door. The crowd erupts. Tianhong is the Harvard of the Yinwei dynasty, stacked with legendary secret arts, and a diploma. There is basically a fast pass to a government career. It's the Ivy League with swords. But then, somebody asks the million-dollar question. What about the MVP? What's the loot for first place? Then the bombshell drops. The #1 ranked, Qin Feng, has been crowned the 3rd holy son of the dynasty. He gets a luxury mansion, and the power to draft his own private army. Our boy just leveled up to royalty instantly. The crowd's brain breaks. 3rd holy son, a mansion, building a squad, jaws remain on the pavement. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is standing there looking bored. He's thinking, okay, so I get a house. Big whoop. But someone fills him in. The holy son title is a once-in-a-century drop rate, and it turns you into a political untouchable. Qin Feng just shrugs and goes, yeah, sounds about right for me. The ego on this man is so dense it's bending space-time. People are staring at him, like he just slapped their grandmothers, and he genuinely doesn't see the issue. The gap between his self-image and reality is Grand Canyon-sized. Suddenly, the survivors he saved come charging in, screaming, boss, giving him props for the Holy Sun promotion. Somehow, Qin Feng turned a battle royale into a fan meet and greet. They're glazing him up, calling him a god, a legend, the works, and the rabbit on his shoulder is soaking up the clout like it did all the heavy lifting, which, honestly, it kind of did. They ask what he needs next, and Chin Feng keeps it 100% real. He needs a girl. Specifically, a girl who can help him farm 4 million villain points. It's a refreshingly honest grind set, even if it sounds super sketchy. His followers freeze. A girl? They fought through hell for this guy, and his first decree is a dating app request? Is this part of the Holy Sun job description? Suddenly, Chin Feng's radar pings a target in the crowd. Gotcha. Whoever that poor girl is, her life just got infinitely more chaotic. Across the square, Yulan gets a sudden chill, feeling like crosshairs are locked on her back. She hopes she's paranoid. Spoiler alert, she is definitely not paranoid. But plot twist, Chin Feng isn't beelining for Yulan. He's parting the sea of people toward a different objective. Excuse me, coming through. He's walking like he owns the place, which, technically, is now a fact. He strolls right into a mosh pit of drama. An angry mob has someone cornered, screaming for Fang Chang's head. The chosen one is MIA, and his victims want payback. Trapped in the center is a woman claiming she has zero clue where Fang Chang is. The crowd isn't buying it, yelling that she's his girl so she must know. She's cornered, and the vibe is getting dangerous. Chin Feng is spectating from the sidelines, and someone drops the info that she's Fang Chang's old flame. You can practically hear the cash register noise in Chin Feng's head. That's Princess Nanfang, and she's linked to the protagonist. That makes her a high-value asset. Nanfang is screaming her innocence, and she's actually telling the truth. But nobody cares because the mob has gone full hive mind. They accuse her of covering for him, and decide to bag her as bait, figuring if they hostage the girl, Fang Chang has to spawn in. It's caveman logic, but effective. Blades are drawn, and dudes are closing in, turning a shouting match into a legit assassination attempt on a foreign royal. Chin Feng is loving the show. His sidekick wonders if Princess Nanfang failed the Empress route because she tried to fight the script. The plot thickens. Fam. Chin Feng is practically drooling over the chaos, mentally tallying up his villain points like he just hit the jackpot. Confirmed. That celestial card intel from the last episode? It is already paying off big time. This guy is holding secrets these characters do not even know about themselves. And let me tell you, the vibe just went from tense to toxic. Bodies are hitting the floor. It is a full-on stampede out here. The mob has chosen violence, and security is nowhere to be found. You have got this old man screaming in agony claims the great Shia crew murdered his kid and tormented his grandson. Pure heartbreak. He is crying out for justice. And the crowd? They are devouring every word. The anger is spreading faster than a viral tweet. Now the mob has a target. The great Shia dynasty is arrogant, and that is their anthem. It is officially time to school them. Steel flashes, knuckles turn white, and boom, chaos erupts. The whole plaza turns into a massive battle royale. Hundreds of people throwing hands in the middle of a festival. This is exactly what happens when Fang Chang's drama leaks into the real world. Princess Nanfang is losing it. She is absolutely fuming, calling the whole scene total madness. And look, no cap, she is right. She showed up for diplomacy and got treated like public enemy number one. All because of some dude she cannot even find. But she is not backing down. She starts swinging, and honestly, respect the hustle. Is it a high IQ play? Definitely not. But you gotta admire the commitment to the brawl. Suddenly, a new challenger enters the chat. A squad of masked warriors drops in, ordering a total freeze. And these guys? They radiate do not mess with me energy. Someone shouts Qianyu guard, and the vibe instantly shifts. Fists stop in midair. That is how scary these guys are. For the uninitiated, bystanders break it down. Qianyu guard runs Imperial City security and reps the 6 Emperor deities. Big deal alert. Low rank, maybe, but disrespecting them is a death wish. Think internal affairs, but heavily armed. Nanfang rolls her eyes, scoffing. She tells her crew, "We are out," clearly thinking these guards are beneath her pay grade. But walking away from the law? Yeah, bad move. The guard captain steps up, blocks her path, and drops the hammer. This is the Yin Yue dynasty, not your backyard. Her squad attacked locals, so now they are taking a trip downtown for questioning. Diplomatic immunity? Declined. Her lackeys start roasting the captain, asking if he has lost his mind, hitting him with the "Do you know who I am?" classic. Bold strategy, trash-talking the cops in a foreign country. One goon calls the captain a watchdog, and you can literally see the moment his patience evaporates. Disrespecting a rep of the 6 Emperor deities? That is hands down the biggest L anyone has taken this episode. The captain snaps. Order given, bag them all. Nanfang's crew starts screaming, "We are with the princess," like name-dropping is gonna save them now. Spoiler, it won't save you from calling armed soldiers dogs. The guards move in, zero hesitation. They rush in, taking down Nanfang's people with surgical precision. These soldiers are built for this. Her followers get dragged off kicking and screaming, one of them begging the princess for a bailout. Nanfang stands there, watching her entire squad get dismantled in high definition, totally helpless. She is fuming. A low-level guard squad flexing on a foreign princess? In her head, this does not happen unless a big boss is pulling the strings. She wants to march straight to the 6 emperor deities and demand answers. But her old advisor holds her back. The terror in his eyes says he has realized something she hasn't. He drops the truth bomb. If the deities actually cared, the mob would not have touched them, and the guards definitely would not be arresting imperial disciples. The implication? Chilling. The top brass might be orchestrating this whole roast session. The realization hits her like a truck. She asks if the deities themselves are behind the setup. The answer is written all over the advisor's face. Yes. Nanfang just realized this is not a riot, it is a coordinated political hit job. The advisor is in full panic mode. Fang Chang is AWOL, her crew is in cuffs, and the odds are stacked. He begs her to book it back to Great Xia immediately. But she refuses. Going back with 0 wins, no Fang Chang, and abandoning her top talent, the noble families back home would literally hunt her down. Running is not an option. She is caught between a rock and a hard place. She declares she is saving them. The advisor hits her with the reality check. How? They are in enemy territory. 0 allies, 0 power. The math ain't mathing, no matter how you spin it. And then, she spots him. Qin Fang, just chilling right there with that rabbit on his shoulder. Looking like the wildest coincidence ever. Which, knowing this guy, it definitely isn't. She locks onto him immediately. The freshly minted 3rd holy son of the Yin Wei dynasty. In this hostile territory, he is the solitary figure, with enough clout to actually save her skin. Target acquired. Her advisor throws up an immediate red flag, warning that teaming up with Qin Feng is like trying to pet a hungry tiger. But Nanfeng? She is already locked in. She orders him to hold down the fort at the inn while she handles business. When a royal decides to cut a deal with a villain, that is your cue to panic. She steps up, and Qin Feng immediately activates his cool guy persona, claiming he can't work with that kind of attitude. But the system interface tells the real story. Side quest unlocked. Bully the beloved of the chosen one. Reward? 100,000 villain points. He was never going to decline that. Then, his brain buffers for a second. Wait, Fang Chang is nowhere to be found. The protagonist is MIA, and his main squeeze is here alone, begging for a favor. This isn't just a side quest. This is an all-you-can-eat buffet of villain points with absolutely 0 resistance. He tells her sure, he can help, but he never runs a charity. She asks for his price, and the negotiation between a desperate princess and a shameless scoundrel officially kicks off. Real talk, would you trust Qin Feng with your life? Be honest. He tells her the terms are simple. Just swing by his crib, and he will break it down. The cherry blossoms behind him are working overtime to create a romantic vibe, but the energy here is strictly transactional. Smash cut to Kuizu Peak, Qin Feng's new headquarters. Mountains, rivers, bamboo forests, the man just upgraded to a luxury mountainside compound. Being the 3rd holy son apparently comes with serious real estate perks. And Princess Nanfeng is standing there, sporting a radically different look. A revealing red dress that definitely wasn't her idea. Whatever contract Qin Feng drew up, this outfit was mandatory fine print, and she looks less than thrilled about it. However, she looks absolutely lethal in it, and I need a second to recover from that visual. Qin Feng scans her from head to toe and casually drops a, not bad. The system instantly dings, plus 100,000 villain points, for successfully trolling the Chosen One's girlfriend. The man just made 6 figures, for forcing a wardrobe change. This has to be the most efficient villain grind in history. She seeks confirmation. If she wears this fit, and stays put for 15 days, he saves her people? The terms are crystal clear. The currency here is her dignity, and she is ready to pay up. That is either top-tier loyalty or a terrible risk assessment. Qin Feng extends a hand, flashing the most trustworthy smile a bad guy has ever faked. He claims, of course, because he is a man of his word. The delivery is smooth, the sincerity is completely fabricated. They sit for tea, and she presses him on how he plans to sway the 6 emperor deities. His response? Top secret. Because obviously, this guy never drops lore without extracting maximum value first. But internally, he is thinking about that celestial card he burned on Fang Chang. The future vision already confirmed that the captured prodigies get released unconditionally in 15 days anyway. He doesn't need to convince a soul. He just needs to run out the clock, while farming free points from a princess in cosplay. Now she is pouring him tea in that dress, while he kicks back and enjoys the scenery. I am not going to specify which scenery, because the visuals speak for themselves. Qin Feng has constructed the ultimate villain lounge. She threatens him, telling him to watch his back, and the system wires him another 1,000 villain points for the hostility. Every time she gets salty, his bank account grows. Qin Feng has literally monetized a princess's frustration. That is genuinely diabolical genius. But suddenly, the vibe shifts. Lightning tears across the sky above a massive estate belonging to the Qin family of the Great Jia dynasty. Something major is going down at Qin Feng's old stomping grounds, and it looks grim. Inside, a young man is deep in the zone, blue energy spiraling around his fists while an elder supervises. This is a new player, and given the location, he is blood related to Qin Feng's original family. Keep your eyes on this guy. He forces a breakthrough, blue aura detonating outward. Whatever goal he was chasing, he just crushed it through sheer willpower and 7 years of grinding. The elder hypes him up. After 7 long years, he has finally smashed into the 7th stage. His physique rivals ancient beasts, and he could arguably one-shot a spirit martial realm cultivator. That is raw, hard-earned power. And then, the kid drops a bombshell. He mentions his brother is only at the 9th stage, and he is finally closing the gap. Brother? He is talking about Qin Feng. Meet Qin Hao. He has been training for 7 years just to match the man who abandoned the family. Then, his face darkens. He stares her down and drops the mic. Lin Shiner, 3 years. You're gonna regret this. That's the sound of a heart getting smashed. Enough rage to power a 7-year training montage. Cut to 1 month prior. Fancy hall, high stakes. The vibe is tense. An engagement is getting nuked, and the Qin family drama is trending. Let's zoom in on the savage pulling the plug. Green hair, gold eyes, zero chill. Her face is stone cold. Cancel it. No hesitation. Absolutely no regrets. She's dropping this marriage like she's canceling a free trial. And she's got the receipts to explain why. 7 years ago, Daddy arranged this match because Qin Hao had the supreme bone. He was the heir apparent. His brother had emperor tier potential. But now, bone's gone, clout is zero. And Qin Feng dipped to the Yin Yue dynasty. She's literally reading their L's out loud to the whole room. Then comes the finisher, while she casually sips her tea. She's the princess of Heavenly Heart City, a literal chosen one. Why would she shackle herself to a no-talent scrub like Qin Hao? The disrespect is loud. She is serving top-tier villain energy right now. Might even be more toxic than Qin Feng, which is wild. Qin Hao's dad slams the table so hard the animation shakes. Outrageous. It's not just about his son. She just called his whole bloodline trash to his face. But Lin Shiner? She doesn't blink, dares him to try something. Her squad steps up instantly. She came ready to humiliate them, and brought enough backup to walk out untouched. The power gap is massive. The dad is done talking. He declares that his boy won't take this disrespect. He powers up, aura blazing, ready to throw hands for his son's honor. It's brave, but also suicidal. Before the brawl starts, Qin Hao steps into the frame. Father, he says, let me handle my own love life. And boom, a new challenger approaches. Qin Feng's little brother has his own vendetta, his own arc, and plenty of reasons to get scary strong. Dad freezes, totally caught off guard, confused why his son is crashing the meeting. But the kid walks right up to Lin Shiner and hits her with the classic line, 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't bully the poor while they're young. The comeback is loading. Lin Shiner just tilts that cold head, flashes those green eyes and says, bet, capital city, 3 years. You lose, you annul this publicly. She's treating his life like a minigame she's already beaten. But Qin Hao isn't playing. He smirks and asks, you want to annul this? Why wait? Let's speedrun this. With his bandaged hand, he grabs a brush. The room goes dead silent. He starts writing with the focus of a man who has been visualizing this clapback for weeks. He holds up a divorce letter, this absolute legend, just. Oh snap, he pulled the Uno reverse card. He fired her before she could quit. Lin Shiner's poker face cracks. She did not calculate this variable. You dare divorce me? The audacity just got returned to sender. He turns his back and drops the location. Capital City. 3 years. He just stole her thunder. Flipped the script and walked off with the W. Fast forward 1 month. The kid is grinding, swearing Lin Shiner will rue the day she ever looked down on his crew. The revenge tour is officially on. But then, a massive disturbance hits the Qin compound. Heavy footsteps boom across the courtyard, shifting the atmosphere. Qin Hao rushes out to check the noise, and everyone looks up to see a literal floating fortress dropping from the sky. Because apparently, the mailman in this server drives a castle. An imperial messenger backed by guards announces an order from the 6 emperor deities. He's here to hype up Qin Tian, the former boss. Dad's eyes go wide, nobody that high up has noticed them in ages. They pop a chest, and it's blinding gold, gems, rare crystals, the whole package. This isn't a gift basket. It's a dragon's loot drop delivered to their door. Father and son stand there, jaws on the floor, staring at more wealth than they've seen in a lifetime piling up in their yard. The messenger drops the bomb. This is a reward for raising a monster. Qin Feng just soloed 100,000 warriors, deleted a true dragon 4 levels above him, and got drafted as the 3rd holy son. Dad is standing there like he's hearing a glitch in the Matrix. He can't even process it. Spirit Marshal first stage clapped a Dao Realm 5th stage dragon. Even Qin Hao is shook. He can only mumble that his brother is a total prodigy, but internally, he is frantically scrapping every workout plan he ever made. Then Pops catches himself slipping. He is physically fighting a grin so hard his face might actually crack from the pressure. It is taking every ounce of willpower not to bust a gut laughing. He slams that loot box shut like it owes him money, and roars at the messengers to get lost, screaming he doesn't have a monster for a son, telling everyone to scramble. Then he violently grabs Qin Feng. This man is serving an Oscar-worthy performance because we are witnessing a tsundere dad operating at maximum denial levels. Door slams so hard, the wood nearly shatters. Outside, the messengers are standing there looking completely lost. One guy asks, now what? The leader figures, job done, let's bounce. But the other guy hesitantly brings up the elephant in the room, all that gold. And the bling they just abandoned. Because the second that door clicked shut, Pop swan dived straight onto the treasure pile, hollering mine, all mine. While Qin Feng watches this grown man with pure, unadulterated judgment. Genetics are strong in this family, folks. Smash cut to Chiju Peak, where Princess Nanfang is just vibing, rocking that red fit, looking like she was engineered in a lab specifically to distract me from the storyline. The lighting, the florals, the drip, it feels like a personal attack on my attention span. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is locked in, grinding that cultivation XP. Rabbit's passed out cold next to him, and the room is flooding with blue aura because this dude just casually leveled up. Welcome to the Spirit Marshal realm. He can thank that Buddha relic he fused, which is currently acting like an infinite mana generator. Half the juice feeds his heavenly dragon skill, the rest is just pure rocket fuel for his stats. It is basically a self-charging battery. The chosen one literally handcrafted his own downfall and has no clue. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. He still has a whole-ass dragon stuffed in his inventory that he hasn't dealt with. The fact that he almost ghosted an actual mythical creature is deeply concerning for his mental state. He stands up and Nanfang instantly recoils, clutching her chest and yelling, she sells her talent, not her body. That is a wild leap of logic. Tells you exactly how shady she thinks he is, and honestly, valid. Qin Feng just leans into her personal space. Flashing the most diabolical grin in history, he whispers, but what if I insist? The villain energy radiating from this one panel could power the entire grid. She whimpers a no, and the system instantly dings, 1,000 villain points added. Just for terrifying the hero's waifu, this man is monetizing his mere existence at this point. He steps forward, she shuffles back the height gap, makes it look exactly like a wolf toying with a bunny. The tension in this room is illegal in at least 3 continents. He casually drops a comment about how dark and windy the night is, mentions they are both single and ready to mingle. Nanfang squeezes her eyes shut in terror, while the system cha-chings another 1,000 points. Is he evil or just flirting? With Qin Feng, it is always a mix. Then, he simply grabs a teacup and chugs it like nothing happened. He was never going to make a move. The entire skit was just to farm those sweet villain points, profiting off her anxiety, which might actually be worse than the alternative. He casually tells her to crash early, because he has got new schemes for tomorrow. The system throws another 1,000 points at him as he exits. Nanfang is left standing there in red, looking absolutely relieved, while Qin Feng's passive income stream keeps flowing. Outside, he stretches under the starlight, wondering who he can rope into handling that dragon problem. Normal people stress about dinner plans. Qin Feng stresses about mythological creature logistics. Right on cue, a silhouette appears under the moon. It is Si Yuan, the moon goddess's niece, complaining that ever since he got his own fancy peak, he ghosted the moon god palace. She refers to herself as sister, and the possessiveness is off the charts. Qin Feng doesn't even blink. He hits her with the line he has been using since he was a kid, that he needs to repay her life-saving kindness with his body. The delivery is so smooth it should be registered as a lethal weapon. Shiwan blushes, calling him a brat, then pouts that he is only ever obsessed with her aunt. Like, hello? Isn't she catchable too? She is literally fighting for screen time against her own blood relative. The competition is savage in this family, but she drops the act and gets down to business. Tomorrow morning, road trip to Tianhong Academy. The 6 emperor deities set him up with a mentor. And the way the artist drew her right now, those eyes glistening in the moonlight? Yeah, focusing on the exposition is a struggle. Qin Feng is instantly intrigued. Meet who? She explains, this guy is basically the walking encyclopedia of the Yin Yue dynasty. Chess, calligraphy, painting, combat, alchemy, forging, ancient runes, even rare body types. Qin Feng takes a shot. Emperor Shu? The fact that he nailed it proves this troll actually pays attention. Shi Yuan is shook, he guessed it. He just chuckles, claiming it is because he is a bit of a genius himself. This guy's ego is genuinely off the charts. But Xinfeng actually makes a solid point here. Emperor Shu is completely disabled, so why on earth would the 6 emperor deities assign him as a master? Shiran pulls her red cloak tight and drops the bomb. They think Xinfeng has the spark to help Emperor Shu get his groove back. So, let me get this straight. He's basically being hired as an emotional support human for a washed-up legend. Xinfeng pauses for exactly 0.5 seconds before the word stimulate sends his brain into a tailspin. And immediately, his mind goes to the darkest, weirdest corner imaginable. Him, in drag, trying to rizz up Emperor Shu. The mental picture he's painting the outfit, the pose is straight up cursed, and would absolutely get demonetized by the algorithm. He starts shrieking that that kind of service costs extra, and the sheer terror in his eyes is easily the comedic peak of the episode. But then, hard cut to a flashback 100 years ago. We are looking at prime Emperor Shu, and this man was a total icon. We're talking ancient world K-pop idol status fangirls, screaming, love letters piling up, the whole 9 yards. The narrator hypes him up as one of the 4 outstanding figures, which is basically the VIP list of the cultivation world. High IQ, face card never declines. Scary powerful dude was walking around making every other guy look like an NPC. He was practically engineered in a lab to be the perfect man. And then, classic trope, he meets a girl. Cut to a secret wedding under the cherry blossoms because obviously, that's the aesthetic. She's stunning, green dress, soft vibes, and for a split second, Emperor Shu actually looks genuinely happy. They even have a kid. But then the servants take one peek at the baby and start freaking out, accusing the wife of being a demon because the kid has antlers. Turns out the baby has non-human traits, and suddenly this fairy tale crashes headfirst into a brutal reality check. Shu draws his sword, surrounded by his squad, muttering about betrayal. Did she lie? Did he know? The pressure is mounting. It's unclear, but his followers are already armed and ready to throw down. She lifts their baby boy high. She's begging him to just look at their son, sleeping peacefully, while a literal blade is hovering inches from her face. I'm not gonna lie, this panel hits different. It is absolutely gut-wrenching. The peer pressure from his sect is suffocating. The logic is cold. Humans and demons don't mix. The kid is a hybrid, and the world is going to hate him. They tell Shu to stop doubling down on his mistake. It's an ultimatum, and you can visibly see the man crumbling. She pleads with her entire soul, who cares if he's half monster? As long as they stay a family unit, they can protect him against the world. Her voice is cracking with the kind of desperation that hurts to listen to. Shu's expression says it all. Tears falling, jaw locked, eyes screaming with a conflict that has no good ending. He is being ripped apart between his reputation and his flesh and blood. And then, he makes the unthinkable choice. He uses his energy to snatch the baby away, ignoring her screams. This is the worst-case scenario, and it's unfolding in slow motion. He drives his blade straight into the red bundle holding his own son. Blood sprays across his pristine white robes. Emperor Shu just crossed a line you can never uncross. The baby hits the dirt, still swaddled in red, but now it's soaked in a much darker shade. The mother drops to her knees, crawling toward the tiny body, shaking violently over what's left of her child. Honestly, looking at this scene makes you want to reach through the screen and delete Emperor Shu from the server. And then, something inside her just snaps. Her true form explodes out, a massive, glowing deer spirit rising behind her. Her eyes are blazing neon green, and the rage radiating off her is enough to flatten a city. Rule number 1, you do not touch a mother's child and expect to walk away. But what happens next is even colder. His followers are just like, target eliminated, and start walking off like they didn't just witness a tragedy, chatting about family drama like it's a minor inconvenience. They watched a man end his bloodline and treated it like a grocery run. She stands there bleeding, broken, and announces they are done. Not just a breakup, but a total severance of fate. The romance is officially dead and buried. She grabs his sword barehanded, letting her own blood run down the steel. The look in her eyes says she is seriously considering taking his head off. Shu just closes his eyes and tells her to do it. He knows he owes her a life debt. He's offering himself up, and the tragic part is, he's serious. She's standing there, trembling with pure fury, tears and blood mixing on her face. Every instinct tells her to strike, but the restraint she's showing is superhuman. Instead, she drops the mic. I will never love you again, and stabs the sword into the ground. She chose mercy, but at what cost? That mercy cuts deeper than any blade. Emperor Shu just stands there, frozen, watching her silhouette fade into the tree line, while the sword buried next to him still hums from the impact. He's paralyzed. Doesn't twitch a single muscle to chase her down. But news travels faster than light, and society flips the script on him instantly. The names fly. Heartless, savage, absolute trash. He went from the kingdom's golden boy to public enemy number 1 in a heartbeat. Splat. An egg cracks right against his skull. Someone screams, "Look at yourself. You're a monster." The guy who used to have girls lining up to confess is now dodging rotting vegetables. Talk about a brutal fall-off. This is the hardest crash out in the whole series. He shambles through the mob like a zombie, eyes completely hollow, slime and egg yolk dripping from his hair, dead, silent, because the man inside is already gone. The crowd just keeps launching the produce assault. Voiceover kicks in. The high and mighty Emperor Shu locked himself away after that, deciding to live at the bottom of a bottle. He rots away like that for almost a century. One bad call turned a legend into a horror story. Do you guys feel any pity for him? Or did he earn every single piece of trash thrown his way? Cut to the present at Kuiju Peak. Z1 wonders aloud if Shu is drowning in regret. Meanwhile, Qin Fang is sweating bullets internally. As a certified anime addict obsessed with cat girls and fox spirits, being linked to a dude who murdered his own half-demon kid feels like absolute toxicity to his brand. Then his gaze slides over to the window. There's Nan Fang, absolutely slaying in that crimson outfit. And this degenerate's brain immediately jumps to, I should make her cosplay a cat girl tomorrow. The mood swing here, from heartbreaking tragedy to villain plotting, gave me literal whiplash. Z1 clocks his silence and asks why he's spacing out. She's standing under the moonlight, looking dangerously cute with that pink hair flowing all over the place. Then she catches him peeping at Nan Fang through the glass and instantly explodes. She spent half a day pleading with her aunt, just to stay at Kuiju Peak. And this clown has the nerve to ogle another woman right in front of her? Jealousy mode. Activated. She throws a punch and lands a clean hit, but Qin Fang counters and pins her down in a split second. He drops a smooth line. You want me to look only at you? And with him hovering over her like that, the vibe shifts to something way spicier than anyone expected. Z1's face lights up like a tomato, and she stammers, You jerk. All that rage just melts into pure shy panic. She has 0 defense stats against this man's charm offensive. Then Qin Fang yawns, claims he's sleepy, acting like he didn't just completely scramble her brain 3 seconds ago. Z1 reaches out with those big, sparkling eyes and whispers, Let's go back to sleep. Between the fit, the look, and that pink hair glowing in the night, I'm filing a formal grievance. With the artist for attacking my heart like this. He grabs her hand. Screen floods with pink sparkles. Are we reading a villain saga, or did a shoujo romance just hijack the plot? She hits him with an eye smile and a soft, okay, easily the purest expression in this entire series. Protect her at all costs. Then smash cut, they are actually in bed together. Snug as bugs under the covers. Qin Fang, you lucky, plotting scumbag. You got a princess in the guest room, and a literal goddess's niece, in your sheets. That level of riz shouldn't be mathematically possible. Z1 lies there, thinking about how her bratty brother is nothing like her, and wondering why her Aunt green-lit her stay but blocked Nan Fang. Is she special, or just the convenient option? That little moment of insecurity just makes her 10 times cuter. She drifts off looking like an angel, pink hair fanned out across the pillow. Legit might be the softest frame in manhwa history. Meanwhile, the rabbit is chilling outside, sipping tea and judging the situation. Sleeping soundly next to a baddie? That ain't right. Actually, it's not just wrong, it's impossible. Even the pet mascot is questioning Qin Fang's self-control. And honestly, same. Scene switch. Blue Demon Palace, zooming in on Ulan's room. She's shedding her layers next to a wooden tub, and the artist decided right now was the time to remind us why Princess Ulan lives rent-free in everyone's heads. That silver hair is a traffic stopper. Her silhouette behind the curtains as she slips into the water, that spike in viewer retention is every YouTuber's dream. She sinks into the bath, and the way the water ripples and catches the light is proof the illustrator knew exactly what they were doing and has absolutely no regrets. We are eating good tonight, folks. Suddenly, she mentions a dull ache in her waist ever since she got back from that deathmatch battlefield. She calls for a mirror. Something is definitely wrong. After the absolute violation Qin Feng dropped on her last battle, you know the aftermath ain't gonna be pretty. She's scoping out the damage in the mirror, totally exposed. And look, if that mirror needs a day off, I'm just saying I'm available to cover the shift. She rises, rocking nothing but a towel that is struggling, and I mean struggling to do its job, drenched from the bath. Whatever mark she spotted has her locked in, but I'm gonna keep it $150 with you guys. I am definitely looking at something else. Then boom, the fury snaps into focus. She shrieks, swearing, Qin Feng is gonna pay in blood for this. Whatever souvenir he left on her skin, it's got his signature all over it, and she is seeing straight red. Meanwhile, back at Guizhou Peak, the system pings Qin Feng with a casual 100,000 villain points just for utterly wrecking the chosen woman's pride. Bro is lounging in bed, barely awake, literally wondering if Yulan's had enough time to scrub up yet. He doesn't even know what chaos he caused, and he's already cashing checks. That passive income villain grind set is unmatched. Next morning, this dude pulls up to Tianhong Academy deep with his squad and has the audacity to ask, if this is actually the legendary spot, looking like he's critiquing a Motel 6. And the place is legitimately dripped out. Golden lattice, polished wood, serious old money aesthetics. Chin Feng sweeps his gaze across the room and drops. Looks just like the other schools. Man really walked into Harvard and called it a safety school. The students instantly peep his stats and start murmuring, spiritual martial realm? No shot. That is totally unprecedented here. In the entire history of this academy, 0 students have ever hit the spiritual martial tier. They clock him as the third holy son, Chin Feng. Dude entered the server completely overpowered. 2 guys lock eyes like, the third holy son is in the building? Grab the popcorn, this is gonna be good. And honestly, big mood. Because the second this man steps inside, total anarchy is less than a minute away. They didn't even have to queue up because an ice blade slices the air, riding on Yulan's voice, shrieking his name like a death warrant. But instead of flinching, this absolute menace lights up like he just found loot under the tree. He hollers her name right back. Brain already crunching numbers since he just hit level 2. He can probably grind to level 3 right now. She is out for blood, and he is optimizing his XP gain. He catches her frost strike barehanded with a barrier, and the sheer disrespect of face tanking that with his palm has the room stunned. Glacial spikes burst from the floor like the map just reset to Arctic mode, and Chin Feng is surfing the explosion like a summer breeze. He smirks, muttering, still the profound yin constitution. Because to this absolute lunatic, her kill shots aren't threats, they're buffs. Then he yeets himself at her, screaming, honey, I'm home. Vibes like a reunion with a soulmate. Except, said soulmate is actively trying to turn him into sashimi. The crowd is losing it, wondering what breed of monster face checks an ice ult like that. One guy taps his temple, asking if Chin Feng's CPU is fried. The whole hall detonates in a blinding flash of frost and energy. So intense the NPCs in the back are catching freeze damage. Nanfeng is shook, wondering how many cheat codes this freak has in his inventory, while Xu Yuan is just clapping like a cheerleader. Little brother is the goat. Even the rabbit looks like it's about to hit its final evolution from the pressure. Then this degenerate closes the gap on Yulan and plants a massive kiss right on her lips. Her face glitching from murder mode to 404 error. Is the funniest vibe shift I've seen in 34 chapters. The system daps him up for capitalizing on the chosen woman, depositing another 100,000 villain points. Yulan's soul has visibly evacuated her body. She is staring in chibi-style horror at the violation that just went down in front of the whole school. Meanwhile, Xian goes nuclear because she's known Chin Feng since they were in diapers and never got a smooch. But he's out here kissing randoms, and the jealousy radiating off her could melt the glacier he just spawned. The rabbit is literally scribbling in its journal. Current year, this bun endured emotional damage way above its pay grade and demands 20 carats for pain and suffering. Even the mascots need therapy just for being near Chin Feng. Yulan shrieks, "Get off me!" And the way the artist rendered this struggle is spiking my blood pressure in ways my doctor would definitely frown upon, because her physics are insane, and rage is definitely her color. Chin Feng exhales like he just stepped out of a sauna, flexing amidst the ice shards, while the narrator confirms the profound yin vibes actually buffed his heavenly tyrant body. She literally leveled him up by trying to delete him. Yulan swings her blade at him, aiming for a critical hit. Screaming, "Watch the blade." Her outfit flows like liquid silk in battle, absolute criminal visuals. He slips past her defenses like it's nothing. Yulan morphs from rage to total bewilderment. Nothing lands. He's untouchable, just holding that cocky smirk the entire fight. She staggers back, gripping her robes, stuttering out a frantic, you. The system casually pings. Plus 100,000 villain points for trolling the chosen one while she sits there. A masterpiece of flustered, silver-haired perfection. Then, the whole academy's vibe instantly flips. Enter Emperor Shu, strolling down the hall, wine jug in hand, frost melting at his heels. Students gawk at this messy legend, like they've seen a phantom. The guy must smell like a brewery, because the crowd is literally gagging and scattering. Nanfeng watches from the sidelines, questioning every life choice that led her to escort Chin Feng here. Speaking of Nanfeng, she's looking absolutely lethal in that crimson dress with the deep neckline, as she blasts Emperor Shu with energy, asking how long he plans to keep playing these games. She is done babysitting legends. Meanwhile, Chibi Yulan is still fuming, vowing she isn't finished with Chin Feng yet. Chibi Chin Feng just sheepishly mumbles, just a little, like he didn't just totally invade her personal space in front of the entire school. Chin Feng snaps to attention, greeting Nanfeng as Moon Goddess sister. Seeing them walk together, her in that red fit. It's the kind of visual power couple that makes you forget there's a plot. He finally gets a close-up of Emperor Shu, sees this washed-up icon guzzling wine with dead fish eyes, and wonders out loud, is this really one of the 4 outstanding figures? of the ancient wilderness, Nanfang cuts in, telling Shu she's on a mission from the emperor himself. The boss found a top-tier recruit and wants to know if Shu is interested in taking him on. And honestly, the moon goddess's curves in this shot are so distracting, I completely missed the dialogue on the first watch. Shu squints through his hangover fog, asking about the kid's weapon. Even wasted and marinated in alcohol, the man has standards. Qinfang politely clasps his hands and tells the senior that this junior uses cheats. The casual honesty? Delivered with a serene smile, it's the most disrespectful thing anyone said to Shu since the egg incident. Shu's brain visibly buffers. He mutters, "Twisted melon," rocking the most confused chibi face ever. He literally cannot compute what he just heard. Si Yuan steps up looking stunning in lavender and warns Qinfang to stop talking, smack to the senior before he torches the recruitment. She starts reading off Qinfang's stat sheet. It's stacked. Level 2, Sword Breath, Invincible Sword Heart, 2 God-tier techniques, Ancient Double Pupils, Supreme Bones, God-level Buddhist arts, and oh yeah, casual reminder that he slayed a dragon. The emperor himself claimed, only the first scholar of the Yin Moon dynasty could handle a walking cheat code like this. Shu's eyes sharpen. For the first time since we've seen him lucid, you can tell the gears are finally turning behind the hangover, but he just takes another swig. Says he can't even teach himself, let alone qualify to mentor anyone else. This guy is committed to failure, the way Qinfang is committed to being a menace. He barks at them to leave. Nanfang sighs. They'll need a new master because Shu would rather rot in a bottle than take responsibility. But Qinfang slaps a hand on Shu's chest. Wait, because this master manipulator has a plan. He looks Shu in the eye and says he wants to learn from his life of failure. The background chibi reactions from Nanfang and Shi Yuan say it all. That statement was nuclear. Then this joker starts flexing every OP ability he has. Mastered God-tier tech at birth, broke realms before preschool. Claims life is stuck on easy mode. Do you understand my pain? He is speed-running the world's most insufferable humble brag. Shu just stands there, gripping his jug, unable to string a sentence together. No one in 100 years has had the gall to approach him like this. Qinfang drops to his knees, begging to stay, wants to drink daily, live aimlessly, and waste away together. Nanfang facepalms hard, realizing her mistake was underestimating this kid's talent for psychological warfare. Chibi Si Yuan and Nanfang clutch each other, sensing Shu's rage spiking. Nanfang warns, they're about to get yeeted out of the building, but Shu just shrugs. Whatever you say. Qinfang instantly snaps back. Okay, master. I honestly can't tell if the legend got played, or if he's just too dead inside to care. Qinfang spins around with a diabolical grin and a thumbs up. Operation Success. Turning a hard rejection from a hermit legend into a mentorship just by being a massive troll is honestly the most on-brand move Qinfeng has ever pulled. Ziyuan and Nanfeng are practically scraping their jaws off the pavement, wondering if this is real life, because they just watched a masterclass in manipulation. Meanwhile, back on the streets, Qinfeng clocks a mob forming near the academy gates, and the vibe instantly shifts. Nanfeng declares the mentorship deal done, so she's bouncing. She tells Qinfeng to hit the books and stop slacking. She's channeling major responsible big sis energy, even though that fit is screaming pure chaos. Qinfeng throws up a peace sign with that trademark smirk, hitting her with a, "Got it, Sister Moon Goddess," like a toddler, getting dumped at day camp. But then Ziyuan pipes up, begging her aunt to let her enroll at Tianhong Academy too. And let's be real, her thirst for knowledge is non-existent. She's just thirsty for Qinfeng. Nanfeng drops some S-tier auntie wisdom about playing hard to get, then decides her rabbit can babysit Ziyuan instead. The poor furball looks like it's accepted its tragic destiny. Now the plot thickens. As Qinfeng struts through town, he spots a fan club swarming him. This dude, Chen San, from the Chen clan, steps up, begging to catch the immortal slave seal, and basically offers his little sister, Kexin, as a signing bonus. She's radiating this shy, terrified energy that screams, "I did not sign up for this." Qinfeng cocks an eyebrow, flashing that predator grin, and goes, "What's the play here? You gifting me your sister?" Because, obviously, that's where his mind goes first. San starts sweating buckets, stuttering that if he serves the Holy Sun and gets the slave seal, then his sister. He trails off, realizing how trashy that sounds out loud. Qinfeng shuts it down cold, roasting them. The sister's a gold digger, and the brother's a leech hunting for spiritual handouts. The sibling duo is delusional. The villain system really honed his scam radar. He stands alone in the courtyard, suddenly asking, "Where is she?" His brain already ditched the NPCs to lock onto the main objective. And boom, there she is. Yu Lan, posted up in the distance, silver hair, gleaming. Qinfeng's face lights up like he just unlocked a cheat code. He He slides up behind her, hitting her with a breezy, "Yo, long time no see." The audacity to casual talk a woman who tried to decapitate him 20 minutes ago is honestly impressive. Yu Lan instantly flares up, telling him to back off, but Qin Feng is doing the math. He's only 3,000 villain points, shy of 500,000, and this girl is basically a walking XP farm with temper issues. She yanks his collar, demanding his deal, and he has the nerve to look her in the eye and ask if the truth will make her mad. Will she get mad? This man is flirting with death literally. Yulan's aura explodes, ice magic swirling as she stammers, "I am." Even while threatening murder, she looks absolutely lethal, like drop-dead gorgeous. Really angry, she finishes, launching herself at him with enough force to delete a city block. But he reads the frame data perfectly, reaching out with zero panic. Her eyes widen, realizing she can't cancel the animation. He catches her mid-air, pulling her into a hug, whispering, "You obsessed with me? Why do you keep crashing into my arms?" The system goes ham. Yu Lan shoves him off, snapping, "Who likes you?" Her face is burning redder than Nan Feng's outfit. The system cha-chings. Another 100,000 points. She stumbles back, robes fluttering, and you can see her composure shattering, in real time. But even flustered, she gets up in his face, fist clenched, and "I gotta be real with you guys. Yu Lan looking this fierce, with that blush, it's doing critical damage to my soul." He just tilts his head, whispering a soft, "Really?" That one word inflicts more emotional damage than any legendary sword technique ever could. Cut to 2 weeks later, Qin Feng is passed out under a tree, surrounded by wine jugs next to a massive crater. This dude is living his best degenerate life. Emperor Zhu pulls up, confused how this kid hit spiritual martial level 7 in 2 weeks while actively destroying his liver and getting wasted daily. He tries to shake the kid awake, telling him this lifestyle ain't it. Qin Feng is totally checked out, slumped against that ancient tree, gripping his cup like it's the holy grail of cultivation. He peels one eye open, barely lucid, muttering, "Keep talking, I'm listening," while his brain registers that Emperor Shu's moonshine is actually juicing his heavenly tyrant body stats. Turns out, this bender was just a high IQ training montage in disguise. Absolute genius masking as a drunkard. Shu snaps, "Get up," and physically hauls his disastrous disciple off the dirt, because watching talent rot is the one thing this century-old alcoholic can't stomach. But Qin Feng snags the old man's robe with a fox-like smirk, purring, "Well, if your conscience is hurting, do me a solid." Every move this guy makes is a hustle. He rips open a spatial rift and casually tells Shu to take out the trash, which just happens to be a colossal dragon he's been hoarding. Boom. The beast drops a massive purple nightmare bursting from the void, shockwaves flattening the scenery like a nuke went off. Glowing red optics scream that it is absolutely done with being stuffed in a pocket dimension. Shu agrees to butcher the carcass but shoots a look of genuine worry at Qin Feng's wobbly foundation. It's low-key wholesome that this washed-up hermit actually gives a damn about the brat scamming him. But Qin Feng? Gone. Nothing left but a cartoon dust cloud and a floating, "Thanks for the invite." Later, Shu screams, "My wine!" realizing the little demon cleaned out his entire cellar. The heist was the main quest all along. The dragon towers over Shu, who just sighs, "This kid." You can pinpoint the exact second a server legend realizes he got played by a noob. Cut to Tianhong Academy, where Ye Lan is cornered in her private quarters, clutching her robes for dear life and shrieking at Qin Feng to get lost. And looking at this scene, I suddenly understand on a spiritual level why our boy keeps risking death for a peek. Zoom in on that flushed face, white-knuckling her dress, blue eyes shooting absolute lasers. The artists who drew this panel need to know they have personally destroyed my ability to focus. This absolute menace is twirling a piece of embroidered fabric on his finger, critiquing her sewing skills like a Yelp reviewer. The system pings, plus 100,000 villain points. He's been grinding this quest so hard he's noticing a dip in quality. The man is a serial lingerie bandit. Ye Lan goes nuclear, screaming that she hand-stitches these intimates herself. And since he swipes one daily, her personal sweatshop literally cannot keep up with demand. This is the most unhinged villain system farming strat I've ever seen. Qin Feng, caught in 4K, just smirks. Can a scholar's appreciation be called theft? Yilan's deadpan Yu, a scholar, hits with professional comedic timing. She's not wrong. Close up on Ye Lan spitting a disgusted ba, while blushing furiously. Somehow the most lethal combo of hostile and gorgeous this series has dropped yet. "We are feasting today, fam." She warns him to back off or she'll stop being polite, and he instantly fires back, "Try me," practically begging for consequences because chaos is his love language. He slams his hand against the wall, textbook Kabadon, trapping Yelan and towering over her. Her wide blue eyes shift, the anger melting into something way more dangerous for his health. Faces inches apart. Qin Feng's internal monologue crashes. She's not fighting back. And the system isn't dropping villain points. That silence signals something his villain-coded brain is too laggy to compute. Then the realization hits like a freight train. Wait, does she want my body? After harassing the strongest heroine alive for 5 minutes, he pulls back with an ice-cold stare, announcing, "Trying to score with me for free? Keep dreaming." Yelan is left standing there, with visible confusion buffering above her head. Was that a fumble or 5D chess? You decide in the comments. After that masterclass in romantic self-sabotage, our guy sits down to check the books. Turns out he's sitting on a cool million villain points from his little crime spree. Zero hesitation, he mashes the purchase button like a whale on a gacha banner. Pops 2 foundation pills like breath mints, skipping from 7th straight to 9th layer of the spirit martial realm. Because who needs hard work when the world is pay to win? Next morning at the academy, he's already cooking up a new scheme. A knock at the door. He drops the most casual "come in" you've ever heard. Fresh off a heist where he swiped an entire wine cellar just 24 hours ago, our guy is chilling when a total bombshell walks in. She is carrying a plate of jujubes like she is delivering room service at a 5-star hotel, rocking a red dress that is barely hanging on. We are talking zero left to the imagination here. She hands over the snacks, and this absolute madman does not even glance at the goods. Straight to business, ice cold. He demands to know when the Tianzi students held by the Yin Moon Empire are getting sprung. Since the 15-day timer just hit 0, he pops a jujube, chews, and immediately scrunches his face in disgust. Then he drops the bomb. "Go wash these. They are filthy." She freezes, eyes popping out. Like, "Excuse me?" So he shouts it again like she is deaf. "Wash." She snaps back, screaming that she is the princess of the great Xia Empire. But this clown just shrugs it off. Like, "So what? It is just fruit. Get over it." The level of disrespect radiating off him is astronomical. It is actually insane. For context, this girl is not just any royal. She is daddy's favorite little princess, sent here to oversee a brutal life-or-death tournament, but instead of calling the shots, she wound up with her squad behind bars, and her ace, Fang Chang, MIA. And honestly, the way that dress highlights her rage is barely legal. She starts ranting about how a dignified royal is being used as a glorified housekeeper. Meanwhile, the system is just racking up villain points in the background. Ding, ding, 1,000 points twice, just for traumatizing her. Apparently, her mental breakdown is his paycheck. While she is melting down, Qin Fang stands there looking genuinely baffled, because Wash clearly triggered something else in her brain. And it finally clicks for this idiot that she took his command way out of context. He holds up the actual fruit and tells her to quit the waterworks because he literally meant the snacks. Then he roasts her for having her mind in the gutter 24/7. He shoos her back to the inn, and the moment the door clicks shut, our favorite scammer grins, muttering, "It is time to go squeeze some wallets because the hustle never stops." Cut to the Yin Moon Empire prison, which looks way too bougie for a dungeon, but okay. Whatever works. The guard hesitates, asking if he is really clearing out the Tianzi students, and our con artist nods. Yes, drops the Holy Sun title like a VIP pass. He smooth talks the keys right off the guard's belt, claiming the Emperor sent him. Inside, he is cheering that his walking ATMs did not break out before he could cash them in. He swings the cells open and drops the news. "You are free, courtesy of Princess Nanfang." The prisoners go ballistic with joy, clutching the bars like lifelines, screaming, "Saved at last," and blessing Nanfang's name, completely clueless that they are about to get robbed blind. Because here comes the pitch. Qin Fang raises a finger. "I do not work for free, boys. That will be 1 million spirit stones ahead." The mood in the room instantly shatters. He leans in close, spinning a sob story about how their princess begged him and served him at Guizhou Peak for 15 agonizing days. Are they seriously going to pinch pennies over a measly million? The gaslighting here is so advanced. It should be illegal. The students explode. "You scumbag. You took advantage of the princess while she was vulnerable. Shameless." They threaten to snitch to the emperor. And you have to respect the loyalty, even if they have zero leverage. But Qin Fang does not blink. He flips the script instantly. "You hotheads acted rashly and failed to protect her. The princess had to sacrifice herself just to keep you alive. Safety? Please." He doesn't even have to finish the thought. The sheer terror in their eyes screams that the message was received loud and clear. Boom. Just like that, they're swearing on their ancestors to bury the secret of the 1 million stones and guard the princess's rep with their lives. Totally gaslit into believing they're the heroes for coughing up a ransom that was a scam from the start. Qin Fang hits them with that proud dad shoulder pat, smoothly telling them the princess has been waiting for her saviors. These clowns actually think he's a saint. Meanwhile, he struts away clutching a bag of spirit stones so heavy it should be illegal. Using that information asymmetry is the ultimate cheat code in any timeline. My guy basically just invented insider trading for the cultivation world. Then, this absolute legend makes a pit stop at a local meat bun joint, because apparently, conning a whole prison builds a massive appetite. But while he waits for his order, the local chatter catches his ear. Rumors of brutal massacres sweeping across multiple cities. And guess who the prime suspect is? Fang Chang, the same Tianzi disciple the princess was hunting for. The locals are practically whispering, warning each other to keep their voices low, because those Tianzi disciples come from dynasties so powerful that one slip-up could trigger a war. But Qin Feng, he locks onto that name like a guided missile. A woman in the crowd murmurs the hard truth. Even if you hate it, you just have to swallow it and survive. Since the Great Xia and Yin Moon empires haven't officially started tearing each other's throats out yet, patience is the only weapon they have left. Qin Feng bites into a bun, processing the intel. Fang Chang, the missing person, is out there, literally painting towns red with blood. One thought births a devil. One thought births a Buddha. You're gonna want to pin this plot thread for later. He heads back to base, and the servants rush the gate like he's been deployed overseas for 6 months, instead of just grabbing lunch. Then, one of them drops a status update that hits him out of nowhere. Miss Ziyuan is in the building. Our boy immediately shifts gears into a full sprint, yelling that he needs to see her right now. Servants are tripping over their own feet, trying to keep pace, because Ziyuan showing up uninvited apparently triggers a universal fight or flight response. He freezes mid-stride and glances back. The servant shoots him the most judgmental, "I know what you did" look in history, asking if he's been out rizzing up unmarried girls again, because apparently, that's just a standard Tuesday for this household. Qin Feng goes full defense mode, denying it and claiming he follows some noble code of Wu Wei action without force. Yeah, right. The fact that his own payroll immediately assumes he's guilty tells you everything you need to know about his track record. He fixes his posture, saying he'll handle it, while the servants exchange the biggest press X to doubt glances in cultivation history. He marches towards Ziyuan's room with purpose and throws open the door, only to find Ziyuan absolutely trashing the place, smashing vases, yeeting furniture, total destruction. He just stands there, frozen, wondering why she decided to redecorate with violence. She whips around, launches a projectile at his face, and screams about his audacity to even show up. And honestly, the fit she's rocking while committing property damage is unfair to my cardiovascular system. He snags the pillow one-handed, with zero effort. This man fights lethal assassin babes daily. This is child's play. Flying bedding doesn't even register on his threat radar. She starts screeching about that bored look on his face, threatening to snitch to her aunt. And look, this pink-haired catastrophe wrapped in lavender silk with those ocean blue eyes is serving pure menace energy. Looking that good, while being that dangerous, should be federally illegal. But then Qin Feng goes ice cold. He drops 4 words that suck the air out of the room. "You are not Ziyuan." She tries to play dumb, backing up, wide-eyed, hitting him with the "I don't understand" act. But the panic? It's already leaking through the cracks. Qin Feng hits her with a dry, "Really?" and unleashes his aura like he's about to remodel the room himself. With pure force, the imposter instantly drops the act and detonates her own energy, blasting the house apart with a wave of cyan power that shreds the walls. Camera zooms in on her face. She is genuinely shook, because whatever power Qin Feng just flashed was leagues beyond what a spirit martial realm kid should have. She acknowledges the hype, admitting the first genius of ancient times is actually the real deal. But she's just here for the loot, the dragon core and the Buddha's relics. Qin Feng smirks, channeling pure villain energy. He tells her straight up, he's the one who takes treasures. No one takes anything from him, ever. That line goes harder than anything else in this entire series. "I will die on this hill." The imposter smiles back, dark energy swirling around her like a storm. "Is that so? Then show me your hand." The way she looks while issuing a literal death threat is making my brain short-circuit. She demands to see his true power with sparkles in her eyes like she's asking for a pony. Forget the deathmatch. This total scam artist of a protagonist shrinks into chibi form and hits the eject button. He's screaming, "Moon goddess, save me." Turns out, his cultivation specialty was Olympic-level cardio all along. The imposter freezes, her face blank with confusion, because she was genuinely prepped for a shonen showdown. Instead, she watches a man hit Mach 3 in the other direction. His servants see him blur past, wailing for help. One minion blinks. Looks like the boss got wrecked." "What's the play?" The other yells, "Run with him, don't let him look cringe alone." Now the whole squad is hauling tail and screaming, "Help!" and "Murder!" in perfect harmony, because ride or die in this house apparently means fleeing in formation. The imposter watches them scatter and scoffs. Running when you're outmatched? Actually a high IQ move, which is somehow a compliment and the sickest burn you can throw at someone retreating at terminal velocity. She unleashes a bat swarm with a promise. Run fast, but you can't hide forever. And honestly, this woman, standing there, cloaked in shadow and night creatures, is radiating the most terrifying crazy X energy I have ever seen. 15 minutes later, our tactical genius is cowering behind a wall. His 2 servants are stacked like totem poles, whispering, "Is it safe?" Playing the saddest game of hide-and-seek ever. One servant snags a bat and drops the lore. This is the variable Demon King, a shapeshifter who can become literally anything. They sneak back inside, and oh look, the rabbit is just chilling there, singing a cursed nursery rhyme about severing arteries while clutching a carrot like a microphone. If that doesn't trigger your fight or flight, you're broken. Qinfeng's eyes narrow. If the Demon King is a shapeshifter, trust is dead. He draws his blade, smooth as silk, killing intent rising off him like heat waves, and levels the steel right at the bunny's nose. Confess, are you the variable Demon King? The rabbit freezes mid-crunch and screams, "I don't even know what that is. I'm just a local rabbit from Buzhou Dao." Qinfeng isn't buying it. He looms over the furball. "Prove you're actually a rabbit," which is hands down the wildest interrogation tactic I've ever heard. He and his goons crack their knuckles, dark energy flaring, basically telling the rabbit to verify its identity or get cooked. This is unquestionably the most danger a woodland creature has ever faced in this genre. The rabbit is hyperventilating, just stammering, "Rabbit, rabbit," over and over, which, let's be real, isn't a solid alibi. But suddenly, its eyes glow with spiritual juice, and it starts spitting bars ancient poetry about mountains. It's basically two-factor authentication. Qinfeng's eyes pop as the verse lands, and he fires back the countersign. "Who are you?" It's a secret code only the real ones know. The rabbit goes full Hollywood, slides on sunglasses, and drops a needlessly detailed bio, complete with home address, driving record, and elementary school grades. Qinfeng facepalms in relief. Only his actual pet would be this extra. He's genuinely stoked it's the real deal. Then, the rabbit immediately whips out a ledger. "Time to pay up. You scared me half to death. That'll be 10 carats in emotional damages." But then, a blast of purple energy rips through the bamboo forest, and comedy hour is officially cancelled. Both servants sniff the air and get suspicious. That smells way too sweet to be safe. Suddenly, Red Scarf's face twists up. Something just hit his system that absolutely shouldn't be there. He drops, body glitching out, yelling that the air itself is toxic. Qinfeng and the rabbit look at each other. Toxic? Pure confusion. Neither of them feels a thing. Either they're built different, or this is a precision strike. A bat swarm floods the window, and a masked figure in all black steps through, one eye glowing with malice. The variable Demon King makes a house call, bragging about the useless to shout loud poison. A toxin so potent it turns Dao Realm Masters into powerless wet noodles. Screaming won't save you. Qinfeng hangs on that last part. Shouting loud won't help? He repeats it, like he's noting a design flaw for later. His servant on the floor groans. Indeed, screaming is pointless. "Kid, this toxin is the real deal." But look at Qinfeng. He just pivots to the Demon King and, with the energy of a customer service rep dead inside, asks, "Can you at least put some respect on your own lethal poison? Because right now, the villain is more triggered by being ignored than the heroes are about being actively poisoned." The Demon King doubles down, hyping this up as the #1 poison in existence, and demanding Qinfeng cough up the Buddha's relic and dragon core, otherwise, his squad stays permanently rebooted in crippled mode. Qinfeng just tilts his head, asking with zero urgency if this is truly the top-tier poison, because he's pretty sure he could have both his lackeys back on their feet in literal minutes. Down on the floor, his servant glances up with pure, unadulterated horror, pleading, "Boss, please, anything but that." Whatever Qinfeng calls a cure, this guy has survived it before, and would clearly prefer the sweet release of poison. Qinfeng squats next to his paralyzed hype man and whispers, "Don't panic. Life is short. You gotta try everything once. Just close your eyes. It'll be over in a flash." The phrasing here isn't just sus, it's criminally misunderstandable. Then he starts force-feeding the servant some mysterious glowing juice from a vial, and the guttural noises escaping this man's throat are haunting. Keeping it PG but chaotic, the rabbit decides to assist by literally sitting on the servant's face and dumping the antidote down his gullet like a bartender who stopped caring about health codes years ago. Both servants are writhing on the pavement, emitting sound effects that usually belong in a low-budget horror flick. Qinfeng mutters, "How is this useless?" Because while the antidote is technically working, the side effects look absolutely traumatic. He spins back to the Demon King with a calculated, predator-style grin, admitting the useless to shout loud technique is actually kind of fire, and he'd love to add it to his arsenal. Plus, this villain isn't exactly a genius, so this finessing is about to be easy work. He rises to his full height and drops the coldest bar of the entire chapter. "Even if I hand over the dragon core and Buddha's relic, with my talent, how long until I completely gap you in power? And knowing how petty I am, do you strictly believe I'd let you survive that?" The Demon King snaps. "Then I'll end you right now, before you get the chance." But Qin Fang doesn't even blink. He asks with that trademark smirk, if the Demon King thinks the Moon Goddess is just going to leave him on read. Then he raises the stakes, reminding him the Six Realms Emperor would hunt him down just for disrespecting the Yin Moon Empire. Kill him now, and enjoy watching your back for the rest of eternity. The Demon King goes silent, and this absolute maniac leans in, pats the terrifying villain on the shoulder, and starts lecturing him about checking his ego and thinking before he moves, because apparently, the wisdom of the elderly, meaning himself, is never wrong. The villain's wide-eyed confusion at being schooled by his own hostage might be the funniest power flip this series has ever pulled off. And now, this master con artist pivots from threatening the Demon King to pitching him a business opportunity, asking how much raw combat power those relics would actually add, suggesting they negotiate like civilized adults. The Demon King, who literally broke in to rob this place, is now standing there, arms crossed, genuinely considering the counteroffer. Qin Fang drops the hook. Give me the full formula for the poison and its antidote, and in exchange, I'll hand over the blueprint. To claiming the title of Great Emperor, the Demon King nearly chokes on air. Meanwhile, his two servants are still face-planted on the floor, mumbling that Qin Fang is doomed, which Qin Fang completely ignores because he is mid-hustle with a terrorist. The Demon King isn't totally brain-dead, though. He accuses Qin Fang of stalling for time until the Moon Goddess pulls up, but this lunatic just smiles wider and admits it with zero shame. That's right, the Great Emperor position. Then Qin Fang places a hand on his chest, swearing on his reputation as a dignified scholar that he isn't capping, claiming the method is as simple as riding a horse, which is hands down the most dangerous sentence uttered in this franchise's history. The Demon King repeats it, as simple as riding a horse, and you can practically see the loading icon behind his mask as the greed takes over. Qin Fang leans in close, whispering about a very specific destiny called the Six Emperors Play, and literal sparkles manifest around them like we switched from an action movie to a jewelry commercial. The Demon King's entire vibe shifts from apex predator to desperate buyer, as he demands the names of the people with this destiny. Qin Fang's eyes widen with genuine hype because it turns out the Demon King actually knows the lore of the Six Emperors Play, which means this scam just got significantly easier to sell. The deal is sealed, poison formula and antidote, in exchange for the names attached to the Six Emperors Play. Destiny, look at this. They're swapping papers like it's a sketchy back alley deal between a burglar and the guy he's robbing. Moonlight hits their faces, revealing these smug little grins as they read the notes. Honestly, I can't even tell who just finessed who. They both look like they just hit the jackpot. The Demon King dissolves into a cloud of bats, classic vampire flex and dips, screaming that the Great Emperor throne is already his, while blasting through the door, and Qin Feng just stands there watching him go, radiating major proud dad at graduation energy. Then this absolute clown mutters to himself about how hard it is to vibe with other villains, because he's not crazy enough. Listen, that might be the most Delulu take I've ever heard in the history of cultivation manhwas. Cut to the bamboo forest. Keep your eyes peeled here. The Demon King sticks the landing and unfolds the cheat sheet Qin Feng gave him. One name stares back, Fang Chang, and the Demon King is blanking. Zero clue who that is. He's got literal question marks floating around his head like a guy who just traded his rarest technique for a sticky note with a random dude's name on it. But hold up, the vibe shifts right here. Wherever Fang Chang actually is, it's straight up apocalypse mode. The city is nothing but ash and bodies, and the sky is bleeding crimson. A demonic shadow is literally tearing its way out of Fang Chang, whispering that he's washed up, reminding him how hard Qin Feng clowned him, saying Princess Nan Fang dumped him because he's weak. Fang Chang is begging himself to stop the killing spree, but the demon keeps gaslighting him. Embrace the slaughter, get that XP. Fang Chang screams at it to shut his mouth, while clutching his skull, fighting a losing war inside his own brain. Then, crunch. Footsteps approach the carnage. Those clawed feet hitting the wood? Only one guy has those. The Demon King rolls up to the massacre site, stares at the body stack, and wonders out loud if this is the legendary player with the Six Emperors Play destiny. He can't even tell if it's a guy or a girl amidst the wreckage. Cue the internal meltdown. We get a shot of Chibi Demon King sweating bullets, torn between his emperor ambitions and his moral compass a dilemma. I did not expect from a guy named the Variable Demon King. But let's be real. Greed takes the W. He gets that scheming glint in his eye. How about this? He says. Turns out, everybody's got a price tag, even demons. Smash cut to the Blue Demon Palace. The aesthetic is insane, cyan energy spiraling everywhere, looking like an enchanted theme park castle that would definitely kill you. Inside, we see a silver-haired baddie with elf ears, spinning excitedly toward the doors. Apparently, Mom is finally done touching grass in seclusion, but hold that thought. We're about to meet Mama, and she is heated, swearing she'll get her mom to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Her face is flushed with rage, rocking an outfit that was clearly designed to make me struggle with eye contact. Back at Qin Feng's crib in Chujufang, the whole squad is circled around a table stacked with loot. A guy named Big Dragon already handled the prep work. And the gear? No joke. We're talking a golden longbow and dragon scale armor shimmering like it was forged by someone who understands that drip is the true endgame content. Qin Feng picks up the dragon scale piece, totally mesmerized, asking which dragon parts went into this bad boy, because even he knows it's S tier. The crafter breaks it down: soft abdomen scales, tendons, and an enchantment of dragon blood. Wearing this lets you tank a full-force ult from a Dao realm cultivator. That's not armor, fam, that's a wearable cheat code. Qin Feng's eyes turn into literal stars. He hugs the armor tight, repeating the stats like a mantra. This grown man is cradling the scales like a kid on Christmas. But here's the kicker. The Kunlun Secret Realm is level locked to prodigies under 30. Basically, nobody hits Dao realm before 30, meaning with this fit, nobody inside can even scratch him. It's literal god mode. He's crying happy tears, squeezing the chest piece, calling it top tier. See those floating hearts? Confirmed. Qin Feng's one true love. Ain't any of the waifus. He claims the armor obviously and tosses the rest of the loot to his minions, who immediately start thanking him with the hype of employees getting a surprise holiday bonus. In this economy, they're glowing, glazing him up as the best boss ever while clutching their new toys. Qin Feng drops some wisdom about how soldiers without proper kits are just sitting ducks with good vibes. But then his brain pivots. He wants to save that golden longbow for someone named Bai Ri. He's already plotting to recruit a woman with great emperor potential using the immortal slave mark. Calling that recruitment is a choice. Big red flag. The problem? He's all out of slave mark slots. He's got to hit the Dao realm to unlock 2 more slots, and the Kunlun Secret Realm is ticking down like a doomsday clock. Bro is strictly on a timer. The white-robed artificer wraps up his masterpiece and declares it's showtime. Then he bounces with the chill vibe of a guy who just handed a loaded weapon to a total psychopath and wants 0 fingerprints on the crime scene. Qin Feng watches the old man fade into a pillar of neon blue light, teleporting out with that specific energy that screams, "Doors are for peasants. I use magic." Qin Feng waves a cheerful, "Thanks, master," looking suspiciously wholesome, which means he either actually likes the guy or he's already plotting the next scam. But it's time to gear up. He straps that dragon scale armor over his robes. And look at the texture mapping on this fit. It is drippy enough to make me jealous of a 2D character's closet. But because Qin Feng has trust issues, he orders his servant to straight up shank him, full force, with a halberd. This man treats his physical body like a buggy beta test server. Red Scarf is sweating buckets, wondering if this is a prank or an elaborate way to fire him, because murdering the boss wasn't in the contract. But before we get a workplace accident, a tiny paw slams down. The rabbit bursts in screaming for a timeout, announcing that, and I quote, "Big Boob's sister has arrived. She brought backup." And the fact that this bunny assigns names solely based on upper body specs is the most relatable content in this entire series. The servant just blinks, completely lost in the sauce, asking who that is. "My brother in Christ, use your eyes." The name literally draws you a map. Outside, someone is screeching for Qin Feng to catch a fade. 2 figures are posted up in the courtyard, looking like they're here to collect a loan with interest. And boom, there she is, silver hair flowing, rocking an ice blue fit that the artist designed specifically to ruin my mental health. And a physique that proves the rabbit wasn't just guessing, the nickname is scientifically accurate. The Blue Demon Princess in 4K. And folks, I am struggling to breathe. The rabbit gives the quick rundown. She brought her whole squad to jump him, and this absolute troll just smirks and says, "Bet," like he's about to handle a Karen. So what's the play? He walks out and immediately drops the bow bow bomb. That means baby for the non-bilinguals, and scolds her for not warning him that mom was visiting. This man looked at a death match and flipped it into a lover's quarrel. The 3 ladies behind her glitch out simultaneously. One repeats baby in pure shock. Another whispers, "Wait, when did this ship set sail?" It is the greatest gaslight in cultivation history. Qin Feng adjusts his collar with his eyes closed and addresses the mob. Moon Goddess, Blue Demon, casually checking names like a bouncer at a club where everyone hates him. Then he grabs her hand, smooth criminal style, and asks if she's still salty. And the sudden pink background with shoujo bubbles tells me one thing. We have officially left the action genre. She snaps back, silver hair whipping around, her outfit defying physics. Even when she's raging, she looks like a top-tier waifu designed to wreck my algorithm. Now watch this menace crank the audacity dial to maximum volume. He loudly claims he and Shiwan are childhood sweethearts, and says even if this other girl wants to pay him back with her body, the best she gets is a side chick spot. The sheer nerve needs to be studied by scientists. She fires back, Who wants to be your side piece? Flustered and pouting in a way that feels like a personal attack on my heart rate. The eyes, the blush, the collarbone. I am fighting for my life here, she screams. Get off me, while he tries to reel her in. He instantly raises his hands. Okay, chill, chill, like a toxic boyfriend who knows exactly how much trouble he's in. And then oh, it gets better. He plays the nice guy card, says he had to strip her to cure the poison, and he'll take full responsibility, and implies her belly band was a gift of love that he'll keep as a souvenir. Every sentence is a crime wrapped in a compliment. The peanut gallery in the back is losing it. One is buffering, and the older one is actually taking notes, muttering, "Kids, these days got game. This is officially a reality TV show." She grabs his collar and demands answers. Who handed him that intimate keepsake as a token of love? Her face is practically glued to his, and the mix of rage, proximity, and that daring outfit is pushing the censorship limits to the breaking point. But our shameless operator completely sidesteps the interrogation. He starts spouting poetry, claiming her love flows like an endless river, insisting she just can't bear to be apart from him. He is literally mansplaining her own feelings to the crowd, and she never signed off on a single word. Then, he has the audacity to tell her to calm down, because Sister Moon and Mom are watching, prompting her to scream denials while he acts all shy and bashful. I have never seen a gaslighting operation this sophisticated, executed by a main character on a live stage. Then, absolute mad lad move, he whips out the actual, physical lingerie, dangles it in the air, and asks, "Then explain these?" The blue demon princess drains of all color, because the receipts are literally in his hand, and she has zero counterplay. She attempts a weak deflection, muttering about it being a necessary gift while avoiding eye contact. But the lady in red is already swooning over this supposed true love, and the defense case is officially cooked. She finally snaps, yelling, "Total garbage. You obviously stole those." And Chin Feng, smooth as silk, hits back with, "Got proof?" holding the intimate item like a seasoned attorney presenting Exhibit A. He is running circles around her. Then Mama Blue Demon steps in and drops the nuclear option. "No need to explain, sweetie. Mommy used to be young too. We get it. The daughter looks like her soul just ascended to the afterlife because her mother is currently speedrunning." A background check on Chin Feng. Ancient era's top genius, Dragon Slayer, Tianzi Challenger, Third Holy Son, and the Qin family heir. You can see those blue eyes crunching the numbers, realizing this guy is S-tier husband material. She grabs her daughter's hand and declares that locking him down is actually a solid strategic move. And Chin Feng is just standing there, wearing the smuggest grin imaginable, because he just finessed his way into the meet the parent stage without even popping the question. Mama adds that she's super progressive, and the system immediately pings. Boom, 100,000 villain points for securing the mother-in-law's seal of approval. This guy is literally farming XP off awkward family dinners. But Chin Feng clocks a specific keyword, heavenly chosen. His brain instantly pivots to the next target, wondering if a heavenly chosen son is lurking nearby. He treats destiny like a grocery list to check off. The daughter goes full meltdown mode, shrieking that her mom is spouting nonsense and doesn't know the full story. And the artist clearly blew the budget, rendering every inch of her rage. Mama grabs her, delivers a sharp pinch, and tells her to quit acting ungrateful. She says if this was back in her day, she would have slapped any childhood crush into orbit, just to make room for the first genius of the ancient times. This woman is simultaneously her daughter's biggest fan, and her biggest hater. But then, the temperature drops. Mama's face goes ice cold as she drops the ultimatum. Her daughter will never be a side chick. And for the first time in this entire sitcom episode, Chin Feng freezes. That signature smirk glitches for a second, because the concubine route just got blocked by the one person with the power to enforce it. He smoothly pivots, saying, "Well, you'd have to clear that with the moon goddess." Meanwhile, the lady in red is chilling in the back, eating watermelon like she's binging Netflix, watching the drama unfold, in 4K. The moon goddess pops up, looking totally bewildered because she was just happy to watch from the sidelines, and definitely didn't sign up for these marriage negotiations. The two mothers lock eyes. Blue Demon points out that Chin Feng already claimed the childhood sweetheart title. The moon goddess asks, "Oh, really?" with a terrifying calmness of a hurricane about to make landfall. Blue Demon Mom raises a finger with a wicked grin. And let's be real, this woman is serving absolute menace and dangerous curves, in equal measure. That outfit is fighting a losing battle to contain her power level, let's say, and I am once again questioning my life choices. Suddenly, she summons a colossal white tiger, forged from pure lightning that dominates the skyline. The beast lets out a roar with enough decibels to flatten a mountain range. Mama isn't here to talk. The lightning tiger fully manifests, looming behind her, looking like a Dark Souls boss entering Phase 2, arcs of electricity crackling around her. The sheer aura radiating off this woman, explains exactly where the daughter gets her intensity. She vows to throw hands until everyone agrees her daughter is main wife material only, as the tiger snarls in agreement. We just went from a romantic comedy misunderstanding to a full-blown kaiju showdown in 10 seconds flat. But the moon goddess isn't folding. She summons her own avatar, a gigantic purple-scaled serpent coiling around her, daring the blue demon to try her. And honestly, she looks absolutely lethal in that red fit, while dropping the threat. Both these queens are devastating, and I'm just here for the chaos. The spirit beasts smash together in the sky, lightning tiger versus pink flame serpent ripping through the clouds, painting the entire landscape in a chaotic blue glow. And boom, violet chaos everywhere. Qin Feng is chilling at ground zero, shading his eyes like he's at the beach, dropping a casual quip about enjoying the front row seats while two of the universe's absolute queens wage war over who gets dibs on his love life. System notification pops. Ding. 10,000 villain points, just for triggering the chosen daughter. And this dude? He's actually debating if he should offer her a massage. You know, strictly as a Confucian gentleman. The hustle never sleeps, even during aerial dogfights. Shockwaves ripple, blasting energy around Qin Feng. He yells up, asking the ladies to maybe chill out by like 10%. Complete silence. Because mama bears don't care about collateral damage when ego is on the menu. Now, they're just screaming at each other. Moon Goddess screams that Zayuan never yields, while the Blue Demon Mother roars back, that her girl has to stand her ground. It's officially a proxy war fueled by summon beasts and maternal rage. Is this the iciest mother-in-law standoff in cultivation history? Hard, yes. Suddenly, a voice slices through the noise, ordering an immediate ceasefire because the timing is trash. Even the spirit beasts look awkward. Pause in midair. Both moms freeze, snapping from berserker mode to military attention instantly. Whoever spoke has the juice to pause two walking calamities mid-swing. Then, the bomb drops. Kunlun's secret realm opens in 5 days. Conserve energy. Meeting in the main hall. Immediately, the ladies bow and chant, "Yes, Emperor." Shoulder to shoulder like they weren't just trying to delete each other from the server. They swap one final death stare and reach a silent truce. Sit through the meeting first, murder each other later. It's called priorities. Also, can we talk about this framing? The outfits fluttering in the wind? Absolutely criminal visual storytelling. I'm not elaborating because my brain is already fried. Qin Feng watches the energy beams fade and hits us with, "Wait, show's over?" Sounding genuinely bummed that his private gladiator deathmatch got cancelled. He turns to the blue demon daughter with a breezy, "So, thoughts?" Cue the pink bubbly background. Combined with that look, he's 5 steps ahead in this romantic chess game, where every pawn is trying to assassinate the player. She floats off on a light beam, shouting she's not done with him, which, translated from cultivation tsundere, means, "See you tomorrow." Qin Feng waves like he's dropping off a date, instead of surviving a literal hit job. Suddenly, the rabbit whips out its ledger. Turns out, Qin Feng starting a kaiju battle denied the rabbit a chance to study master-level combat. Lost training gains? That'll cost you 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Emotional distress fee? 10 carats. This bunny runs a stricter audit than the IRS. But before Qin Feng can dispute the charges, movement in the bamboo startles the rabbit mid-sentence. The variable Demon King crashes back in with his bat squad. Qin Feng reads the room instantly. Bet, the king found Fang Cheng, caught a massive loss, and is crawling back. Just standard protocol for repeat customers. The Demon King looks visibly shook, asking how he knew. Obvious much? Qin Feng sent him into that meat grinder on purpose. That note? Not a gift. It was bait. The Demon King shuffles back, realization dawning on him. Every interaction with this guy is just a trap wrapped in a pretty smile. Qin Feng grins, and tells the king he really lives up to the hype, coming from the most manipulative tactician. On the server, that's either praise or a death sentence, probably both. So, this shameless hustler clasps his hands like a holy monk and calmly throws Fang Chang under the bus, explaining that the 100 Transformations Demon Lord has beef with Fang Chang, not his drama. Then flips the script with that devilish smirk, asking if the king has a solution for Brother Fang Chang, sounding like a consultant upselling a premium package. And boom, that close-up smirk says it all. He asks what loot the king is willing to cough up, because Qin Feng doesn't work for exposure. The king squints, asking the price, knowing the answer is going to ruin his whole week. Qin Feng opens with, "I want you." The king immediately shuts that down, demanding plan B, because he knows exactly where that sus sentence leads. The genius manipulator scrunches his face, pretending to struggle for ideas, when we all know he had the real plan locked and loaded before he even spoke. He dangles the 100 years of slavery offer just to bait the hook, and the Demon King instantly counters with 3 years. 3 years tops, holding up 3 fingers like he's haggling for fake watches. And this absolute clown instantly goes, "Deal." Flash of a thumbs up, zero hesitation, instant lock-in. The Demon King freezes solid, because he was ready for a whole debate club session and somehow trapped himself in 3 years flat without noticing. Bro just got finessed harder than a tourist in Times Square. Qin Feng hits him with that predator grin, while his inner monologue is screaming that once that immortal slave brand hits, time limits are irrelevant. Century or a day, it doesn't matter, this fool is never leaving the roster. He tells the king to slide back through tomorrow at the same time, promising to drop the seal-breaking tech then. The Demon King actually pauses, looking confused, like, why the wait? Like a student questioning a due date. Truth is, Qin Feng's skill tree isn't unlocked yet. He's out of slave slots. He's got to level up first, and the breakthrough requires the perfect storm of time, location, and bodies. This guy treats cosmic ascensions like routine server maintenance. The Demon King nods and turns to bounce, completely oblivious that he just signed a permanent, soul-binding contract with a dude who views slavery as a networking opportunity. As the bats scatter into the night sky, Qin Feng watches him fade out, and whispers about how distinctively easy that was to rig, which is honestly the most terrifying flex a protagonist has ever dropped. In a cultivation comic, night hits, and this absolute maniac sits down to shatter the mortal coil like he's just chilling on a Tuesday. Golden spiritual energy spirals up in a formation circle that looks pricier than a Manhattan penthouse. Outside, his two retainers are pacing holes in the floor, sweating over whether the boss is safe, forcing a level up like this, wondering if Emperor Zhu was right about him crashing out, but the loyal one shuts that talk down instantly. He remembers the lore, how at 8 years old, the young master nuked his own rep to shield the family, how he hit the empire solo to build a kingdom from dust. A savage like that doesn't glitch out without a plan. Suddenly, the building basically detonates with light, spiritual pressure blowing out the windows. Both servants whip around, eyes sparkling, because they can feel the shift. He just smashed through to the Dao realm. The servants' faces are a mix of pure shock and fanboy joy. Qin Feng stands in the wreckage, energy static still buzzing, noting that the new tier just dumped 1,000 years into his lifespan bank, and his Wi-Fi signal to the divine sword just got 5 bars stronger, just a casual millennium life extension on a weeknight. He summons the blade, and it answers, ripping through the room in a blaze of golden fire before he snatches it out of the air, like whistling for a loyal dog, and then he starts shouting, "Enlarge! Enlarge!" like a kid messing with the zoom settings. This grown man is actually giddy about his new toy. The sword expands into a massive slab of steel on the floor, glowing and intricate, and he's looming over it with the energy of a gamer unboxing a limited edition legendary weapon. He flicks his wrist with enough unearned confidence to make every swordmaster within 100 miles feel insecure. The blade tears through the roof in a wave of golden destruction, and the servants outside scream, "Young master." They think he just blew himself up, but no, this idiot is surfing the sword through the clouds, screaming about finally being airborne, spiraling through gold trails like he just unlocked fast travel in real life. The next morning rolls around, compound sits quiet. We all know it's judgment day for one very unlucky Demon King. Qin Feng flashes a glowing blue rune on his fingertip while his crew watches the show. The Demon King asks what that is, with the tired vibe of someone who knows the answer is gonna suck. The brand slams into the Demon King's forehead. Blue light swallows his face as the immortal slave seal digs in deep, and this poor guy finally realizes the terms and conditions he signed. The pain hits him like a freight train. He clutches his skull, screaming that his head is splitting open, green voltage crackling around the mark, like his brain is getting reformatted live, and then glitch in the matrix, the Demon King actually splits into two identical cloaked figures, both howling in agony, leaving everyone watching with the exact same, "what the hell" expression. But is Qin Feng worried? Nope. He switches to full chibi mode, surrounded by imaginary baby chicks, singing. This calls for a celebration track for gaining a new little brother. The emotional detachment is honestly impressive. He hops on his sword, drops a casual, "First time always hurts, you'll get used to it," and jets off, acting like he's late for a date, leaving his new servant writhing in the dirt while golden energy wraps the scene. We open high in the atmosphere, robes snapping violently in the wind as he surfs a divine sword through the clouds, looking like the deadliest courier service in the universe, because this man is on a mission with a very specific package. Smash cut to the Great Jia Empire, bustling streets and pristine architecture under a flawless blue sky. But the vibe check fails immediately. We zoom in on a scene that's genuinely painful to watch. A squad of low-level thugs circling a victim on the dirt, taunting him with a greasy chicken leg, telling him to bark like a canine if he wants a single bite. It's the kind of bullying that makes you want to punch the screen. Flashbacks hit the screen, memories of brutal beatings and blood splatter. But underneath the trauma, one desperate thought loops on repeat: I need to survive. So, he breaks. The fallen prodigy of the Bai family drops to his hands and knees and actually barks, fighting through memories of starvation and abuse, convincing himself dignity is the price of life. His voice cracks on the second bark, and it is devastating. The artwork here is brutal. His face is a mess of bruises and grime. Honestly, if you don't feel a pang in your chest right now, go see a doctor because your heart might be missing. The bullies? They are losing their absolute minds laughing. The former golden boy of the Bai clan is acting like a pet, and these guys are cackling like hyenas, like it's the peak of comedy. Meanwhile, every single person watching is mentally loading a shotgun. Bairi looks up through swollen eyelids and begs for the food he was promised. I need a second here, because this panel hits different. It is pure misery. In the entire series, this is rock bottom. They toss the meat at his feet and scream, "Eat," treating him worse than a stray. And because he's starving, he actually reaches for it. But the bald thug stomps his boot right on the food and sneers. He agreed, but I didn't. Then he kicks Bairi while he's already face-planted in the dust. This is the specific type of villainy that earns you a first-class ticket to the afterlife. A full-force kick sends Bairi tumbling, but keep your eyes on the screen, because karma in cultivation stories pays back with compound interest. Night settles in, and the nightmares return. Shadows loom over him, and this poor guy is still clutching that dirt-covered chicken leg because he hasn't seen a meal in days. They start stomping him out again, treating the food like trash. Every single second of this humiliation is being tallied up on the cosmic scoreboard. Close up on his battered face, silent, bleeding, but not defeated. He stares up and whispers two words. Is it funny? And suddenly the energy shifts, because looming directly behind him, gazing down with glowing red eyes and zero warmth, is Qin Feng. The genre just switched from tragedy to revenge thriller. Bairi recoils, yelling, "Don't touch me. I'm filthy." That line? That line is why I need to personally jump into this comic. Qin Feng ignores the filth, scoops him up, and holds him tight, whispering, "Bairi, I'm late." And for the first time, this manipulative mastermind actually looks like he has a heart. He manifests a longbow crackling with lightning energy and says, "This is yours. Remember that foreshadowing earlier, about saving a bow for a specific someone?" Bairi's battered eyes widen. He knows exactly what legendary gear he's looking at. His brain cannot compute that someone just handed him a weapon that redefines his existence. Right on cue, the system interface pops up. Strategy accomplished. A chibi version of Qin Feng gives a thumbs up, because even his hero moments are 4D chess moves. He explains this. Dragonhorn bow was custom built, specifically tuned for Bairi's archery stats. But he never calculated that Bairi would endure this level of hell in the single month it took to craft the weapon. Qin Feng vows to restore his cultivation and help him stand tall again. Is he gaslighting him? Totally. Is it also weirdly wholesome? 100%. Then his face turns to stone as he swears that the bullies are about to pay the ultimate price. That's not a threat. That is a receipt being printed. The thugs finally clock who they are dealing with. Qin Feng, third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty, the guy famous for deleting bloodlines and drugging his enemies. Their confidence evaporates instantly. Qin Feng waves casually, noting, looks like his reputation precedes him. He flashes a menacing smirk against a blood-red background, signaling that these dudes are about to have the worst night of their lives. The beatdown is so savage, the artist has to censor it with screaming rubber chickens flying across the panel. And honestly, that's way funnier than showing the gore. He stands over the pile of groaning bodies and drops a cold bar. The scary part isn't that you lack talent, it's that you clearly lack it, yet you're still greedy. The bald guy is twitching on the floor, and I have zero sympathy. Qin Feng turns to Bairi and extends a hand. Come with me. Full meals, shelter, safety, and dignity. Then, he slams his divine sword into the earth like a flag. Bairi grabs that hand like a lifeline. Snap the celestial slave seal activates instantly. Bairui's combat stats just hit a 500% buff, and the aerial view shows the entire zone lighting up as Qin Feng claims another pawn. For his personal legion, Bairui feels that spiritual surge rushing back, and his eyes pop wide open in disbelief, because the power he thought was deleted from his system is flooding back like a dam just burst inside his core. He stares at his hands, watching the energy arc between his fingers, stunned because 30 seconds ago, he was literally hitting rock bottom. And now, raw cultivation magic is coursing through his veins. Bairui hits the dirt, bowing low, thanking young Master Qin for the miracle. The poor guy has zero clue he just voluntarily snapped on a leash he can never remove. Chibi-style Qin Feng waves it off like it is nothing, calling it a win-win, while his inner monologue is playing a different tune. It is just an early investment for his survival plan. You have to respect the hustle. He is honest with himself, even if he is gaslighting everyone else. Bairui clenches a fist under the glare of the sun, declaring his path is still long, a new fire igniting behind those dead eyes. The revenge arc has officially finished loading. He watches Qin Fang walk away, and his expression shifts gears, morphing from gratitude to something darker and sharper, because Qin Fang isn't the only one living rent-free in his head. Fang Chang, watch your back. Bai Rui has some serious beef with the Heavenly Chosen, and Qin Fang just handed him the weapon to settle the score. Cut to the misty mountains and ancient forests, where a mysterious figure with flowing purple hair stands on a cliff edge, announcing the Kunlun's secret realm is finally unlocking. And whoever this stranger is, they have one burning question. Will Qin Fang show up? Purple hair, piercing golden eyes, screenshot this face for later. Jump cut to Flower City, where Qin Fang and his growing squad roll up to the main gates, looking like a randomized party from a chaotic RPG session. A scammer, a demon king, 2 lackeys, and a freshly hired archer. One servant asks why they are here if the Kunlun realm is opening soon, and Qin Fang hits him with the 4D chess move. They are going to Kunlun. This is just the scenic route with benefits. He breaks down the meta strategy. The Kunlun realm has random spawn points, and according to his cheat code card, Fang Chang is going to stumble onto a secret entrance, right here in Flower City, leading to a legendary spring. This man has memorized the protagonist's walkthrough guide, better than the main character himself. The Demon King leans in, starting to ask about the real priority, and Qin Fang shoots him a glance that says he knows exactly what his newest pet is begging for. Qin Fang promises he is trustworthy, which might be the biggest cap in the history of this series, adding that Fang Chang is in town, so they can sort out the Demon King's issue first. The Demon King lights up like a kid on Christmas, and Qin Fang hits him with a cheerful, "Of course." Watching a literal demon lord get manipulated like a puppy? Absolutely timeless. But pause, because the GPS is set for Flower Street's joyful red house, and the ladies outside are already scouting for talent, offering to help passing young masters relax. This absolute madman dragged his whole raid party to the red light district, and 2 hostesses appear. Character design so aggressive I can feel the monetization demon hovering over me. Blonde, orange, purple, pink, both rocking about 3 inches of fabric combined, and my objectivity just jumped out the window. The servant's face cycles through 9 different emotions, as he asks if this is really the Demon Lord's wish. Because nobody had terrifying villain wants a VIP booth at the club on their bingo card. Qin Fang is already sandwiched between the girls, soaking up compliments about his build, looking completely in his element. The visual effects are giving full dating sim good ending vibes. He signals the crew to follow him inside, still draped in courtesans, leaving his servants frozen in pure confusion. Their boss really turned a business trip into a party. The scarf servant snaps out of it, sprinting after him, yelling, "Coming!" Internally screaming, "Boss is the GOAT." Meanwhile, a silver-haired beauty has already snagged him. The squad priorities are splitting fast. Then there is the bearded servant, covering his ears, in sheer disgust, ranting that he does not get the hype about women when his twin hammers are clearly superior. This man is choosing violence over romance, and I respect the Sigma grindset. The girls try to grab him, and he snaps, screaming, "Do not touch me." The girls shriek, realizing the scariest thing in this establishment is the guy who just wants quality time with his weaponry. He storms off, calling them all chickens, insisting his hammers have higher DPS than any girl here, while the hostesses huddle together in fear. Is this the most unintentionally hilarious wingman in history? Let's head inside the main hall. The squad rolls up, surrounded by ladies rocking neon hair and barely there outfits, while the bearded henchman posts up in the corner, radiating major hater energy right in the middle of paradise. He refuses to even look at the pink-haired stunner who spins around to signal someone off-screen, announcing guests have touched down. She's cozying up to Qin Feng, serving the kind of top-tier visuals that make me completely forget there's actual plot happening here. Then, the boss lady makes her grand entrance older, classy, wielding that painted fan like she owns the place. She hits them with that first time question, flashing a smile that screams she's already mentally calculating their credit score. She hypes up the joyful Red House as Flower City's #1 hotspot, boasting 4 legendary headliners. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is standing there looking way less like a thirsty customer, and more like a CEO planning a hostile takeover. He starts casually name-dropping specific girls, shocking the madam, while those little chibi gold coin effects pop up, proving he's ready to blow a bag before negotiations even start. The madam hides a greedy smirk behind her fan, claiming her girls will answer to whatever names the young master wants, giving Qin Feng major pause as he realizes this joint operates on some next-level customer is God logic and loose naming rights. But then, our guy drops the absolute nuke. For the next 3 days, the entire joyful Red House is under his total control, madam included. He literally just rented the whole club, like it's a private Airbnb for supervillains. The madam's eyes basically turn into slot machines the second she spots those high-tier spirit stones, and she instantly caves. Whatever the young master says goes, and she promises her crew can handle whatever weirdness he's planning. Cash really rules everything around him, even in fantasy worlds. Chin Feng raises a finger for command number 1, change the sign. The madam doesn't even blink, shouting for Dongfang to grab the ink and brush. Nobody in that room has a single clue what kind of chaos they just signed up for. The madam reads his calligraphy and the vibe shifts instantly. The camera zooms in on her panicked eyes as she stammers, "Young master, this name is." Whatever Chin Feng just wrote isn't just a rebrand. It's a declaration of war. The new board gets hoisted up, leaving the street crowd absolutely floored. To lose something is worth losing? If that doesn't scream obvious trap, engineered to psychologically wreck one specific target, then nothing in this series does.